Karl Marx's Theory of History. A Defense. Expanded edition. By G. A. Cohen. 4. My father. And in memory of my mother. 4. What they all said was, it depends. It all depends. It all depends on where you live and what you have to build with. The Little Boy and His House, by Stephen Bone and Mary Adshed, London, J. M. Dent and Sons, Limited, 1936. In the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real basis, on which rises a legal and political superstructure, and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing with the property relations within which they have been at work hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. In considering such transformations, a distinction should always be made between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, aesthetic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. Just as our opinion of an individual is not based on what he thinks of himself, so can we not judge of such a period of transformation by its own consciousness. On the contrary, this consciousness must be explained rather from the contradictions of material life, from the existing conflict between the social productive forces and the relations of production. No social formation ever perishes before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed, and new, higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society itself. Therefore mankind always sets itself only such tasks as it can solve, since, looking at the matter more closely, it will always be found that the task itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution already exist or are at least in the process of formation. In broad outlines, Asiatic, ancient, feudal, and modern bourgeois modes of production can be designated as progressive epochs in the economic formation of society. The bourgeois relations of production are the last antagonistic form of the social process of production, antagonistic not in the sense of individual antagonism, but of one arising from the social conditions of life of the individuals. At the same time, the productive forces developing in the womb of bourgeois society create the material conditions for the solution of that antagonism. This social formation brings, therefore, the prehistory of human society to a close. Karl Marx, 1859. Foreword. 1. This book defends historical materialism, by offering argument in its favor, but more by presenting the theory in what I hope is an attractive form. The presentation respects two constraints: on the one hand, what Marx wrote, and, on the other, those standards of clarity and rigor which distinguished 20th-century analytical philosophy. The aim is to construct a tenable theory of history which is in broad accord with what Marx said on the subject. While he would certainly have found some of what will follow unfamiliar, the hope is that he could have recognized it as a reasonably clear statement of what he thought. That is not an arrogant hope. Marx was a restless and creative thinker, who developed many ideas in many directions. He did not have the time, or the will, or the academic peace, to straighten them all out. It is not arrogant to claim to offer a less untidy version of some of his major thoughts than he himself provided. 2. The reconstruction given here is less ambiguous than the theory in its original state. It is therefore easier to criticize, and I do not regret that. But there is one likely reaction which I wish to anticipate and deflect, namely that I have erected a general historico-philosophical theory, the supreme virtue of which consists in being supra-historical. Point 1. I do not need to be advised that history is always richer in content, more varied, more many-sided, more lively and subtle too than any theory will represent it as being. The quoted passages are warnings against a certain misuse of theory, but some Marxists cite them to disguise their own aversion to theory as such. They should be reminded that Marx and Lenin were not themselves against theory. 3. Louis Althusser has had a strong effect on current interest in historical materialism, and I am bound to say a word about my attitude to his work, which is hardly mentioned in this book. Althusser's Poor Marx persuaded me that the abidingly important Marx is to be found in Capital and the writings preparatory to it. That conviction helped me to write this book, and I am therefore grateful to him. But when I passed on to Lire le Capital, a set of essays by Althusser and others, I was disappointed. I obtained little from the essays by Althusser, beyond a sense of how elegantly and evasively the French language could be used. I liked other things better, especially the contribution of Balibar. But I did not think it profited from being cast in terms which showed Althusser's influence. Above all, I found much of Lire le Capital critically vague. It is perhaps a matter for regret that logical positivism, with its insistence on precision of intellectual commitment, never caught on in Paris. Anglophone philosophy left logical positivism behind long ago, but it is lastingly the better for having engaged with it. The Althusserian vogue could have unfortunate consequences for Marxism in Britain, where ludicity is a precious heritage, and where it is not generally supposed that a theoretical statement, to be one, must be hard to comprehend. For my specific doctrinal differences with the Althusserians need not be described here. They are considerable. For it is an old-fashioned historical materialism which I defend, a traditional conception 3 in which history is, fundamentally, the growth of human productive power, and forms of society rise and fall according as they enable or impede that growth. The focus is on the more basic concepts of the theory, those of forces and relations of production, and there will be unusually little discussion, as books on Marx and society go, of class conflict, ideology, and the state. The main part of the book, chapters 2 to X, is preceded by a sketch of images of history in Hegel and Marx, so called because it deals with ideas lacking the degree of articulation suggested by the term theory. Chapter 2 opens with complex argument on behalf of the claim that what Marx called the economic structure consists of production relations alone, productive forces forming no part of it. The rest of the chapter, which is less intricate, says what productive forces are, and examines what can be meant by their development. Chapter 3 is devoted to relations of production, and to the economic structures they compose. It looks at the links connecting immediate producers with their means of labor and their class superiors. In Chapter 4, the distinction between productive forces and production relations is shown to be a special case of a more general one, which runs deep in Marx, between material and social features of society. Chapter V uses the results of Chapter 4 to provide an account of commodity and capital fetishism, and a partly novel interpretation of communism. Chapter 6 demonstrates that Marx attributed explanatory primacy to the productive forces, and argues, less conclusively, that he was right. Chapter 7 establishes some contact between the assertions of Chapter 6 and certain stretches of real history. According to Chapter 6, economic structures are as they are because, being so, they enable human productive power to expand. According to Chapter 8, on base and superstructure, superstructures are as they are because, being so, they consolidate economic structures. Those statements are functional explanations, and functional explanation is widely suspected, not least within Marxism. Chapters 9 and X defend it, in general terms, and with special reference to historical materialism. Chapter 11 discusses some ills of contemporary capitalist society. It argues that the relation between use value and exchange value under capitalism leads to a special irrationality when capitalism is advanced. Point 4. The first appendix reproduces an article which relates to Chapter V, and the second defines 5 expressions often used in the book. 5. This book has many weaknesses. It would have had more but for the generosity of 5 friends, who commented incisively on the entire first draft. To Danny Goldstick, John McMurtry, Chris Provis, Bill Shaw, and Arnold Zuboff, many, many thanks. Other helpful critics were Chris Boers, Maggie Cohen, Irving Dworsky, Keith Graham, Bill Hart, Heli Kong Stig Kong Mendel Kramer, Colin McGinn, Jacob Maley, Robin Murray, Jan Narveson, Mike O'Prey, Tim Scanlon, Chuck Taylor, Richard Walheim, Alan Wood, and Sigurd Zena, whose death last October deprived me, and many others, of a cherished mentor. Catherine Backhouse and Varian Gilead typed the manuscript. They were remarkably patient and kind. The Canada Council and the British Academy enabled me to spend a year free from teaching obligations. To Michael Cohen and Glenn Ridd Rowlands I have rather special debts. And I shall not try to describe what I owe to Maggie, and to Gideon, Miriam, and Sarah. A new impression enables me to add 2 remarks. First, I should like to thank Bertel Oilman and John Torrance, who made extremely valuable criticisms of the typescript. Second, I regret my failure to indicate that Chapter V and Appendix I of this book are, unlike the rest of it, intended as exposition without defense of Marx's views. That is why the labor theory of value is prominent in Chapter V and Appendix I, despite the disclaimer in the last sentence on p. 353. London, May, 1979. Introduction to the 2000 edition, Reflections on Analytical Marxism. This book received more attention than would otherwise have been bestowed upon it by virtue of the coincidence that it appeared just when a number of other Marxist scholars were also beginning to devote themselves to work of a kind that is now called analytical Marxist. They, like me, had a commitment without reverence one to Marxism, and we formed a group that has now been meeting annually for more than 20 years. In the present introduction, I shall say, Section I, what analytical Marxism is, and I shall describe, Section 2, the formation of the group that has promoted it. Section 3 is a personal interlude. It recounts how I, in particular, became an analytical Marxist. In Section 4 the analyticality of analytical Marxism is delineated in greater detail, and Section 5 discusses bullshit, the bête noire of analytical Marxism. The final section addresses the irrepressible question, is analytical Marxism Marxist? 1. Analytical Marxism. I shall not try to define Marxism. Point 2 As for analytical, it has 2 relevant, and relevantly different, senses in the present context, a broad sense and a narrow one. All analytical Marxism is analytical in the broad sense, and much is analytical in the narrow sense. In each sense of analytical, to be analytical is to be opposed to a form of thinking traditionally thought integral to Marxism. Analytical thinking, in the broad sense of analytical, is opposed to so-called dialectical thinking, and analytical thinking, in the narrow sense of analytical, is opposed to what might be called holistic thinking. The fateful operation that created analytical Marxism was the rejection of the claim that Marxism possesses valuable intellectual methods of its own. Rejection of that claim enabled an appropriation of a rich mainstream methodology that Marxism, to its detriment, had shunned. The mainstream methodology that I have in mind deploys intellectual techniques that were shaped within several currents of non-Marxist Western, and mainly Anglophone, social science and philosophy. The techniques in question are commonly styled analytical, in a broad sense, because their use requires and facilitates precision of statement on the one hand and rigor of argument on the other. We can distinguish 3 such sets of techniques. First, there are the techniques of logical and linguistic analysis that developed within 20th century positivist and post-positivist philosophy, initially in the German-speaking but then, as a result of Nazism, dominantly in the English-speaking world. Next, there are the techniques of economic analysis which descend from Adam Smith and David Ricardo but which were given mathematical form within neoclassical economics, roughly from the time of Leon Walras and Alfred Marshall. And, finally, there are the techniques of the representation of choice, action, and strategy that developed out of and alongside that neoclassical economics. Those techniques belong to what are now called decision theory, game theory, and, more generally, rational choice theory, and they are widely applied within contemporary political science. Now, scholars who write about analytical Marxism usually name three people as its founders: G. A. Cohen, John Elster, and John Roemer. That is a reasonable judgment, and I shall follow it here. Without too much distortion, one may say that Cohen is associated with the philosophical techniques identified above, Roemer with the economic, and Elster, who is a political scientist, with rational choice theory. There is some distortion there, because Elster, who is by far the most erudite and wide-ranging of the three, employs in his work all three sets of techniques, because Roemer is a game theorist as well as an economist, and because Cohen's work is not wholly innocent of game theoretical devices in their simple pre-mathematical form. But the suggested tripartite division does represent an approximate truth. 2. The September Group. Each of the aforementioned three scholars learned his Marxism independently of learning analytical methods, since there was, perforce, no analytical Marxism for them to learn before they had founded the school. 1 Each put analysis and Marxism together before he had met the other two. The three came to know one another over the period 1979 to 1981, and one could say that analytical Marxism was truly in business by September 1981, when the trio met with some 8 or 9 others of similar mind, in London. Since then there has been an annual 3-day meeting each September, usually in London, of about 10 analytical Marxists, from 4 or 5 countries. The prehistory of, what is now called, the September Group was as follows. With Cohen's assistance, Elster convened a weekend meeting in London in September 1979, of about a dozen scholars, of Marxist or quasi-Marxist stripe, from several European countries, all of whom were working on the concept of exploitation. We found our exchanges congenial and stimulating, so a similar meeting, again on exploitation, with roughly the same cast, occurred in London in September of 1980. At the close of that meeting it was decided to meet annually, but to remove the restriction of discussion to exploitation. The personnel, as of 1981, were the most dedicated who had attended in 1979 and/or 1980, together with 1 or 2 new invitees. Since 1981, membership in the group has been remarkably stable. As I write, we consist of Pranab Bardhan, Berkeley, Samuel Bowles, Amherst, Robert Brenner, Los Angeles, G. A. Cohen, Oxford, Joshua Cohen, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Philippe Van Perigis, Louvain-la-Neuve, John Roemer, Yale, Hillel Steiner, Manchester, Robert van der Veen, Amsterdam, and Eric Wright, Madison. Since 1982, when Bardhan joined, there have been 2 departures and 2 fresh adhesions. John Elster and Adam Pierzewski left in 1993, in reaction, so they said, to what they considered to be unsatisfactory aspects of the intellectual character that the group had evolved. Others of us thought that their farewells had more to do with the demise of European communism. Bowles joined in 1987, and Joshua Cohen in 1996. 3. My path to analytical Marxism. It is extremely difficult to adopt and pursue an intellectual method simply as a result of coming across its use in a book or an article and finding it attractive. Practice of the methods that I have described requires a training in them, an apprenticeship. And I shall now explain why peculiarities of my own background made me receptive to the required training at a time when other Marxists in my cohort were not. Similarly differentiating stories could no doubt be told about Elster and Roemer, but it is not for me to tell them. My initial ingestion of Marxism took place in a peculiar milieu. My parents were Jewish communist factory workers in Montreal who met in the course of struggles to build unionism in the garment trade, in the face of brutal boss and police repression. When I was 4 years old, in 1945, my parents enrolled me in the Morris Winchusky Yiddish School, which was run by a communist Jewish organization. It was the only school that I attended until I was 11, when raids by the Red Squad of the province of Quebec police on the premises of the organization, and on the school itself, made it impossible for the school to continue. This was in 1952, and the raids were part of the local contribution to the McCarthyite persecution then still proceeding in North America. The Quebecois version of McCarthyism was less insidious than the real article occurring south of the border, but it was also more brutal, and, especially for a child, more immediately frightening. My upbringing induced in me a love of and belief in Marxist ideas, and, by the time I reached McGill University to study for my first degree, I had read, with imperfect understanding, a number of the classics of Marxism. I was certain, at 17, that Frederick Engels's Anti-Düring contained all the important philosophical truth that there was. I came to see its limitations as an undergraduate, and I concluded that its philosophical sections, by contrast with those on society and history, were naive. But my commitment to historical materialism was more durable, and I long intended to expound and defend it as best I could, and eventually, in 1978, I published the first edition of the present book, in fulfillment of that long-standing intention. The book owes its methodological character to the circumstance that I moved in 1961 from McGill to Oxford, where, under the benign guidance of Gilbert Ryle, I learned British analytical philosophy. Almost all politically committed students were, at that time, and throughout the 1960s, hostile to that philosophy. They regarded it as bourgeois or trivial or both. I saw that it was bourgeois, or, anyway, certainly not anti-bourgeois, but I experienced no antipathy to it. If you are young and left-wing, and you come to university with a thirst for relevant ideas, and academic philosophy of the Oxford kind is the first system of thought you encounter, then it will be hard for you not to feel disappointed or even cheated by it, and it will be natural for you to think of Marxism as a powerful alternative and antidote to it. But if, as I did, you start with Marxism, then it is not difficult to take analytical philosophy on board. I came to Oxford already steeped in Marxism, and so, unlike most of my politically congenial contemporaries, I did not look to university philosophy to furnish me with ideas that mattered. I did not expect it to address itself to the questions agitating the real world. So Oxford philosophy did not disappoint me, in the way that it did so many of my contemporaries, and, in due course, I used it with enthusiasm to clarify and defend, as best I could, the central claims of historical materialism. I have to say in due course, because I was not, so early as 1963, when I left Oxford, already a confident practitioner of analytical technique. Further experience was necessary to transform a predilection towards analysis into a full-scale engagement in it. Two things that happened in the later 1960s promoted that transformation. During that period, young academic Marxists in Britain were strongly attracted to the work of Louis Althusser and his school, and I myself studied Pour Marx and Lire Le Capital I in its original 2-volume version, with some care. But, while initially attracted to Althusserianism, I finally resisted its intoxication, because I came to see that its reiterated affirmation of the value of conceptual rigor was not matched by conceptual rigor in its intellectual practice. The ideas the Althusserians generated, for example, of the interpellation of the individual as a subject, or of contradiction and overdetermination, were exciting and suggestive, but it often seemed impossible to determine whether or not the theses in which those ideas figured were true, and, at other times, those theses seemed capable of just two interpretations, on one of which they were all too obviously true, and, on the other, all too obviously false. 1. Something else happened in the later 60s that nudged me in an analytical direction. I was working on a not very analytical paper called Bourgeois and Proletarians too. It was an extended rumination on a passage in the Holy Family in which Marx says that, like the proletariat, the bourgeoisie are alienated, but that, unlike the proletariat, they enjoy their alienation and find their strength in it. At some point in the course of the academic year 1966-7 I read a version of the paper to a University of London philosophy group. In the audience was Isaac Levi, a tough American philosopher. Commenting on something Marx says in his 1844 manuscripts about the power of money, my paper ventured that, in Marx's view, the rich capitalist's mistress does not love him because of his money, instead, she loves that money itself. Levi wanted to know exactly what that meant, or how one was supposed to go about telling whether or not it was true. What, precisely, was the difference between loving someone just because of their money and loving that money itself? I found Levi's interrogation hostile and unhelpful, although I now consider it to have been absolutely apt. But, after the discussion, and as we were leaving the room, he approached me and, having no doubt noticed my discomfort, he said, in a friendly way, "Look, I don't mind a different way of doing things. I just want to know what the ground rules are." That remark hit me hard and sunk in deep. In the aftermath of Levi's admonition, I stopped writing, at least partly, in the fashion of a poet who puts down what sounds good to him and who needn't defend his lines, either they resonate with the reader or they don't. Instead, I tried to ask myself, when writing, precisely what does the sentence contribute to the developing exposition or argument, and is it true? You become analytical when you practice that sort of, frequently painful, self-criticism. 4. What is analytical about analytical Marxism? I said, see section 1 above, that analytical Marxists do not think that Marxism possesses a distinctive and valuable method. Others believe that it has such a method, which they call dialectical. But we believe that, although the word dialectical has not always been used without clear meaning, it has never been used with clear meaning to denote a method rival to the analytical 1:1. There is no such thing as a dialectical form of reasoning that can challenge analytical reasoning. Belief in dialectic as a rival to analysis thrives only in an atmosphere of unclear thought. I described, in section 1, the broad sense in which analytical Marxism is analytical, and I now turn to the narrower sense in which it is analytical. In that narrower sense, the analyticalness of analytical Marxism is its disposition to explain molar phenomena by reference to the micro-constituents and micro-mechanisms that respectively compose the entities and underlie the processes which occur at a grosser level of resolution. Such resolution to a more atomic level is more integral to the techniques of economics and game theory that I have associated with Romer and Elster than to the more purely and more generally philosophical techniques associated with Cohen. Insofar as analytical Marxists are analytical in this narrower sense, they reject the point of view in which social formations and classes are depicted as entities obeying laws of behavior that are not a function of the behaviors of their constituent individuals. When such holism is affirmed as a matter of principle, all analytical Marxists would oppose it. A microanalysis is always desirable and always in principle possible, even if it is not always possible to achieve one in practice at a given stage of the development of a particular discipline. But analytical Marxists can disagree about what stage a particular discipline or subdiscipline has reached, or should be expected to have reached, on pain of condemnation as unscientific, and a major polemic within analytical Marxism has centered on just such a question, with Cohen charging that Elster's rejection of functional explanation in historical materialism reflected a too insistently analytical stance, in the narrow sense of analytical. Point 2. Cohen would nevertheless agree that pre-analytical Marxism was scientifically undeveloped, rather in the way that thermodynamics was before it was supplemented by statistical mechanics, and, in each case, because of failure to represent molar-level entities, such as quantities of gas, or economic structures, as arrangements of their more fundamental constituents. It is one thing to know, as phenomenological thermodynamics did, that the gas laws hold true. It is another to know how and why they do, and that further knowledge requires analysis, in the narrow sense, which statistical mechanics provided by applying Newton's laws to the molecular constituents of gases. Partly similarly, to claim that capitalism must break down and give way to socialism is not yet to show how behaviors of individuals lead to that result. And nothing else leads to that result, since behaviors of individuals are always where the action is, in the final analysis. Now, the commitment of analytical Marxists to the constitutive techniques of analytical Marxism is absolute. Our belief in the power of analysis, both in its broad and in its narrow sense, is unrevisable. And our commitment to Marxist theses, as opposed to our commitment to socialist values, is not absolute in the way that the commitment to analytical technique is. The commitment to the techniques, so we should claim, reflects nothing less than a commitment to reason itself. It is a refusal to relax the demand for clear statement and rigorous argument. We believe that it is irrational obscurantism to resist analytical reasoning, to resist analysis in the broad sense in the name of dialectic, and to resist analysis in the narrow sense in the name of anti-individualist holism. It is not, of course, irrational obscurantism to reject particular conclusions that are presented as results of analytical reasoning, for ordinary error and extraordinary ideological distortion commonly disfigure such, supposed, results. But to argue that there is something hopelessly undialectical or individualist about analytical techniques themselves, represents, we believe, an unwillingness to accept the rule of reason. Thus, in all our work, it is always Marxism, not analysis, that is in question, and analysis is used to question Marxism. The analytical Marxist impetus is, in the first instance, not to revise, but to defend inherited theory. But its defense often requires extensive reconstruction. Inherited theory gets transformed when it is made to measure up to analytical standards of criticism. This has meant that a great many of the theses of Marxism have been dropped. Our movement today, while preserving the foci and preoccupations, and the aspirations and values, of traditional Marxism, has rejected many of its classical theses. But, so we would contend, what survives, both from the original and as a development from the original, is the stronger for its having gone through the corrosive acid of analysis, and what has been dropped could not in all intellectual conscience have been kept, except at the cost of relaxing the rule of reason, which is not an acceptable cost. A recent commentator on analytical Marxism quotes a statement of mine, with which I still agree, and I also endorse his gloss on it. I think that three questions should command the attention of those of us who work within the Marxist tradition today. They are the questions of design, justification, and strategy, in relation to the project of opposing and overcoming capitalism. The first question is, what do we want? What, in general, and even not so general terms, is the form of the socialist society that we seek? The second question is, why do we want it? What exactly is wrong with capitalism, and what is right about socialism? And the third question is, how can we achieve it? What are the implications for practice of the fact that the working class in advanced capitalist society is not now what it was, or what it was once thought to be? Cohen, History, Labor, and Freedom, Oxford 1988, p. 12. According to John Elster, the analytical Marxists have subjected virtually every tenet of classical Marxism to insistent criticism, but the foregoing quotation should clarify why most of these critics still identify themselves as Marxist. Much of the scholarship produced by analytical Marxists addresses one or more of the three questions posed by Cohen and explores the possibilities of transcending capitalism. Perhaps the greatest task of Marxism today, suggests Romer, is to construct a modern theory of socialism. The emphasis on using the full methodological armory of modern social science stems from the desire to give better answers to questions about the longevity of capitalism and the viability of socialism. 1. 5. On bullshit. Before others taught me to call what we were doing analytical Marxism, it was my own practice to call it non-bullshit Marxism. That is a more aggressive phrase, since one might conceivably call what one practices analytical Marxism but also believe in the legitimacy of Marxisms of other kinds, Whereas, when you call what you do non-bullshit Marxism, you seem to imply that all other Marxism is bullshit, and, therefore, that your own Marxism is uniquely legitimate. In fact, there exists Marxism which is neither analytical nor bullshit, but, once such, as we may designate it, pre-analytical Marxism encounters analytical Marxism, then it must either become analytical or become bullshit. You could be a respectable holistic, as it were, chemist before chemistry began to expose the structure of the elements, but, once such an advance has been made, to insist on the holistic approach is obscurantist. In any case, it helps towards explaining what analytical Marxism is to contrast it with the bullshit that it is not. Bullshit is, in one of its forms, a product of an intellectually dishonest posture, one, more particularly, that includes an unwillingness to respond in an honest way to criticism. Bullshitting is not the same thing as dogmatism. To be sure, the dogmatist maintains his belief in the face of all criticism, but an honest dogmatist is possible, who responds to criticism as best he can, and who might even admit that he has no good response to a particular criticism, while nevertheless sticking to his dogmatically held view. The bullshitter, by contrast, may be ready to change his position, and he often does so under critical assault. But he does not take precise measure of the force of that assault in order to alter his position in a controlled and scientifically indicated way. He simply shifts to another unthought-through and/or obscure position, in order to remain undefeated, which is the chief thing, for a bullshitter. The dogmatist stands his ground, while the bullshitter is prepared to shift ground at any time. But the bullshitter who opposes analytical Marxism is consistent in at least one of his stances. He believes that analysis, in both of its senses, must be rejected, or that Marxism must steer clear of it, since it is undialectical in its general form and individualist in its particular form. 3. 6. Is analytical Marxism Marxist? Marx founded what Engels called scientific socialism, which is, at least among other things, the study of the nature of, and the route to, socialism, using the most advanced resources of social science and within the frame of a socialist commitment. I regret that Marxism came to be called Marxism, instead of what Engels wisely called it. If the scientific socialism label had stuck, people would be less disposed to put the unproductive question, is analytical Marxism Marxist? What would a physicist say if she were asked whether she was still a Galilean, supposing, not implausibly, that Galileo founded physics? Once she had recovered from the perplexity induced by the strangeness of that question, she would, if sensible, say something like this: look, Galileo founded physics, and much of what he said remains true. But we physicists don't call ourselves Galileans or Newtonians, because physics is a progressive discipline. No one expects it to preserve the theses of its founders. Physics must contradict much of what Galileo and Newton said, only so can it be loyal to the tradition which they founded. Religions are not supposed to progress, so it's appropriate that they bear names like Buddhism and Zoroastrianism. The great thing about Zoroaster or Buddha or Christ, for those who follow them, is that they revealed the truth, once and for all. It's unfortunate, then, that scientific socialism got called Marxism. Its name misassimilates it to a religious rather than to a scientific paradigm. If it were not just a fact, but also appropriate, today, that Marxism still gets called Marxism, then Marx would have failed. He would have failed to found a science. He would have become, as in certain places he has become, a figure to be worshipped, like Buddha or Zoroaster. There are, of course, big differences between physics and social science. Social science is not, and never will be, as scientifically developed as natural science is. And, while you do not need to read Galileo or Newton to be a good physicist, reading them is the vocation not of physicists but of historians of physics. We have not progressed so far that it is time to stop reading Marx. The study of Marx and Engels remains an indispensable element in a scientific socialist's education. I said above that inherited theory must be refashioned, and I offer at the end of this edition some effort in that direction, across chapters 12-15-1. The concept of fettering, and, more specifically, of the fettering of the productive forces of society by its, therefore obsolete, relations of production, is at the very center of the historical materialist architectonic. Social revolution occurs when and only when, and because, relations of production fetter the productive forces. Chapter 12 distinguishes, more finely than the first edition of this book did, among various interpretations of that explanatory statement, and assesses their comparative plausibility. In Chapter 13 the focus widens away from a specific concept of historical materialism and onto its most general character, as a materialist theory of history. The chapter takes more seriously than the original edition of this book did cultural phenomena of a spiritual kind which appear to reflect a human need for identity to which Marxism has been insensitive. Chapter XTV then offers a reconstruction of historical materialism that might silence the doubts about it that Chapter 13 raises. Finally, Chapter 15 argues that the demise of the socialism that covered a large part of the Earth's surface when this book was first published does not challenge historical materialism, but, if anything, confirms it. It remains for me to thank Dominic Beat of Oxford University Press for his generous belief that a fresh edition of the present book was warranted, and Ian Malcolm of Princeton University Press for agreeing with him. One that is the title of an article that bears the subtitle Reflections on Analytical Marxism, which appeared in imprints for 1997, and from which the greater part of the present introduction is taken to, but see section 6 for some effort in that direction. Each of the three had a political commitment to Marxism, or to something close to Marxism, before his academic induction into the techniques that I have described. Cohen and Romer were raised in North America, in pro-Soviet, pro-People's Republic homes, by politically active parents. Elster's background was not communist, but he participated in a once robust left socialist Norwegian movement which was friendly to Marxism. We met in Paris in 1982, in Chicago in 1991, in New York in 1996, in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in 1998, and in Oxford in 1999. I record the dates on which I finish reading books. I finished Poor Marx on January 2, 1968, and Lire Le Capital, volumes I and II, on January 28 and May 16, respectively, of the same year, a particularly suitable period during which to be exercised by French Marxism. For more on how I settled accounts with my Althusserian flirtation, CPX above. It was published, under that title, in 1968, in the Journal of the History of Ideas. I do not think that the following, to take a recent example, describes such a method. This is precisely the first meaning we can give to the idea of dialectic, a logic or form of explanation specifically adapted to the determinant intervention of class struggle in the very fabric of history. Etienne Balibar, The Philosophy of Marx, p. 97. If you read a sentence like that quickly, it can sound pretty good. The remedy is to read it more slowly. See the Elster-Cohen exchange in Political Studies for 1980. Tom Meyer, Analytical Marxism, p. 16. For a discussion of various forms of bullshit, see my Deeper into Bullshit. Cardinal Newman's dictum, 8,000 difficulties do not add up to a single doubt, marks him as a dogmatist rather than a bullshitter, whether or not he was also a bullshitter. For a brilliant account of bullshit in general, see Harry Frankfurt on bullshit, in his The Importance of What We Care About. Frankfurt proposes, p. 125, that it is of the essence of bullshit that a speaker who engages in it is not concerned to convey truth. Dogmatists are certainly not bullshitters by that criterion, and those who deal with criticism in the manner that I described certainly are. My Deeper into Bullshit CN1 above contains a critique of Frankfurt's account. Marx exploited, as we now try to do, what was best in the bourgeois social science of his day. He drew, for example, on Ricardo, and on the great French historians of class. That is not to say that he never detected, and exposed, ideological infestation in their work. But that doesn't distinguish him from us. 1 Chapters 12-14 first appeared as chapters 6, 8, and 9 of My History, Labor, and Freedom, and chapter 15 first appeared in the Journal of Ethics, Volume 3, 1999. Chapter I. Images of History in Hegel and Marx. Lenin said that the three sources and component parts of historical materialism were German philosophy, British political economy, and French socialism. Point 1. This chapter concerns the first source. We put forth Hegel's conception of history as the life of the world spirit, and we show how Marx took that conception, preserved its structure, and changed its content. Having acquired an altered image of history, he would then transform it into the theory subsequent chapters will expound and defend. The world spirit is a person, but it is not a human being. Yet since human beings are the sort of persons most accessible to us, it will be useful to begin by describing one. The picture which follows is not of an average human being, nor a typical one, and perhaps not even of a possible one. Some important ways in which all men relate to the world are featured in it, and exaggerated. The function of the picture is expository. It is a backdrop assisting the dramatization of a large vision of history. Here, then, is a man, moving about the world. As he acts, observes, and suffers, the world reveals itself to him, and he reveals himself to it, imposing his demands on it and pursuing his purposes through it. He spiritualizes nature and it impresses a nature on his spirit. He discovers what stones and flowers and water are like, and how to look up at the stars and down canyons. He learns to change the shapes of nature, to mix and separate its elements. He learns how to live, how to make live, how to let live, and how to kill. He gains understanding of the world's glories, charms, deformities, and dangers. He intervenes in it to secure survival, power, and pleasure. But he also experiences a substance of a different order. He is in contact and in dialogue with himself. There is a contrast between his confrontation with the world outside and his encounter with the part of the world he is. In the first exercise he is distinct from what he examines, in the second he is not, and his study must be part of what he studies. He may learn about his surroundings without changing them, but his self-exploration is always also a transformation. It leaves him no longer as he was, investing him with a new self, one more self-aware. And if he would keep hold of his nature he must inspect it afresh. A new nature has supervened on the one he penetrated, because that one was penetrated. His project of self-consciousness is a continual effort which yields continual achievement, a race whose tape is advanced when the finish is reached. It is only possessed by being constantly acquired and only acquired by being constantly developed. Point 2. Nor is what a man knows about himself unaffected by what he believes about himself, by the conjectures attending his endeavor to see. If he thinks himself confident he is halfway to being so. If he thinks himself contemptible, he elicits contempt. Supposing himself to be fragile, he is shaken by minor adversity. He makes himself, guided by an image of what he is, and what he believes he is thus contributes to what he is in fact. To come to know oneself has rewards but also pains, both in the process and in the product. For in the change of self, old manners, habits which give comfort, a residue of much living, is worried out of existence and an undefended character is born. Reorganization occurs, and reorganization means partial disorganization. Each partly new structure must in time in turn be superseded, else thought and feeling lose their spiritual status, and the man recedes into the animal kingdom. Self-development is the only alternative to that recession. It is not possible to stand still. Hegel's phrase "the labor of the negative three" covers this rending work of self-interrogation and self-alteration. Labor, because it is hard; negative, because it is destructive. And the model of a human being, moving painfully and in stages to self-knowledge, helps us to understand the larger movement of human history as Hegel conceived it. The story of mankind is unified by the same principle which gathered the exploits of the special individual just described. History is no miscellany of mighty deeds and catastrophes. It is the increase, now gradual, then sudden, in the self-awareness of the world spirit, a term whose employment in Hegel's philosophy of history we must now try to explain. The strictly philosophical derivation of the concept of the world spirit will not be given here. Point 4. Instead, we consider how Hegel might have defended his use of the concept in his doctrine of society and history. We begin by noting that the diversity of national characters, now taken for granted, was something of a novelty when it was emphasized by such writers as Montesquieu in France and Herder in Germany in the later part of the 18th century. We commonly expect a German to resemble in thought, feeling, and behavior another German more than either does an Italian. The expectation is not always fulfilled, but this does not upset the fact that the phrases typical German and typical Italian mean something to us, and not the same thing. It may be hard to formulate the differences. We may disagree about their depth, extent, and permanence. We are very likely to disagree about their explanation, supposing we venture explanations of this difficult phenomenon. But we shall all agree that there are differences in national characters, however daunting the tasks of describing and explaining them may be. Montesquieu and Herder found it necessary to insist on what for us is obvious. Their assertion of the existence of different coherent ways of being human opposed that trend within the Enlightenment which conceived men as fundamentally alike across space and time, and which looked to the construction of a science of man whose generalizations would be as free of reference to particular ages and places as were the laws of the modern science of nature. David Hume. Would you know the sentiments, inclinations, and course of life of the Greeks and Romans? Study well the temper and actions of the French and English. Mankind are so much the same, in all times and places, that history informs us of nothing new or strange in this particular. Its chief use is only to discover the constant and universal principles of human nature. Should a traveler report something new and strange, we would know that he is deceitful or mistaken with the same certainty as if he had stuffed his narrations with stories of centaurs and dragons, miracles, and prodigies. Point 5. Hume's attempt to introduce the experimental method of reasoning into moral subjects 6 envisaged a research program contrary to that pursued by Montesquieu and the Romantics who influenced Hegel. Attention to distinct national cultures, conceived as unities organized around distinct principles, is no doubt compatible in the abstract with the claims of a generalizing sociology, but it makes for an intellectual practice opposed to what Hume sought to institute, and it was that practice, and not Hume's, which flourished in the Germany of Hegel's intellectual formation. Hegel, then, was able to appropriate a conception of national character which he did not invent, but on which he wrought a fateful transformation. For he thought the character of a nation, though it develops only in and through the individuals of the nation and is exhibited only in them and in their works, is nevertheless something in excess of the phenomena manifesting it. The spirit or mind of the nation may not be identified with the set of individual minds nor with some aspect or abstract of them. On the contrary, it is the fact that a given nation at a certain time is animated by a spirit of a certain kind which substantively explains the thought and works we attribute to its national character. How could Hegel have defended the idea that national character somehow transcends its terrestrial embodiment? The relative recency of the rise in appreciation of national differences might lighten his task. It was not easy to explain why nations showed the characters they did. Theory directed to that end was in a pretty raw state. Montesquieu had tried to explain what he called the principle informing a nation by reference to its climate and geography. But Hegel could claim that this account, or any other which similarly relied on grossly observable variables, was inadequate, and his reaction would not be unjust. Empirically minded persons, such as most readers of this book, will believe a priori that any satisfactory explanation must be an empirical one. Hegel was not an a priori empiricist. He would therefore be able to plead that, in the absence of a good empirical explanation of the facts of national character, a suitable non-empirical explanation should command assent. The particular non-empirical explanation Hegel favored came from his general philosophy, but he thought it would be supported by the study of history itself. Point 7 That study would show in the characters of temporally successive dominant nations or civilizations a progress in values, culture, and politics, an empirically visible line of improvement, which required explanation. Yet no empirical explanation of the fact could, in Hegel's view, be forthcoming. It was not as though the civilization which had once been the center of progress bequeathed its achievements by an observable route to the civilization which took that progress further. Often the superior successor civilization would be spatially removed from its immediate significant predecessor, which might have flourished and decayed long before the successor arose, so that the transition which we have to make is only in the sphere of the idea, not in the external historical connection. Point 8. Yet something must explain the progressive sequence, and the features of its constituent nation stages. In the light of these supposed empirical facts which he supposed empirically inexplicable, Hegel could recommend the concept of the world spirit. The spirit of the nation explains its character, and is in turn explained as a stage in the development of the world spirit, which controls history and directs the succession of national spirits. It is because it reflects the activity of the world spirit that the history of humanity is characterized by progress. Coherent national characters exist as phases of realization of the spirit of the world. Someone who shared Hegel's religion, and his views about religion, would have further reason for accepting the concept of the world spirit. Hegel believed that Protestantism spoke the truth about man and the universe. But his religious faith was matched by a faith in reason which said that every truth which Christianity expresses in a wrap of myth or image may be stated without imagery by philosophy. This meant that there was a need for a philosophical formulation of the idea of providence, of God's will manifesting itself in history. This view of the relation between Christianity and philosophic truth, fortified by the observable course of history as described a moment ago, enabled Hegel to present the empirical data as visible traces of God's engagement with the world. Then if Hegel had been called upon to justify reference to a world spirit to someone ignorant of its derivation in his general philosophy, he might have argued as follows: if, as is false, it had been his practice to lay out arguments in this way. 1. There are distinct coherent national characters. Empirical fact. 2. There is cultural progress in history, and nations are its vehicles. Empirical fact. 3. There is no empirical explanation of 1 and 2. 4. For every image in the Christian religion there is a corresponding philosophical truth. Therefore. 5. There is a world spirit, whose activity explains 1 and 2, and which corresponds, c4, to providence. The journey of the world spirit divides into chapters, or historical periods, each of which is focused in a part of the world prominent at the time, a civilization governed by a particular conception of man, of his capacities and limitations, his legitimate hopes and his inescapable fears. The conceptions match the level of self-awareness the world spirit has achieved. Before reviewing some of them, it is advisable to describe some positions in Hegel's general philosophy. The first of these is a doctrine of the mind which Hegel worked into his account of history and society. He thought the mind could not be understood by cataloging its features and powers, but only by exhibiting it in process of development. Thus it would be wrong to characterize the intellect, the will, emotion, sensation, and so on, all in fairly arbitrary order, as in Gilbert Ryle's concept of mind. Instead, each mode of consciousness evolves within an evolution of the whole of consciousness. We illustrate by displaying some lineaments in Hegel's construction of knowledge. Hegel's theory of cognition postulates an epistemological ascent in 3 stages. The point of departure is sensuous consciousness, the summit is reason, and understanding lies along the route between them. These terms name not just forms of cognition but entire modes of relation between mind and the world, covering action and feeling too. The initial position is a primitive encounter which predates any form of reflection. The mind does not experience itself as separate from the world, and is incapable of distinguishing things and aspects in what lies before it. The elements of the object are merged, and the subject merges with them. Understanding is the sphere of analysis. The subject asserts a distinction between itself and the object of an absolute kind, and is able to discriminate parts and features of the object. The disposition is to hold things apart and experience them in firmly separate array. Understanding is a necessary phase in the acquisition of comprehension, but it must be surpassed by reason, which accepts understanding's distinctions, but does not maintain them intact, for reason recognizes deeper unities beyond understanding's competence. It recaptures the integration understanding suspended, without renouncing the achievements premised on that suspension. The thesis that the mental requires evolution to manifest itself fully applies to individual human minds, but also to the mentality or culture of a community, and no less to the mind and being of God. Now for Hegel, the goal of any mind's evolution is complete self-awareness, an accomplishment impossible save in so far as it engages with something other than itself. An individual cannot know what he is till he has made himself real by action. 9 Through prosecuting projects, he is able to perceive the nature and upshot of his involvement in them, and he thereby learns about himself, as he could not if he did nothing. An artist will know what sort of talent he has only after he has painted and reflected on his painting. A general will know what sort of soldier he is only after he has fought and reflected on what he has done. They must manifest themselves in the world, and through understanding their manifestations they will understand themselves. There is no other way. But the same applies to nations. The aspirations and problems of a community are also construed as instances of its self-exploration. Referring to the spirit of a people, Hegel writes that in its work it is employed in rendering itself an object of its own contemplation. 10. Mind's awareness of itself is achieved by its projection of itself into what is not itself, and subsequent recognition of itself in its expressions. That is why God creates the material world. He creates because he can come to know himself only in his creation. In order to know himself, God too must make an act. He makes the world and man, and he acts through men and in and through the communities men compose. The world spirit, then, must give itself an objective existence. 11 Since God is spirit, and full spiritual reality demands self-awareness, which is impossible without self-externalization in what is not self, and since for God what is not self is the material world, it follows that in Hegel's idealism the highest form of mind requires that matter exists in order for it to be what it is. 12. Now this idea of God is not without its blasphemous aspect, but it responds to a good question which Hegel phrased as follows: if God is all-sufficient and lacks nothing, how does he come to release himself into something so clearly unequal to him, i.e. nature? 13 If we take care not to blaspheme, and assign to God the traditional plenitudes of omnipotence, omniscience, etc., what explains his will to create a world? Hegel answers that without the world God is not God. 14 His perfections come to be only in his perfecting of himself, and that is a process demanding external instrumentalities. No mind comes to know itself except through a medium of self-expression, and in God's case that medium is the world, and history is the development of his self-knowledge in the world. The world spirit passes through stages at each of which it possesses a more adequate awareness of what it is. The content of this growing awareness is given by the successive conceptions of themselves progressively higher cultures have. The implicit self-perception of society is revealed in the multiform phenomena of social life. Its religion, its polity, its ethics, its legislation, and even its science, art and mechanical skill all bear its stamp. 15 It erects itself into an objective world, that exists and persists in a particular religious form of worship, customs, constitution, and political laws in the whole complex of its institutions in the events and transactions that make up its history. 16 Thus Hegel unites what may seem disparate expressions of the nation by discerning in each a single idea of what man is. The essential category is that of unity, the interconnection of all these diverse forms. 17 The communal mind comprises and informs the minds of the citizens, and is in turn subordinate to the world mind, which makes one history of the series of communal mentalities. There has to be a history of the world because God cannot know himself immediately, but only in stages, and only in the minds of men. God's self-knowledge is his self-consciousness in man, and man's knowledge of God, which proceed to man's self-knowledge in God. 18. Now Hegel thinks it is his happy fate to be living fairly close to the consummation of spirit's project of coming to know itself. He therefore thinks he has a good idea of what men know when they are fully self-aware. To be specific, he thinks men know themselves when they realize that they are free, and consequently establish a relation to nature and social institutions which embodies their freedom and encourages its expression. But what is freedom, according to Hegel? He answers in a difficult passage we shall look at later, see pages 15 ff, but here we focus on one aspect of the answer. Humanity's realization that it is free entails its recognition that it is separate from and sovereign over nature, where nature denotes both the external environment, and the natural inclinations of man himself which, for Hegel, it is human destiny to form and control. The element external to spirit, which we saw to be indispensable to the work of achieving self-consciousness, loses its brute externality and comes under human dominion when self-consciousness is complete. The central differences between cultures in the ascent to full self-consciousness are given by the conceptions they have of the relation between mind and nature, conceptions which find fruition in the culture's activities. The first step in the process presents an immersion of spirit in nature. 19. Earliest civilization is aware of no essential difference between nature and man, who is perceived as just a part of it. Its position is analogous to the first grade of cognition, sensuous consciousness, above, as the whole of history is analogous to the whole of that progress. Hegel ascribes the primitive consciousness to the Orient, arguing that it explains the unchanging character of its economy and polity, the endless cycle of social processes, experienced as natural, he thought, in common with his European contemporaries, and Marx too, he observed in China and India. The soil is tilled and the produce harvested and the rulers served, without innovation from generation to generation, because it is not understood that these arrangements, unlike the winds and the tides, are subject to human decision and therefore alterable. Of course men know that they are different from birds and beasts, but they also know that birds are different from beasts, and they mark no distinction between these differences. After the unfortunate Orient and before the second great stage, the Greeks, a number of intermediary peoples are reviewed, who are still more or less sunk in nature. Egypt is half aware that men are not just creatures of nature, and therefore presents them as half natural in its cultural works. The Egyptians are said to be laboring on the eve of spirit's full emergence. Whatever assessment Hegel's descriptions deserve from the specialist historian, their deep suggestiveness cannot be denied. Here, for example, is how Egypt's Janus status is supposed to show itself in art and architecture. Of the representations which Egyptian antiquity presents us with, one figure must be especially noticed, viz. The Sphinx, in itself a riddle and ambiguous form, half brute, half human. The Sphinx may be regarded as a symbol of the Egyptian spirit. The human head looking out from the brute body, exhibits spirit as it begins to emerge from the merely natural to tear itself loose therefrom and already to look more freely around it, without, however, entirely freeing itself from the fetters nature had imposed. The innumerable edifices of the Egyptians are half below the ground, and half rise above it into the air. Written language is still a hieroglyphic, and its basis is only the sensuous image, not the letter itself. Thus the memorials of Egypt themselves give us a multitude of forms and images that express its character. We recognize a spirit in them which feels itself compressed, which utters itself, but only in a sensuous mode. 20. The spirit finally makes its exit from nature in classical Greece, as is evident in the sophist contrast between physis and nomos, between what grows naturally and what comes by human contrivance and agreement. The new awareness is reflected in the deliberate design of constitutions for city-states, and in the sublime form assigned to the human figure in Greek sculpture. This is not to say that the Greeks sense an opposition or hostility between spirit and nature. On the contrary, they are at home in the world, and feel it to be invested with spirituality. If the primitive mode of consciousness represented man in merely natural terms, the Greeks were able to represent nature in human terms, hence they're gods who permeate nature and whose characters and deeds are plainly modeled on what is human. This happy unity of spirit and nature, of a spirit not now sunk in nature but in repose beside it, has its limitation and price. It betokens ignorance of the full power of spirit, and the full measure of its transcendence of nature. In the balance between man and nature, mind's sovereignty is not remarked. It is characteristic that in Greek theogones divine power does not create the world out of nothing, but shapes what exists absolutely independently of mind. Christianity accordingly inaugurates a more advanced consciousness, initially in painful recoil from the unity that marked Greek life, in unhappy alienation from the natural world and established society alike. But that is not its final posture. For in Hegel doctrines of God are also doctrines of man, and if the Christian God does indeed create ex nihilo, then the implicit teaching of the religion is that nature is not finally foreign to men, but subject to humanization. Man is nature's master, but this realization takes centuries to mature, and to work itself out in practice. The technological achievements of late Christian Europe inscribe and confirm the awareness man has gained that spirit is superior to nature. Our exposition of Hegel's philosophy of history has proceeded at some distance from the sentences of his text. It is time to connect what has been said to some of his explicit formulations. Hegel says of each of these that it is responsible for historical development, spirit, reason, freedom, and the idea. 21 Many commentators use these imposing terms almost interchangeably, as though it is so difficult to determine what each means that we may as well take them all as meaning the same vague something or other. We shall suppose that each term means something, and something different from what is meant by any of the other three, and we shall try to explain how they function in Hegel's philosophy of history. Spirit, freedom, and idea. The relation between spirit, freedom, and idea may be given in a single sentence, which will subsequently be clarified. The idea of spirit is freedom. When Hegel attributes governance of history to the idea, it is that idea which he has in mind. In this use of idea, there is no idea simpliciter, but only an idea of something or other, just as there is in arithmetic no such thing as a square which is not a square of some or other number. The phrases the square of 4 and 16 designate one and the same thing, that number, only the modes of designating it are different. So similarly the idea of spirit and freedom are two ways of describing one thing. The idea of spirit is freedom. We can say in general what the square of x is. For arbitrary x, it is the product of x multiplied by itself. Let us say in general what the idea of an x is. We discuss the particular idea of spirit, freedom, under our next heading. In Hegelian discourse the idea of x is the essence or nature of x. 22 And the essence of x is that which x is at least potentially, it may not be it actually. The development of x is its actualization of its potential, its becoming in reality what it once was only ideally. Not all changes x undertakes or undergoes contribute to the actualization of its potential, but we may reserve the term development for just such changes. To repeat, then, for x to become what it is potentially is for x to realize its idea, to be no longer only idea ly but actually what it essentially is. When Hegel says that the nature or idea of spirit is not completely real 23 he refers to the phase when spirit has not yet realized its potential, made manifest its essence. The idea of a child is a mature adult, of a seed the flower which develops out of it. In Aristotelian terms, it is the form towards which the thing moves, and which explains its movement. It is moving so as to embody that form. Hegel weirdly claims that the essence of matter is gravity, and holds that any piece of matter strives towards something outside itself, indeed to a point outside itself, presumably the center of gravity of the attracting object. 24 It cannot, of course, fulfill that striving, it cannot exist at or as a point, but that is supposed to show how contradictory a piece of matter is. It cannot become what it is by nature. Spirit fulfills its potential, manifests its deepest nature, when it achieves full freedom. That is why and because freedom is the idea of spirit. We say more about this freedom in a moment. In explaining idea we have used the unself-explanatory concept of potentiality, which deserves some account. What does it mean to say of an x which is not actually y that it is potentially y? It can mean a number of things. Let us distinguish three of them, corresponding to what we can call three grades of potentiality. The third grade entails the second and the second entails the first. The idea of x will be x's potentiality of the third grade. First grade of potentiality. X is potentially y equals under some conditions, however remote, x would become y. Equivalently, the supposition that x will become y is not contradicted by any law of nature. In this sense a boulder is potentially the finest stone sculpture ever produced. This is not to say that it is tending to become that. It is to say no more than that it could become that it is possible for that very boulder to become the finest stone sculpture ever made. This is the lowest grade of potentiality, but it is not nothing. A puddle of water lacks the potentiality attributed to the stone. It might be said that a puddle of water could, if not yet then in a scientifically more advanced future, be turned into stone by operation on its molecular structure, and that the puddle therefore qualifies as potentially a stone sculpture, on our definition. If such physico-chemical manipulation is possible, so be it. It would not be an objection to the definition if it were true that every x is potentially any y. Spirit is potentially free in this first meager sense, but not only in this sense. To say that it is potentially free in this sense is just to say that it is possible for it to become free. Second grade of potentiality. Consider a brilliant adolescent with a grave character defect of whom we feel moved to say that he might well become a fine scholar and he might well become a criminal, and nothing else rates as something he might well become, in the intended sense of the phrase. We mean that his personality is such that it would be quite normal for him to develop in either of those two ways. We mean more than that it is possible for him to become a criminal. It is also possible for him to become a postman, but we would not say, he might well become a postman, not in that tone of voice. We mean that under some normal conditions he would become a criminal. Conditions in which he becomes one need not be unusual, of course they could be unusual. He could become one by a deviant route, e.g. having first become a postman. That is why we say the conditions need not be unusual, they would have to be unusual for him to become a postman. This concept of normality cannot be defined simply in terms of probabilities, though perhaps it can be complexly so defined. We may learn that special conditions are going to obtain, just such conditions as will ensure that he becomes a postman. Yet we would not therefore say that he is potentially a postman in this second sense. His postman potentiality remains of the lowest grade only even if it is certain that he will become one. Third grade of potentiality. Under some conditions x would become y, that is first grade potentiality. Under some normal conditions x would become y, that is second grade potentiality. In third grade potentiality x would become y under all normal conditions. Note that there may be more than one set of normal conditions. Illustration: we say of a sound foetus that it is potentially a child. Under all normal conditions that and no alternative to it is what it will become. It may of course fail to become one, but that would establish that conditions were abnormal. If y is third grade potentiality of x, then x becomes y unless its natural development is impeded. Occurrence of abnormal conditions which impede natural development may frustrate the realization of third grade potential. It may do so, but it is not excluded that x becomes under some abnormal conditions what it becomes under all normal conditions. It would then realize its potential, but not necessarily because that was its potential. It is in this high-grade sense that spirit is potentially free, that freedom is the idea of spirit. But we must add that there can be no question of obstacles blocking the attainment of its potential. No force can prevent God's purposes from being realized. 25. 2. What is freedom? Before undertaking this review of salient Hegelian terms we said that spirit is free when it transcends and subjugates nature. Yet Hegel does not mention nature when he defines freedom in the philosophy of history. He says this: spirit may be defined as that which has its center in itself. It has not a unity outside itself, but has already found it, it exists in and with itself. Matter has its essence out of itself, spirit is self-contained existence. Now this is freedom, exactly. For if I am dependent, my being is referred to something else which I am not, I cannot exist independently of something external. I am free, on the contrary, when my existence depends on myself. This self-contained existence of spirit is none other than self-consciousness, consciousness of one's own being. 26. Our exposition of these difficult remarks is intended to link them with the characterization of freedom given earlier. A spirit or mind is something which is conscious, which enjoys awareness, and which may also be referred to as a consciousness. Now a fundamental premise of the passage, and a plausible one, is that there is no objectless awareness. Awareness or consciousness is always of something or other. Consciousness thus depends for its existence on being related to something. That which consciousness is of, moreover, may be either something other than consciousness, or it may be consciousness itself. Accordingly, consciousness depends for its existence either on something other than itself, or on itself alone. But consciousness is free if and only if the second alternative holds, for then and only then does it depend on itself and itself alone. For it to be free, the relation without which it cannot exist must be to itself. Hence freedom means that the other thing with which you deal is a second self. 27. It cannot, finally, be truly other if you are to be free. That is how the identification of freedom with self-consciousness is achieved. But if freedom is the containment of consciousness by consciousness, unfreedom will be the containment of consciousness by something else. That will be its containment by what is not conscious, and what is not conscious is, precisely, nature. Then engulfment in nature will count as the bondage of spirit, and its freedom will lie, as we originally asserted, in its transcendence of nature. 28. Nor does the foregoing contradict what was said earlier, that nature is an indispensable medium for the achievement of self-consciousness. There is no unmediated self-inspection on the part of spirit. The attainment of freedom requires the manifestation of spirit in nature, as in something external, but in the final consummation of freedom that nature loses its apparent autonomy, it is seen to be essentially dependent on mind. 29. 3. Reason. We have dealt with the connections binding spirit, idea, and freedom. Reason remains to be considered. Hegel states the relation between spirit and reason as follows: spirit is self-conscious reason, reason conscious of itself. 30. What does it mean to say that spirit is self-conscious reason? We do no violence to the content of the thought by expressing it less floridly. The identification is of spirit and conscious rationality. And we do not misjudge Hegel's meaning if we trim the formulation a little further. He meant that spirit is consciously rational. Why does Hegel say that spirit is consciously rational? Let us begin by asking what is rational but not consciously so, or, more floridly, what is reason not conscious of itself? The answer is, nature. Now it is clear that nature is not conscious, but in what sense is it rational? According to Hegel, there is reason in it insofar as it is subject to law. It is easy to agree that the regularity in the movement of the planets makes their behavior intelligible. For Hegel, this also makes it rational, rules are followed, a consistency is displayed. Of course, nothing here is aware of following rules. But that is because nature's rationality is not a conscious one. Nature is unconscious reason. Spirit, by contrast, is consciously rational. When a mind follows a rule, it is aware of doing so. Spirit is thus a rationality which is self-aware, or, to return to the initial formula, it is reason conscious of itself. At a later point, reason figures in a new formula. Now freedom is the self-consciousness of reason. 31. This is substantially the same doctrine. Freedom being the essential or defining property of spirit, to say what freedom is, indirectly, to say what spirit is. The new formula says that that which is by nature free is consciously rational. 4. The agency of history. We may now assign roles to the characters said to be responsible for historical development, to wit, Spirit 32, Reason 33, Freedom 34 and the Idea. 35 This plurality is not evidence of unclarity or vacillation. History is on the one hand the work of spirit and reason, and on the other that of freedom and the idea. We pair them so because it is the work of reason and spirit in one respect, of freedom and the idea in another. And we now know that there are only two characters to consider, not four. For spirit is self-conscious reason, and the idea of spirit is freedom. Spirit is responsible for historical development because historically significant occurrences are its acts, and the latter display an intelligible progress because spirit is rational. History is spirit's biography. But history has not only an agent but also a purpose or goal, namely what the agent potentially is in the highest grade sense and towards the realization of which it consequently moves. Since spirit is the agent of history, and its essence is freedom, the idea of spirit, is the purpose or goal of history. The goal of world history is described in three ways: spirit's self-consciousness, spirit's consciousness of its freedom, and spirit's actualization of its freedom, or, for short, freedom. 36 This is one purpose described from 3 points of view. A proper consciousness of X is a consciousness of the essential nature of X. Since the essential nature of spirit is freedom, its self-consciousness is its consciousness of its freedom, and the first two descriptions coincide. But why should achieving consciousness of freedom suffice for achieving freedom itself? And why is it not only sufficient but, as Hegel also implies, 37 necessary for freedom? Here is the underlying thought: if an agent is in principle free he will act freely, that is, make his freedom actual, if and only if he is aware that he is free. If I suppose myself enslaved to you, then however much I am in truth free I shall not behave freely, I shall obey your instructions. 38 Spirit, and so men, are by nature free but they behave unfreely as long, yet only as long, as they do not know they are free. Thus it is necessary and sufficient for the realization of freedom itself that an awareness of freedom be accomplished. The content of this developing awareness is given by the conceptions of man and nature we examined before turning to the above explication of terms. They organize the enterprises of the age and nation they control. In each epoch political life, the economic system, modes of dress, styles of painting, all social and cultural phenomena reflect the level of self-awareness human beings, by grace of the Spirit, have reached, and constitute the medium of their and its self-understanding. But after serving its time the ruling motif becomes outmoded, its authority is exhausted, the old medium loses its suppleness, hardens, and cracks, and the culture which developed spirit is destroyed by that development, and must leave the historical stage. 39 In response to the decomposition of culture, social conflict erupts, and the crisis of the community is reproduced in the life of the individual. His thought and action are rent apart. He inherits images and norms whose relevance has expired, and he either turns from them to nothingness or tries to live by them and finds that they cannot be realized. Rebirth and renewal are necessary, and they are often associated with the insight and struggle of a great man, a world historical figure, an Alexander, a Caesar, a Luther, or a Napoleon. This person, in a world of roles in disarray, fashions a new role for himself and a new script for others, thereby initiating a new act in the drama. In his being the needs of the time and of the individual once more come together. He is a midwife assisting at the birth of a fresh conception of man. His insight tells him of the pregnancy of the time, but he never learns the full significance of what he delivers. Return to the self-examining individual with whom we began. Before he undertakes his search into himself he is undivided. But once he puts himself in question he slides into shifting aspects, becomes a critic and an object of criticism. Self-interrogation rends him. He is jolted each time an image of himself on which he has lived is seen to be bounded in significance, not a final truth. In the conclusion of fruitful investigation wholeness returns. He is again a united individual, but the integration he enjoys is at a higher level, because of the self-division he has endured. The career of mankind is in broadest overview similar. Primitive men are unthinking. They know no dualism of subject and object, and they hang on to one another. History begins when men stand beside one another, when man stands beside himself and outside himself. The emergence of culture from nature brings disposition to collision in every precinct of life. History must be filled with violence and strain because spirit, like our heroic individual, is at war with itself. It has to overcome itself as its most formidable obstacle. That development which in the sphere of nature is a peaceful growth, is in that of spirit, a severe, a mighty conflict with itself. 40 In order to develop, spirit invests itself in forms of life it values, and it cannot subsequently break with them, except by wrenching itself away. In history's consummation, mankind will know what there is to know about itself. It will have tested itself in many dimensions and arrived at its goal. Men will recover their original unity, but it will not be mindless and brute, as it was in the beginning. Rather, they will be like mutually sustaining parts in a properly functioning organism, each occupying the place to which he is suited in the structure of roles articulated in the philosophy of right. The coexistence of primitive men rested on lack of differentiation between them. Divisive needs and contrary aims disrupted the primeval peace and supplied the impulse in history. The arrival of profound but profoundly compatible needs signifies history's end. The epistemological dialectic given on page 7 above, from sensuous consciousness through understanding to reason, began with a phase of undifferentiated unity, followed with one in which differentiation was achieved at the cost of disunity, and ended with the restoration of unity which did not cancel difference, a differentiated unity. The same contour is discernible in the historical dialectic just described, and the modern world bears within itself each of the three forms of relation: undifferentiated unity, differentiated disunity, differentiated unity. For the grades which spirit seems to have left behind it, it still possesses in the depths of its present. 41 The replication of the stages in the emerging world appears in the main subdivisions of the last part of Hegel's philosophy of right ethical life, his essay in Philosophical Sociology. Ethical life begins with the family, a sphere of merger, the members being immediately concerned in one another's welfare, not externally bound by calculated ties of advantage. The will and woe of any member of the family is experienced as such by each. Counterposed to the family is civil society, a collection of autonomous individuals released from the family cocoon, which has prepared them to engage in economic competition and cooperation. Independence and separation predominate, and partnerships depend on unfeeling contract. But civil society is subordinate to the state, that is, not the political institutions merely, but the entire national community, which sustains the independence at work in economic life but complements it by providing collective identity and culture, without which an economy is impossible, for at the very least a common language is required in which contractual agreements are expressed. The family shows undifferentiated unity, civil society differentiation and disunion, and the state differentiated unity. This rhythm of primitive whole, fragmentation, and reunification asserts itself widely in Western thought. It beats not only in Hegel and, as we shall see, in Marx, but in much religious doctrine, in the Christian triad of innocence, fall, and redemption, in Aristophanes' account of love in Plato's Symposium, in some psychoanalytic narrations of the genesis of the person, and seminally for German philosophy of history throughout Schiller's letters on the aesthetic education of mankind. 42. Karl Marx was one of a generation of young German intellectuals who were captured by Hegel's philosophical and historical vision. He outgrew it in the course of the 1840s, in the middle 20s of his life. His passage into Hegelianism and from it to Marxism will not be described here, where we shall be content to put the gross outline of his view of history alongside that of Hegel. But it bears mention that his own involvement with social and political affairs, as the crusading editor of a bourgeois radical journal, helped him to conclude that the emphasis on thought and culture as the principal basis of social phenomena was misguided, and served reactionary purpose. 43 Hegelian philosophy of history transfigured exploitative class structures into realizations of concepts of human nature, and thereby attached undeserved dignity to the images men, and especially privileged men, had fashioned for themselves. But just as our opinion of an individual is not based on what he thinks of himself, so can we not judge of an historical period by its own consciousness 44, nor even by the consciousness of philosophers who decorate its demise by reading to it the meaning of its achievements. 45. Marx reached the conclusion that it was not spiritual attitudes, but external conditions, the wealth men enjoyed or lacked, the ways they had to labor, which shaped society. Epochs were controlled not by conceptions of man but by material ends and means. The ruling interest and difficulty of men was relating to the world, not to the self. The progress of history is not primarily in self-consciousness, this increases, but only as a function of man's increasing control over his environment. The attempt to gain that control stimulates and obscures his insight into himself. His self-image depends on it, not it on his self-image. The battle in the soul is replaced by a battle between man and the elements, a war of labor reproducing itself in antagonism between and inside men. The biological and geographical conditions which for Hegel were but the instruments of and opportunities for spirit's self-assertion have their autonomy restored to them. The character of man and society now depends on the character of the nature of which society lives, both as that nature is in the beginning, and as it becomes under the transformations wrought by the process of production. Both Hegel and Marx faced and commented upon humanity's most serious and persistent afflictions: war, oppression, exploitation, and indignity. Hegel explained the evils by urging that humanity had not yet come to know itself fully, and justified them by maintaining that only through strife could men be introduced to themselves. For Marx the answers lay elsewhere, in the domination over human beings of the world around them, in their as yet unfulfilled attempt to prevail over what surrounded them. Men would relate in connections of mastery and servitude until they were masters of the physical world. Unformed, unregulated, unshaped by human hand and brain, man's environment is generally hostile to him. Naked, he shivers. In most climes the uncooked fruits of uncultivated soil do not offer him adequate sustenance. He does not fit comfortably into the world. But, unlike other similarly unfortunate creatures, he is equipped to change his situation. He can remake the world, and in doing so he remakes himself, for he develops the powers he uses to change the world, and with those new powers come new needs. Needs are originally confined and only develop along with the productive forces. 46. The growth of human power is the central process of history. The need for that growth explains why there is history. Men have history because they must produce their life. 47. For Hegel, men have history because consciousness needs time and action to come to know itself, for Marx because men need time and action to prevail against nature. It will follow that there is no history when nature is unusually generous. When the earth supplies the requisites of survival with little human help, nature is too lavish, for she keeps man in hand, like a child in leading strings. She does not impose on him any necessity to develop himself. It is the necessity of bringing a natural force under the control of society, of economizing, of appropriating it or subduing it by the work of man's hand, that first plays the decisive part in the history of industry. 48. And hence, we may add by way of interpretation, in history sans phrase. In Arcadia the fruit falls from the tree into man's lap, and men make no history because they do not have to. History is a substitute for nature. Initially men live as equals in a classless society, in a primitive accommodation with nature, which their labor does not permanently transform. Each works, not for another, but all for the community at large, to which he is and feels united. All share depressed physical and cultural conditions. This accommodation is upset by population growth. 49. Which enjoins an expansion in production and a more aggressive technology. The original conjunction of man and nature is broken by tools which attack and alter the earth's crust. Now animals are not only hunted but raised. Vegetables are planted, not just gathered. The superior posture towards nature generates a surplus above what is required to sustain those who produce, and this enables the formation of a class which does not work on nature, which carries out society's intellectual and organizational tasks, if it does any work at all, and which exacts from the producers the maximum it can. 50. This class dominates the community as a whole, thus destroying the community as a whole. Unity among men is replaced by class antagonism. Men break with one another in consequence of a process which begins when they break with nature. Capitalism brings the strife between man and nature, and man, to an end. It completes the conquest of nature, which is now so reshaped by industrial history that men can claim it as their own. Nature had once pressed man down to a natural level, but he has now raised it to a human level. So much technique and inanimate power are now available that arduous labor, and the resulting control by some men over the lives of others lose their function, and a new integration of man and nature in a new communism becomes possible, and will be actualized by the class oppressed under capitalism, the industrial proletariat. This consummation is preceded by a stage of history than which, in some respects, no other age is more hostile to human fulfillment. The oppression of the proletariat will not be traced in detail here. One summary description. More than any other mode of production, capitalism squanders human lives, or living labor, and not only blood and flesh, but also nerve and brain. Indeed, it is only through the most enormous waste of the individual development that the development of mankind is at all preserved in the epoch of history immediately preceding the conscious organization of society. 51. It is through this very confinement of the powers of the individual that the power of the race is brought to an unprecedented height. But communism will provide for men the creative existence achieved under capitalism by man. 52. Despite its consequences for the producers, capitalism was needed for progress, since it extended man's dominion over nature and so brought forward the day when the struggle with nature could be ended, and so, too, the derivative battle of class against class. Only in capitalist organization could the enormous accumulation of productive power required for liberation be conceived and achieved. This antagonistic stage cannot be avoided, any more than it is possible for man to avoid the stage in which his spiritual energies are given a religious definition as powers independent of himself. 53. Capitalism would not last. It would, increasingly, create obstacles to its own effective functioning. Being unable to regulate the distribution and consumption of its prolific output, it would cease to be a feasible social order. The capitalist form of association would lose its pliancy as an economic medium. 54. And the class it had spawned, the propertyless proletariat, would bury its progenitor and install a classless society. In no other way would capitalism, however irrational it became, be superseded. For the class it empowers, the owners of the means of production, would resist its demolition, and would control means of destruction and oppression on a scale making determined class struggle, and not peaceful negotiation, the necessary way forward. In primitive communism there is community but also poverty and ignorance. History creates knowledge and a materialization of knowledge in means of production creative of wealth, but it splits the community into classes and fragments the being of the individual. Modern communism restores the original unities on the high material plane. Class society has provided. 55. Class struggle, and the antagonism between man and nature, come to an end. We said that Marx's conception of history preserves the structure of Hegel's but endows it with fresh content. For Hegel, as we have seen, history shows an expansion of consciousness giving itself form in cultures, which subvert themselves through their success in advancing consciousness. The structure of his conception of history is given by the italicized words in the following summary statement of it. History is the history of the world spirit, and, derivatively, human consciousness, which undergoes growth in self-knowledge, the stimulus and vehicle of which is a culture, which perishes when it has stimulated more growth than it can contain. For Marx, as we shall see in the rest of this book, the important forms are not cultures but economic structures, and the role of consciousness is assumed by expanding productive power. The following sentence, when read together with the one above, exhibits the identity of structure across diversity of content in the two doctrines. History is the history of human industry, which undergoes growth in productive power, the stimulus and vehicle of which is an economic structure, which perishes when it has stimulated more growth than it can contain. Central formulations in Hegel's philosophy of history reappear transmuted in Marx. For example, the world spirit has had the patience to pass through these cultural forms in the long expanse of time, taking upon itself the tremendous labor of world history in which it imparted as much of its content to every form as that form was capable of holding. 56. The above belongs to the provenance of. No social order ever perishes before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed. 57. Social orders, which are built around economic structures, replace cultural forms, and the development of productive power supplants that of consciousness, but the relation between the first and second members of each pair is the same. Yet it is also not the same. For we may attribute to Marx, as we cannot to Hegel, not only a philosophy of history, but also what deserves to be called a theory of history, which is not a reflective construal, from a distance, of what happens, but a contribution to understanding its inner dynamic. Hegel's reading of history as a whole and of particular societies is just that, a reading, an interpretation which we may find more or less attractive. But Marx offers not only a reading but also the beginnings of something more rigorous. The concepts of productive power and economic structure, unlike those of consciousness and culture, do not serve only to express a vision. They also assert their candidacy as the leading concepts in a theory of history, a theory to the extent that history admits of theoretical treatment, which is neither entirely nor not at all. The ensuing chapters attempt a reconstruction of parts of historical materialism as a theory or infant science. It will not hurt to bear in mind the vision that helps to make the theory important. Chapter 2. The constitution of the productive forces. 1. Economic structure and productive forces. It is convenient to introduce the definition of productive forces in the context of a preliminary characterization of the economic structure, which will be deepened in the next chapter. We take the 1859 preface as our guide. In the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure, the real basis, on which rises a legal and political superstructure. Point 1. The economic structure, or real basis, is here said to be composed of production relations. Nothing else is said to participate in its composition. We conclude ex silentio that production relations alone serve to constitute the economic structure. This means that the productive forces are not part of the economic structure. Given Marx's statement, they could be part of it only if they were a subset of production relations. Against this suggestion there are three considerations. First, a force or power for productive forces may also be called productive powers too is not a relation. It is not something which holds between objects, but rather a property of an object, or, in an extended use in which Marx indulges an object bearing that property, an object having productive power, and such an object is also not a relation. Second, production relations are said to correspond to productive forces at a certain stage of development of the latter. Controversy rages around this word. Commentators disagree on whether its use implies that the productive forces enjoy explanatory primacy over the production relations. We hold that is precisely what it implies. We shall propound what is called a technological interpretation of historical materialism. Point 4. But whatever correspond means here, it is difficult to reconcile correspondence of production relations to productive forces with inclusion of productive forces in the set of production relations. Third, Marx says elsewhere, in texts which will occupy us in Chapter 4, that production relations are economic in character, while productive forces are not. It follows that productive forces are no sort of production relations. We take pains to insist that production relations alone, and not productive forces, constitute the economic structure, because this obvious reading of the sentences on exhibit is at variance with what other writers have found in them. It is common procedure to locate the productive forces in the economic structure, from which, we see, Marx unambiguously excludes them. Point 5. Why is so manifest an error so widespread? We suggest that it reflects acceptance of a plausible but false proposition, namely, 1. If productive forces are explanatorily fundamental, they are part of the economic basis, or foundation. We have already asserted the antecedent of 1, but we denied its consequent, and therefore reject 1 itself. Writers who commit the error mentioned do so because they recognize that the forces are fundamental and, accepting 1, infer that they are part of the economic foundation. Others 6 who wrongly deny the fundamental explanatory status of the forces, wrongly suppose their denial supported by the exclusion of the forces from the economic foundation, which they correctly assert. This reflects acceptance of the same false proposition, 1. In order to expose the falsehood of 1, we must note an ambiguity in the use of the term basis or foundation. If X is the basis of Y, then Y rests on X. Now what Y rests on may or may not be part of Y. The foundation upon which a house rests is arguably anyway a part of the house, but the plinth upon which a statue stands is not part of the statue. As commonly used, the term basis does not select between the stated alternatives. Let us adopt two terms, basis 1 and basis 2, defined as follows. X is the basis 1 of Y equals X is that part of Y on which the rest of Y rests. X is the basis 2 of Y equals X is external to Y and is that on which the whole of Y rests. We may now say that the economic structure is the basis of the social formation, since it is itself a social phenomenon, whereas it is the basis 2 of the superstructure, since it is not a superstructural phenomenon. Now the error in 1 is to pass from the truth that the productive forces are the basis 2 of society a vivid way of assigning to them primary explanatory significance to the falsehood that they are the basis 1 of society. They are indeed the foundation of the economy, but they do not belong to the economic foundation. The distinction between basis and basis reconciles the truth of the antecedent of 1 with the falsehood of its consequent, and shows that 1 itself is fake. Marx does say, outside the preface, that the productive forces are the material basis of all social organization. Point 7. But this is basis 2, as is confirmed by Marx's systematic opposition, to be demonstrated later. 8. Between the material and the social. To put the point with free use of the spatial metaphor, the productive forces occur below the economic foundation. Point 9. That the economic structure is the basis of society and the basis 2 of the superstructure does not disqualify the question why a specific economic structure obtains. And the answer, on the technological reading to be favored in this work, is that the productive forces strongly determine the character of the economic structure, while forming no part of it. Another misreading of the sentences quoted on page 29, less popular than the one we have just discussed, is illustrated by Acton's remark 10 that the preface divides social processes into those which are basic and those which are superstructural. Yet the base/superstructure distinction does not, in the first instance, divide processes. Basic is not a set of processes but a set of relations. This is appropriate, since the base is a structure, and it is easier to construe relations as composing a structure than it is so to construe processes. The point has some importance, since the fact that certain relations obtain explains phenomena in a different fashion from the fact that certain processes occur, and the difference vitiates criticisms of Marxian explanatory theses which are insensitive to their structural cast. Point 11. Also misleading in Acton's remark is its familiar suggestion that for Marx everything social is either basic or superstructural, that the distinction is exhaustive. Nothing Marx said warrants this imputation, which leads to unproductive puzzles. Not everything social has to be tagged either basic or superstructural. Having made a number of rather formal points about productive forces and production relations, we now proceed to say what they are. We say what production relations are by indicating what terms stand in production relations and, on pages 34 ff, how they are related by them. Let us consider dyadic relations only, for convenience. The account is easily generalized. First, then, the terms. Persons and productive forces are the only terms bound by production relations. All production relations are either between a person, or group of persons, and another person, or group of persons, or between a person, or group of persons, and a productive force, or group of productive forces. In other words, a production relation binds at least one person, S, term, and at most one productive force, S, term, and no other type of term. We need not state what a person is. But productive forces are less familiar. We must say what they are. The catalogue below clarifies the idea of a productive force, by listing some traditionally recognized kinds of productive forces. The list will be expanded in section 5. The catalogued items are unified by the fact that each is, in a wide sense, used by producing agents to make products. A denotes what they work with, B what they work on, and C what enables them to work with A on B. To qualify as a productive force, a facility must be capable of use by a producing agent in such a way that production occurs, partly, as a result of its use, and it is someone's purpose that the facility so contribute to production. But that someone need not be the immediate producer himself. He could be a non-producer in charge of the process. Thus, if a person powers a machine by running on a treadmill, the treadmill is an instrument of production even if the treader is unaware of its effect. Our restriction of productive forces to what are used to produce things excludes from the category items other writers have placed inside it. Acton is right when he says that appropriate laws, morals, and government can promote production, but he is wrong to infer that they can therefore be treated as means of production. Point 12. A means of ing is something used in order to. Laws, morals, and government are not used by men to produce products. When they are used, as they may be, to get men to produce, they are means not of production but of motivating producers. A similar position is espoused by Vernon Venable, who holds that X is a productive force if and only if X facilitates or stimulates the process of production. Point 13. Venable validly infers that when production relations facilitate advances in production, they qualify as productive forces. Point 14. Now production relations may be congenial or adverse to production, but they are not used in production to produce products. That they stand in certain production relations may induce the capitalist to invest and the proletarian to labor hard, but nothing is materially produced out of or with such relations. If Venable were right, a slave's religion would be a productive force if it so compensated for his misery that it made him willing to work. This result plainly contradicts the intent of Marx's theory. Our concern to distinguish between productive forces and other requisites of and stimuli to production parallels Marx's interest in sealing off the idea of productive activity from activity which enables or assists production but which is not itself productive. He criticized Nassau Sr., who considered soldiers productive when they supplied security essential to uninterrupted agrarian labor. For Sr., the soldier participates in producing corn by protecting the farmer. But though it is true, in the case envisaged, that without the soldier no corn would be produced, the soldier can drop out although the material conditions of production, the conditions of agriculture as such, remain unchanged. Point 15. It is the social conditions which make the soldier's presence necessary to agriculture. His indispensability does not make him productive, because his service is not materially necessary. It is not imposed by the nature of the soil and the technology available for working it. That an activity is necessary to production makes it a productive activity only if its necessity is grounded in the physical facts of the situation. This is not to say that an activity is productive only if it is essential to production. There is often more than one way of producing something. The point is that if an activity is essential, then its essentiality makes it a productive activity only if it is materially grounded. The soldier's activity enables production but he is not productive. Nor is activity which stimulates production by that token productive. If it were, the criminal would be a producer, since he breaks the monotony and everyday security of bourgeois life. In this way he keeps it from stagnation, and gives rise to that uneasy tension and agility without which even the spur of competition would get blunted. Thus he gives a stimulus to the productive forces. The effects of the criminal on the development of productive power can be shown in detail. Would locks ever have reached their present degree of excellence had there been no thieves? Would the making of banknotes have reached its present perfection had there been no forgers? 16. Only what contributes materially within and to productive activity as Marx demarcates it counts as a productive force. Hence, turning from the matter of who produces to the topic of the productive forces themselves, he disparages the policy of treating as indirect means of production. Everything that furthers production, everything which tends to remove an obstacle, to make production more active, speedier, easier. 17. There is more to be said about productive forces, but first we must complete our preliminary delineation of the economic structure, sum total of production relations. Persons and productive forces are the terms of production relations. But not all relations with the right terms are production relations. Battersea Power Station is a productive force. It is larger than you are, and probably older too, but those relations between it and you are not production relations. Production relations are either relations of ownership by persons of productive forces or persons or relations presupposing such relations of ownership. 18 By ownership is here meant not a legal relationship but one of effective control. We shall use legal language in our exposition, but it is to be understood as just stated. In Chapter 8 effective control will be explained at some length, the legal terms will be eliminated, and the reason for our provisional use of legal language will be given. Representative production relations. 1. Is the slave of. 2. Is the master of. 3. Is the serf of. 4. Is the lord of. 5. Is hired by. 6. Hires. 7. Owns. 8. Does not own. 9. Leases his labor power to. 10. Is obliged to work for. 1 to 10 can all relate persons and persons, 7 relates persons in slave societies. 1 to 4 and 9 to 10 can relate persons only. 5 to 8 can also relate persons and things, men can hire and own both persons and productive forces. Further characterization of production relations is deferred to the next chapter. Since relations of production constitute the economic structure of a society, that structure is determined by the distribution in it of effective ownership rights over persons and productive forces. It will be recalled that we excluded productive forces from the economic structure, and we would exclude persons too. Yet production relations form the economic structure, and forces and persons are their terms. Is this consistent doctrine? It is consistent if and only if the terms bound by relations do not belong to the structure those relations constitute, and this is at the very least a permissible way of speaking. Consider some other cases, the structure of an argument and the structure of a bridge. The structure of an argument is given by the relations between its constituent statements, of a bridge by the relations between its constituent girders, spans, etc. For short, parts. The statements and parts belong to the argument and bridge, but not to their respective structures. One may know what the structure of an argument is without knowing what its statements are, and one may know what the structure of a bridge is while being ignorant of the character of its parts. One may, moreover, remove the original statements and replace them with others without changing the argument's structure, and the same applies to the parts and the structure of the bridge, though the second operation requires great caution. What one changes thereby is the argument or bridge, not its structure. Hence statements and parts do not belong to the respective structures. It is true that if the bridge changes, then there is a structure which changes, for the bridge is a structure. But the structure the bridge is not the structure the bridge has. Of course the bridge, argument, cannot have a structure unless it has parts, statements, but we should now be satisfied that this is compatible with their exclusion from the structure. There is no difficulty in extending these remarks to the case of the economic structure and its constituent relations. The economic structure is the structure of the economy. Suppose A owns a factory in which B works for him. Then the economy might be said to change slightly if A and B switched roles, or if B died and was replaced by C who previously lacked an economic role, perhaps he was underage. But these changes, even if changes in the economy, entail no change in its structure. Again, there cannot be an economy without persons and productive forces, and so there cannot be an economic structure in their absence, but this has been shown to be compatible with their exclusion from it. Point 19. The structure may be seen not only as a set of relations but also as a set of roles. Point 20. The point to make in the context of that alternative presentation is that the role occupants do not belong to the structure. These conceptual rulings conform to Marx's way of thinking. He went so far as to say that society does not consist of individuals, it expresses the sum of connections and relationships in which these individuals stand. 21. It would be better to put social structure where Marx wrote society, but if society does not include individuals, then a fortiori its structure lacks them. It follows from our account that it is abstractly possible, though outside the bounds of likelihood, that one and the same economic structure be present in distinct societies, just as distinct arguments and bridges may have identical structures. Identity of economic structure across societies is extremely unlikely, too, since all production relations would have to be the same. But the abstract possibility is worth noting, it helps us to see that an economic structure is a form. 2. Some terminological points. The Marxian phrase normally translated productive forces is productive craft. This English translation is so entrenched that we shall usually employ it, but it is well to note that it is not a literal one. Productive powers would be more exact. Point 22. But Marx himself used forces productives when writing in French, so the non-literal translation has an authoritative origin. Point 23. Though productive forces translates less literally than does productive powers, the latter does not apply literally to all of what Marx designated as productive craft, since the German itself does not apply literally to all the items he applied it to. Neither an instrument of production nor a quantity of raw material in strict speech is a productive power. Rather, each has productive power, the power to make or to be made into products. Labor power is literally a productive power, but the other two are not. This is not the only case in which Marx used power denoting terms both for powers proper and for particulars possessing them. Point 24. We translate Produktionsmittel as means of production, a literal translation applying literally to what we, and Marx at least usually, designate thereby, instruments of production and raw materials. But whereas we draw a definite distinction between productive forces and means of production, Marx's usage is not similarly stable. There are passages in which he uses the terms in apposition to one another, perhaps intending them as interchangeable. Point 25. And if that is the intention, then there could be debate, with different outcomes for different texts, whether he thereby extends means of production to include labor power, or contracts productive forces to exclude it. But whatever the textual vagaries may be, there is a strong theoretical case, to be given in section 3, for regarding labor power as a productive force. Marx noted the absence in some industries of raw material, and he used the phrase object of labor to designate that which plays a role similar to raw material in them. He gives iron ore in mining, fish in fishing, and timber of virgin forest in lumberjacking as examples. Point 26. He is right that these are not raw materials in these processes. To be sure, iron ore is a raw material in the sense that there is some labor process in which it functions as such, but it is not a raw material in mining, and Marx is concerned to apply raw material relative to a labor process in virtue of the function of the item in that process. Point 27. Marx does not use object of labor exclusively for non-raw materials. He uses it as a general term, to cover both raw materials and the non-raw materials just illustrated. Every raw material is an object of labor, but not every object of labor is a raw material. Point 28. Marx has no separate term for objects of labor which are not raw materials, and so just calls them objects of labor. While Marx is right to assert that in the industries mentioned there is no raw material, his criterion for distinguishing true raw materials from other objects of labor is incorrect. The condition he states is neither necessary nor sufficient to make object of labor raw material. He says, all raw material is the object of labor, but not every object of labor is raw material. It can only become so after it has undergone some alteration by means of labor. Point 29. That work has been devoted to it is, according to Marx, not only necessary for it to be raw material, but also sufficient. If the object of labor has been filtered through previous labor, we call it raw material. Point 30. Alteration and filtration are synonyms in these extracts, and they should not be taken strictly. What is meant is the expenditure of previous labor. Expense of previous labor does not suffice to make application of raw material natural. If iron ore is not raw material in mining, it is also not raw material for the labor of the truck driver who takes it to the mill, even though it is filtered by the miner before it is transported. Nor is timber raw material for the lumberjack when the forest is not virgin but the product of planting. Marx's condition is not necessary either. There are things to which nothing need be done before they function as raw materials. A tree trunk is raw material in the making of a totem pole even when it is an unfelled tree which is carved. 31. In fact, something is raw material in a labor process if and only if it is the purpose of the process to transform it. For elaboration, see pages 48 ff below. Its previous history, and in particular whether labor has already been spent on it, are irrelevant. Upshot, raw material does not apply to something in every labor process, but Marx's attempt to distinguish when it applies is flawed. Marx means to use raw material as a functional term, but his criterion for it is inappropriate, because non-functional in character. We shall use raw material liberally, covering extracted and transported as well as transformed stuff, hence not in its ordinary meaning, but as Marx used object of labor, a phrase we shall drop. And, like Marx 32, we shall take all raw materials, his objects of labor, to be means of production, even though it is unnatural to describe transported or extracted stuff as means of production in transport, mining, etc. Marx wrongly argued that such description was natural. It appears paradoxical to assert that uncaught fish are a means of production in the fishing industry. But hitherto no one has discovered the art of catching fish in waters that contain none. 33. Marx's quip is misjudged. Not every necessary condition of a productive activity qualifies as a means of producing what that activity produces. One does not use fish to catch fish, or iron ore to extract iron ore. Designating them as means of production in these processes is unnatural. The problem arises whenever the aim of production is, as in extraction and transport, to change the place of something. 34 Let us rule that the thing whose place is changed is raw material and so, too, means of production. We may think of the product of extraction and transport as X in place P. The producers transform X in place O into X in place P, using X in place O to produce X in place P. These locutions stretch their constituent terms a little, but that is harmless. What can do harm is to pretend that no stretching has occurred. 3. Labor power. In section 5, we shall consider the qualifications of various items to be accounted productive forces. We have already so classified labor power, and this section defends that decision. In determining whether or not an item is a productive force, it is of course in order to cite the definition of productive forces elaborated on pages 32 ff above, that they are what is used in production. But that definition is neither so precise nor so authoritative as to leave no role for other considerations in assessing an item's claims to productive forcehood. On the contrary, when asking whether X is a productive force, we must have regard to the place of the concept in historical materialist theory. These theses of the theory are especially germane. First, that X is a productive force only if ownership, or non-ownership, of X contributes to defining the position in the economic structure of society occupied by X's owner. See above, pages 34 to 5, and chapter 3. This does not entail that X is a productive force only if it is owned. Second, that the productive forces develop in history. See section 6, below. Third, that the character of the economic structure of a society is explained by the nature of the productive forces available to it. See chapter 6. Fourth, that the production relations are capable of fettering, that is, restricting the use and development of the productive forces. See chapter 6. Now consider labor power. As just noted, the productive forces develop over time and condition the character of the production relations. But the development of the productive forces is very largely the growth in knowledge of how to control and transform nature, and that is a development of labor power. Marx writes that the hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill society with the industrial capitalist. 35 But those economic structures may be inferred from the presence of those means of production only because the latter give evidence of particular and different levels of technical knowledge. Destroy all steam engines but preserve knowledge of how to make and use them, and, with a bit of luck in the matter of raw materials, you can soon return to the status quo ante. Destroy the knowledge and preserve the engine and you have a useless ensemble of metal, a material surd, a relic of the future, unless the producers have enough skill left to rediscover the engine's modus operandi, but that they could, with sufficient general knowledge, do so is a way of making our point. The productive forces must include labor power because the center of their development is a development of labor power. The accumulation of the skill and knowledge, scientific power, of the workers themselves is the chief form of accumulation, and infinitely more important than the accumulation, which goes hand in hand with it and merely represents it, of the existing objective conditions of this accumulated activity. These objective conditions are only nominally accumulated and must be constantly produced anew and consumed anew. 36. The objective conditions are instruments of production, and also raw materials insofar as their productive versatility increases with advancing knowledge. One may say that the source of the development of the productive forces is subjective, but that it needs an objective medium, which the stated conditions supply. 37. We must now comment on two items related to labor power which are sometimes considered productive forces, laboring activity, and human beings. Marx never provides a list of productive forces, and our discussion of them is based partly on scattered remarks and partly on general theoretical considerations. He does list what he calls the elementary moments of the labor process. 1. Purposeful activity or the work itself, 2. The object of labor, 3. The instruments of labor. 38. 2 and 3 are said to be means of production. 39 So here we have added to means of production not, as on p. 32 above, labor power, but laboring activity. Elementary moment is a vague enough phrase for it to be true, in some sense, that 1, 2, and 3 are the elementary moments of the labor process. Be that as it may, here are 3 reasons for putting labor power and not laboring the activity itself within the productive forces. 1. Laboring activity is not used in production, it is production. 2. Either laboring activity is to be added to labor power, or it supplants labor power. Inclusion of both would be very strange. Why not then include not only machines but also their action? So only the second alternative needs attention. But a productive force is a productive Kraft, and labor power is Arbeitskraft. This is a strong reason for taking the latter, and not laboring activity, as a species of the former. 3. Marx attaches high importance to the distinction between laboring and labor power, regarding it, indeed, as his crucial conceptual innovation within political economy, the basis on which he was able to surpass the theories of Smith and Ricardo. For as long as the distinction remains unmade it is, in Marx's view, impossible to explain, consistently with the laws of the market, where only commodities equal in value exchange against one another, how it is that the worker receives less than the value of what he produces. How does production on the basis of exchange value solely determined by labor time lead to the result that the exchange value of labor is less than the exchange value of its product? 40 Marx answers that, contrary to the terms of the question, labor, equals laboring activity, though indeed what creates value, itself has no value. Exchange value of labor is a meaningless expression. Point 41 What has value is not laboring but labor power, that which is exercised in laboring. This, and not labor, is what the proletarian sells to the capitalist, who pays less for it than the value of what he is able to make it produce. But if labor power is what the proletarian sells, it follows that labor power is what he owns. Neither he nor anyone else owns laboring, activities are not ownable. But then laboring cannot be a productive force, by the first thesis on page 41. It is his ownership of his labor power which fits the proletarian into the economic structure of society. A human being is not a productive force except when his intentionality is suppressed and he is used as a physical object. The Nazis used human beings as raw material for lampshades, and if their ovens had fueled production, they should have been using them as instrumental materials, cp 48 below. 2. In ungrisly cases, it is a man's labor power, not he, which is a productive force. Production is an intentional activity in which men use productive forces, and they do not use themselves, but their strengths and skills. Point 42, the treader of P32 treads intentionally, despite his unawareness of the purpose of his doing so. The above remarks ought to be uncontroversial, but there is a much quoted text which is widely thought to show that, according to Marx, human beings are productive forces. For the oppressed class to be able to emancipate itself, it is necessary that the productive powers already acquired and the existing social relations should no longer be capable of existing side by side. Of all the instruments of production, the greatest productive power is the revolutionary class itself. The organization of revolutionary elements as a class presupposes the existence of all the productive forces which could be engendered in the bosom of the old society. Point 43. We would claim that productive power in the fifth line of the above excerpt is used in a special, rhetorical, way. For the class cannot itself be among the productive powers whose maturity is presupposed by its attainment of a revolutionary posture. The reference is to the power of the class to change society, rather than to turn raw material into a product. We cannot, on the basis of this text, commit the Marxian account of the material labor process to the proposition that men are productive forces in it. For by the same token they would also have to be treated as instruments of production, and no one would claim Marx thought they were that in the labor process. The above text, then, mingles a relatively technical use of productive power or force with the rhetorical one noted. Less misleading as an expression of a similar thought is a slightly earlier reference to the preconditions of revolution as being on the one hand the existing productive forces, on the other the formation of a revolutionary mass. Point 44 Here the distinction between people and their productive powers is properly respected. Finally, we must comment on Marx's assertion that man himself is the chief productive force. Point 45 Examination of the context shows that this is but a way of making the point, on which we have insisted, that his labor power is. Recall see pages 37-8 Marx's practice of using power denoting terms to refer not only to the power but to what has it. It is inadmissible to treat both labor power and its possessor as productive forces, and since the first is a productive force, the second is not one. 4. Science. Labor power is a productive force, and one dimension of labor power is productively applicable knowledge. It follows that scientific knowledge which is open to productive use is a productive force. The immediate producer employing scientific knowledge need not understand what he is applying. What is more, the development of knowledge is, as we saw, the center of the development of the productive forces. In its higher stages the development of the productive forces therefore merges with the development of productively useful science. Some Marxists would reject inclusion of science within the productive forces, and some critics of Marxism would find its location there suspect. We are not, of course, arguing that all of science belongs to the productive forces, but only the productively relevant parts. Nevertheless, two fairly common objections to the classification need to be considered. I. Science is superstructural or ideological, and therefore lacks the fundamental status assigned to productive forces. 2. Science is mental, whereas productive forces are material. 46 Marx often speaks of material productive forces, and productive forces is just his abbreviation of that expression. The premise of objection, I, is false. Science is neither superstructural nor ideological. The superstructure consists of legal, political, religious, and other non-economic institutions. It probably includes universities, but it does not include knowledge, for knowledge is not an institution. Ideology, on the other hand, is also not an institution but, like science, a set of ideas. Yet science is not ideology, since it is a defining property of ideology that it is unscientific. Science may contain unscientific ideological elements, but it is despite them that it is science, and despite them that it is productively useful and so a productive force. It is not in its ideological aspect that science has productive power. 3 comments on the refutation of objection, I. 1. The refutation employs a contrast between superstructure and ideology which not all will accept. But it is capable of reformulation to suit other views of their relationship. 2. The refutation depends on what some will think is a rather simple, and Precunian, account of science. We would defend such an account, but cannot be obliged to do so here. Here it will suffice to point out that the view accords with 19th-century conceptions of science, from which Marx did not deviate. The fashionable effort to enlist him in the ranks of recent anti-positivist, Kuhn, Feyerabend, etc., philosophy of science is entirely misguided. For more on Marx on science, see Appendix I. 3. Superstructural and ideological phenomena influence scientific development, and therefore influence the development of the productive forces. Hence to treat science as a productive force is to admit that secondary phenomena may affect fundamental ones. But this is a pervasive problem for historical materialism. There is no way of insulating what the theory deems fundamental against all influence of what it deems derivative. A religious proscription on the use of certain means of production, say of cattle for meat production among the Hindu, presents the same problem, but one may not therefore deny that cattle are productive forces. Science, then, is not superstructural, since it is mental, and although ideology is mental, science is not ideology, because ideological mentation is unscientific. But this brings us to objection, 2. How can something mental be a material productive force? At one point Marx refers to a certain degree of development of the material, and therefore also of the mental, productive forces. 47. This fragment will assist our reflections. It is unclear whether Marx means that, a. mental productive forces are a subset of material ones, or, b. mental and material productive forces form distinct sets. Take alternative, a. Then the question is, how can something mental be a species of something material? It cannot be if the antonym of material is mental, but it can be if the antonym of material is, in this context, something else. We submit that, if reading, a, is right, then the antonym of material as used here is social. This sense of material, which is explained in Chapter 4, makes possible the presence of mental elements in the material productive forces. Recall the soldier, p. 33, who did not count as a producer, since his service was not materially, but socially, required. Compare a stone wall penning in plantation slaves who might otherwise escape, though material as can be, and necessary for production, it does not qualify as a productive force, since, by contrast with a wall which maintains the course of a stream of water harnessed to a productive purpose, its contribution is to social order. Whether an item is a productive force depends not on its ontology, how physical it is, but on whether it contributes to production in virtue of the material character of production. Productively relevant scientific knowledge does pertain to the material task to be performed, and therefore is a productive force. If, on the other hand, reading, b, of the fragment is correct, so that there are mental productive forces in addition to material ones, then objection, 2, collapses, for its premise was that all productive forces are material. In short, and whatever Marx meant in the passage, when we oppose the material to the social, as Marx systematically did, we may classify mental productive forces as material, though they are of course not material in a more familiar sense of that term. 5. More candidates for the catalogue. Is the list of productive forces on page 32 complete? 4 items deserving of a place on it will now be considered: instrumental materials, premises, spaces, and means of subsistence. Instrumental materials. By way of prologue to discussion of this item, a word about the difference between raw materials and instruments of production. The distinction is clear enough, but its correct statement is elusive. Point 48. We said on page 32 that the first is what the producer works on, the second what he works with, but these prepositions will not finally bear the weight we put on them. The potter certainly works with clay, and the maker of lampstands works on a lathe. In these last occurrences the prepositions are not used in the way the reader realized they were being used on page 32. But that shows that the prepositions do not themselves give the desired differentiation. Raw material and instrument of production may be satisfactorily distinguished only by reference to the intentional structure of the labor process. Raw material differs from instrument in that the purpose of production is to change the first and not the second. For raw material in extraction and transport, the change is one of place. In the course of any productive process both change, partly independently of the process, and partly because of it, but it is not the purpose of the process to change the instrument of production. Point 49. The producer may of course intend a change in the instrument of production, as when he adjusts the width of the opening of a variable spanner, but such a change will be in the service of the stated purpose. Intended changes in instruments of production occur in order to effect changes in raw material. The instrument may even, in the course of the process, be deliberately reshaped in a fashion which excludes return to its previous shape, but again this change will be dictated by what is to be done to the raw material. The act of reshaping may well be considered a separate process of production, with what is instrument in the main process being raw material and then product in this subsidiary one. It is, once again, the intentional structure which warrants the judgment that there is a separate production process here. A given object or quantity of stuff may function as raw material in one process and instrument in another 50, and there can be cases in which some or all of the means of production are both instrument and material, since it is intended both to change each and to use each to change the other, as when two smooth stones are made out of two rough ones by rubbing them against one another. Such a case does not subvert the intentionality criterion, which is responsive to the reciprocity it displays. We now turn to instrumental materials, of which fuel is a paradigm case. A fuel is by nature stuff or material, but this does not make it raw material in the relevant functional sense of the term. It is not used as raw material when it is used as fuel. Since the product is not made out of fuel but is a result, inter alia, of the action of fuel, fuel is an instrument of production. The same goes for grease which lubricates the machinery. It is not the purpose of production to transform fuel into ash and gas. The slower the fuel changes, the better from the productive point of view. Contrast true raw material, the faster it changes, the better. Efficient production maximizes this ratio. Marx expresses himself optimally when he accepts Cherbuliez's description of coal, wood, oil, tallow, etc. as instrumental materials. Point 51. But in his most official account of the labor process his usage is less satisfactory. He speaks of accessory raw materials and lists items perhaps meriting that description, such as dyestuffs, which do enter the product, along with items which do not, such as lubricating oil. Point 52. But despite Marx's vacillation, instrumental materials belong emphatically with instruments of production, not raw materials, in the functional description of the labor process he himself desired. Fuel is not only used to heat raw material, as in a blast furnace or kiln. It is also used to keep the producers warm, and to protect means of production sensitive to cold or damp. Fuel in this last use may be likened to premises, to which we now turn. Premises. By premises we understand the buildings and other containers in which production proceeds. Buildings have different utility for different productive purposes. This favors a ruling that they are used in production. We count them as productive forces, noting that ownership of a building entails occupancy of an economic structural position, and that the productive value of buildings develops in industrial history. In their usual role, buildings are instruments of production. They are not normally raw material, though a building could be so designed that it served as both. Perhaps cavemen chipped implements out of the walls of the caves they sat in to stay dry while chipping. Marx did classify buildings as instruments of production. Writing in English, he speaks of instruments of production properly so called, such as tools, machinery, buildings 53, and there is a similar list in capital under the rubric Arbeitsmittel, his German, as the similarity of the lists attests. For instruments of production 54 he also describes machinery, buildings, instruments of labor, containers of all kinds as elements of fixed capital, and Marxian fixed capital is instruments of production in capitalist ownership. 55. Spaces. By a space we mean a particular volume of space, considered in abstraction from whatever it contains. The owner of a plot of land owns a quantity of earth, but he also and distinctly owns the space the earth fills. This is shown by the fact that he may lose either while keeping the other. His earth may be removed, to any depth, while his rights over the space it filled are unimpaired. Or those rights may be cancelled and the material content of the space delivered to him in another place. He can sell the space with the matter missing, or sell the matter while retaining the space. The term land covers both earth and space, the two things a landowner owns. Space deserves membership in the set of productive forces. Ownership of space certainly confers a position in the economic structure. Even when a piece of space is contentless, its control may generate economic power, because it can be filled with something productive, or because it may need to be traversed by producers. He who owns a whole, even exclusive of its material envelope, is a man to reckon with if you must reach the far side of the whole, and cannot feasibly tunnel beneath it, fly above it, or make your way around it. Thus on our account of the economic structure, space looks like being a productive force. But is it used in production? And does it develop in productivity over time, as productive forces are supposed to? Is it used? It is certainly indispensable to putting in hand any productive process. 56, but that is perhaps not enough. 57 More pertinent is the fact that a portion of space may be more or less productively useful, because of its shape, or its location. Rectangles and circles recommend themselves to different productive uses, and the productive capacity of a space adjoining a source of energy is affected thereby, whatever, if any, its contents may be. Since space can be more or less useful, it counts as used. To be sure, unlike material facilities and labor power, it is not used up, and need not be reproduced and serviced. But its absolute reliability seems a poor reason for denying that it is used. Does space develop? The thesis that the productive forces develop may be taken globally, so that it does not entail that every type of productive force develops. Yet something like a development of space does occur. There is, to begin with, the conquest of new spaces, which certainly expands the ability to produce, and not only because of the material content seized. There is also improved use of existing spaces, which will count, as does improved use of existing means of production in general, as development of productive power, see section 6. Illustrations: yield increasing repartitioning of fields, and efficiency increasing repositioning of machines. Field repartitioning here does not mean reallocation of ownership rights, but reorganization of agriculture's material profile, which may of course be associated with the former. For an example, see Chapter 6, p. 167. Spaces thus earn entry into the catalogue. But they are not raw materials, and we shall not pretend that they are instruments of production. So they will receive separate mention. Means of subsistence. Premises were classified as means of production, insofar as they shelter the process of production, or are otherwise materially required for its smooth operation. But the producer's clothing, in certain processes at least, serves similar functions. The steelworker's facial shield must be accounted an instrument of production, and so too must specially designed overalls. Any labor process which, for material reasons, as opposed to reasons of social custom and convention, cannot be comfortably pursued in the nude is one in which raiment must be considered means of production, whatever else it also is. Clothes are not the only articles serving man as producer as well as man as consumer. Other means of consumption, notably food, demand consideration. The quality of food, which influences how productive its consumers can be, has certainly improved at certain points in history. One historian opines that changes in food intake in the late medieval world were responsible for great advances in production. The Middle Ages, he writes, were full of beans 58, and the so-called adverse food productivity cycle in many parts of the contemporary world attests to the productive relevance of nutrition. Marx frequently denies that food belongs to the means of production. We shall argue that it does, and then we shall explain his denial. We shall discuss food status as means of production, first within production processes conventionally identified as such, and then in the production of that special product, labor power itself. Oil and grease used to maintain a machine in working order are means of production, and coffee or lunch consumed at work or in a brief respite from it fulfill a similar function, they keep the laborer in working order. Coffee is not means of production when it is laid on merely to please the workers, it is then like an appealing mural on the factory wall, or pleasant music, means of maintaining their willingness, as opposed to their ability to work. But it also contributes to ability, by helping to ensure alertness, and in that capacity it may be bracketed with materials assisting the operation of machines. 59. We thus include food taken to sustain the action of labor power as means of production of the product that action produces. But now consider food typically consumed away from work and which creates, or reproduces, labor power itself. In nourishment, which is a form of consumption, man produces his own body, and, therefore, his labor power. 60. We need to ask whether the purpose of the consumption of food is to produce labor power. Consider the following case. A man repeatedly strikes a log with an axe, and as a result chips of wood are produced. If he is doing so idly, just to pass the time of day, then although chips are produced, it is not his purpose to produce them, and his axe is not functioning as means of production, as it would be if the chips were supposed to be a product. Now labor power does get produced when food is consumed, but it need not be the purpose of the eater to produce labor power. To the extent that it is not, eating is not a production process with food as means of production. But insofar as men do not only work in order to eat, but also eat in order to be able to work, then, to that extent, food, wherever taken, may be classified as means of production of labor power. Matters become more complicated when we recall, CP 32, that the purposes of persons other than the eater need to be considered. Food is surely means of production when ingested by a slave who would rather die and is more or less forced to eat so that he can continue working. And insofar as the capitalist intends that the worker reproduce himself by means of the goods he obtains in exchange for the wages the capitalist gives him, it becomes difficult to render judgment on the status of the worker's means of consumption. Marx counts hay supplied to the draft horse as means of production. 61, and there is no pertinent material difference between it and the ploughman's lunch, which might be consumed at the same time. Yet we find him saying that means of subsistence form no part of the labor process. 62. The inconsistency is only apparent. Marx's remark occurs in the course of a presentation of the specifically capitalist anatomy of the labor process. He is not discussing, as we are here, the material character of production, independent of its social form. 63 Under capitalism, means of production of the uncontroversial kind are purchased by capital, whereas means of subsistence exchange against wages, and it is this social difference which governs the quoted remark. Thus, digressing from his main subject, And speaking in material vein, Marx allows, on the same page, that sometimes the consumption of the means of subsistence is actually no more than an incident in the labor process, like the consumption of coal by the steam engine, of oil by the wheel, of hay by the horse, and like the entire private consumption of the laboring slave. 64. A statement in full accord with the account given above. Food taken to sustain labor power in action may be likened to fuel, and may therefore be considered a special sort of instrumental material. But food is not only fuel, since, in the creation of labor power itself, it enters into and helps to compose the product, and therefore functions as true raw material. If anything, apart from kitchen utensils, serves as instrument in the production of labor power, it is the hands, the teeth, etc. But not the organs of digestion, since, if we ignore feats of yoga, intentionality lapses once the food passes beyond the eater's mouth. Accordingly, we suggest, in the light of the discussion of this section, the following revised catalogue of productive forces. 65. It being understood that certain means of subsistence figure among instruments of production and raw materials. 6. The development of the productive forces. The productive power of a society is the power of its productive forces, working in optimal combination. The development of the productive forces is growth of that power. Hence the standard of the level of development of the productive forces is their degree of productivity. In other words, the growth of the productive forces of labor means merely that less direct labor is required in order to make a larger product. 66. Two ways of improving the productivity of means of production may be distinguished. First, there is the replacement of given means of production by superior ones. Next, and distinctly, there is the improved use of means of production already to hand. 67. The latter counts as a development of the productive forces only if the principle to which the improved use answers is novel. If it has long been known, then the improved use is an application of existing productive power, to wit, that knowledge, not an extension of productive power. What counts is not the amount of labor actually spent on what is actually made, but how much needs or would need to be spent, is required, to make specified products. The fact that something is not produced, or that what is produced inefficiently relative to available techniques and resources, these do not tell against the level of development of the productive forces. When relations of production fetter productive forces, they inhibit not only their development but also their optimal use. But suboptimal use does not entail a drop in the level of development of the productive forces, as it would if the power of the productive forces were measured with reference to actual rather than possible output. Hence our concept of productivity differs from the one the economist uses when he compares the physical productivity of labor in different societies. Productivity in our sense is the maximum to which productivity in that sense could be raised, with existing means and knowledge, and in abstraction from social constraints. 68. Now an increase in productivity was defined as a rise in the value of this quotient. Direct labor is the number of person-hours spent on the product, including the time spent producing the means of making it. It is a relatively unproblematic notion. 69. But the numerator of the fraction is less easy to handle. What can size mean here? There is no difficulty when the identity of the product is constant, for in that case larger product is a simple idea. If more of product P can be produced in the same time, or as much of it in less time, then productivity with respect to P has clearly risen. But historical materialism asserts that the productive forces as a totality develop in history, and therefore obliges us to compare the productive power of societies not with respect to single products separately, but globally. And this can raise problems. Of course, if everything producible at stage S1 is producible at stage S2, and each thing at S2 in less time than at S1, then we need no common measure of the magnitude of products to claim that productivity is higher at S2.70. But suppose forces at S2 outclass those at S1 with respect to some products, and are less powerful with respect to others. How can we then make a global productivity comparison between S1 and S2? In certain instances of the type just identified, comparison will still be possible without a common measure of product size. Thus suppose that at both S1 and S2 12 hours per day is the length of time each producer is able to labor productively. Marginal product is negative beyond that point. Imagine that there are just 3 products, P, Q, and R. At S1 it takes 3 hours to produce a unit of P, 4 hours to produce a unit of Q, and 5 hours to produce a unit of R. At S2 it takes 2 hours to produce a unit of P, 3 hours to produce a unit of Q, and 6 hours to produce a unit of R. Then S2 is more productive with respect to P and Q, and less productive with respect to R. Note, however, that only 11 of the 12 hours available at S2 are used up when it produces 1 unit of each of P, Q, and R. Suppose the remaining hour were allocated to producing R, then as long as some R were produced in that hour, we should be able to say that S2 is globally more productive than S1, even though we have stated no ratios between units of one product and units of any other. In the example above we assume that S1 is productively superior to S2 with respect to at least one product only if its labor hours are allocated as was stated. But the general point is the following: for all that S1 can produce some things, or even most things, more productively than S2, S2 remains unambiguously more productive in a global sense if, for any package of goods per capita producible at S1, there is a package producible at S2 in which each product is at least as large as the corresponding product in the S1 package, and at least one product is larger. But procedures like the one just illustrated will not yield unambiguous results in all conceivable cases, and they will be inapplicable when a product produced at S1 is absolutely unproducible at S2. Situations may be imagined in which, in order to settle which stage is more productive, we would appear to need a method of determining comparative sizes of quantities of distinct kinds of product. But Marx himself implies that no such method is available. If the productivity of two different spheres of production is compared, this can only be done relatively. In other words, one starts at any arbitrary point, for instance when the values of hemp and linen, i.e. the correlative quantities of labor time embodied in them, are as 1, 3. If this ratio alters, then it is correct to say that the productivity of these different types of labor has altered. 71. This view allows us to say, inter alia, that productivity in sphere S has risen or dropped X% as much as it has in sphere T, but it forbids direct comparison of productivity across spheres. In the above text Marx is concerned to deny the feasibility of precise comparisons, and they are probably unnecessary to the assessment of the relative productive strengths of societies. Here rough comparisons will do. But how can even they be made? Two collections of different kinds of products are not in and of themselves relevantly comparable in size. We can of course state their volumes and weights, but ratios between those magnitudes are beside the point. If we are to find our rough comparative assessments, we must look to something causally connected with quantities of product. A natural suggestion is that we consider their capacities to satisfy human needs, to contribute to human welfare. If the forces of society S could be used to produce more satisfaction of need per capita than those of society T, then we may adjudge S more productively powerful. The reader need not be told that this gives only a rough standard. Many complications threaten its viability. Here are 3. First, what people need or want is not constant in history. If it were, we could, neglecting the other complications, hazard a judgment of the comparative measures of frustration in two societies, and deem the happier one more productively powerful. But it is a Marxian insistence, and a sound one, that needs expand in history, and undergo changes of character. This does not disqualify capacity to satisfy needs as a pertinent criterion, but it makes it hard to apply in practice. Second, recall that what counts is not actual production but what could be produced. A society's resources may be misallocated with respect to the welfare of its people. It is not easy to say, for example, how much need would be satisfied were the resources devoted to arms production diverted to other purposes, but that is something we should have to know. Third, Not all satisfaction and frustration in a society can be attributed to what it does and does not produce. Sadness due to an epidemic of disease 72 or bad weather 73 or marital instability cannot readily be blamed on insufficient productive power. It is, moreover, not always easy to say what is and what is not due to the character of the productive forces. If their efficient use requires shift work with unhappy effects on family life, does this relevantly detract from their capacity to contribute to welfare? So reference to need makes us look in the right direction, but sometimes what we see there will not be in sharp focus. The dimensions of the problem must not be exaggerated. Our aim is to construct a theory which may be applied to history. The course of history realizes many possibilities, but not all possibilities, so some difficult comparisons will not have to be made in practice. In addition, the claims of the theory, though large, are not unlimited. This further reduces the practical significance of the conceptual problem. We now elaborate these 2 points. It should be possible to say with certainty that the productive forces of the contemporary United States are more advanced than were those of medieval England. Yet needs and tastes and opportunities have so changed that many things which were produced then are not produced now. This is not as it stands a difficulty, since what matters is not how much time it does take to produce a product, but how much time it would take. Unproduced products can thus enter the reckoning. But problems arise where the skills required to make unproduced products, or the necessary raw materials, no longer exist. Lack of requisite instruments of production is not an independent problem. If they are inaccessible, it is because there is not the skill or the raw material or both to make them. If it is known how to recover a lost skill, the problem is reduced, since we may reckon in the total time it would take to produce the thing the time required to learn the skill. But suppose the pertinent knowledge is lost, and there is no idea how to rediscover it. Then the problem remains, but it is not acute in relation to actual history. The development of knowledge is in fact so largely cumulative that difficulties presented by lost knowledge do not assume great importance. As far as constraints relating to knowledge are concerned, the United States can produce, much more abundantly per head, everything the medievals could produce, and more besides, with the exception of certain products perhaps wholly beyond its reach, such as, say, stained glass of the kind found on Notre Dame Cathedral. This being so, we may adjudge the United States as on balance possessed of more productive power than the medievals had. The concept of need is not easy to handle, but it would be hard to maintain that the unavailability of just that kind of stained glass generates an overwhelming frustration. The supply of raw material improves when exploration, both horizontal and vertical, brings new resources within reach, and when newly created materials are introduced which are easier to work with, so that less time is needed to transform them into products. 74 But unlike knowledge, raw material does not, alas, accumulate, and we are faced with real cases in which the material for given products is sparse or no longer exists. To avoid the problem, we might rule that productivity should be a matter of knowledge alone, so that the relevant question always is, given what is known, how much time would it take to produce P, if the requisite raw material were to hand? But this will not do. For the level of development of the productive forces is said to determine the shape of the economic structure, and the economic structure will not be responsive to anything so counterfactual. It will be determined by what it is possible to produce, not what it would be possible to produce if something false were true. If the crisis of resources is as serious as some say 75, it is a genuine threat to the realization of forms of communism which depend upon a radically reduced working day, for those forms require astronomically high levels of productive power. It follows that the latter cannot be identified with knowledge alone. Let us now recall the claims of the theory, for we need criteria of assessment of productive power only in relation to those claims. We have just mentioned the thesis that the level of development of the productive forces explains the nature of the economic structure co-present with them. Such explanations rely both on the quality and on the quantity of the available productive power. They depend, that is, not only on what kinds of productive forces are to hand, but also on the sheer magnitude of productive power the latter confer, the magnitude for which we seek a standard of measurement. But insofar as the character of the economic structure is explained in the second fashion, with reference to the power of the productive forces taken in abstraction from the kinds of facilities embodying that power, what chiefly matters for the explanation, it will emerge, in Chapter 7, is the amount of surplus production the forces enable. Surplus production in this context is production beyond what is necessary to satisfy the indispensable physical needs of the immediate producers, to reproduce the laboring class. 76 Given the explanatory role of the concept of a level of development, the development of the productive forces may be identified with the growth in the surplus they make possible, and this in turn may be identified with the amount of the day which remains after the laboring time required to maintain the producers has been subtracted. It does not matter here how much of the available surplus time is in fact devoted to production. These identifications lack justification in the analysis of productivity in the abstract, but they serve the needs of the theory. It then turns out that many of the problems afflicting the concept of comparative productivity are theoretically nugatory. Thus consider two stages of development, S1 and S2. Suppose that at S1 it takes 3 man-hours per consumer per day to produce indispensable means of subsistence, and in remaining time a certain package of luxury goods can be produced. By S2 necessary labor has dropped to 2 hours, but in remaining time, which is 1 hour longer than before, only 3/4 of the amount of each luxury good in the S1 package can now be produced, and no other kinds of luxury good are producible. Has there been growth or decline in productive power between S1 and S2? Abstractly, the question might be unanswerable, and certainly we have evolved no sure means of answering it. But in a theoretically central sense there has indeed been growth. Chapter 3. The Economic Structure. 1. Ownership rights in productive forces. The economic structure of a society is the whole set of its production relations. Production relations are relations of effective power over persons and productive forces, not relations of legal ownership. But it is convenient to represent production relations as relations of ownership. 1. And we now deepen our understanding of the economic structure by noting some features of the concept of ownership. To own an object is to enjoy a range of rights with respect to the use and situation of that object. We use rights widely, to cover any form of legal advantage, such as Hofeld's claims, privileges, powers, and immunities. 2. The rights are limited by the character of the object and the nature of the prevailing legal system. Typical ownership rights are, the right to use an object 0, the right to income generated by the use of 0, the right to prevent others from using 0, the right to destroy 0, the right to transfer 0, etc. Sometimes a person has some of these rights but lacks others, and lawyers may need to determine what sets of rights suffice to constitute ownership. The answer to this question, important as it may be for legal theory, is immaterial to our purposes. The law may declare that the owner of a house is the retainer of the freehold, not the long-term leaseholder who enjoys current use of it, but we need not choose between them. What matters here are the elements of ownership, not ownership itself. These elements are the rights already mentioned, and we shall designate X as some form of owner of 0 as long as he has some of the rights over 0, possession of all of which marks paradigmatic cases of ownership. A diminution in the number of rights X has over 0 will count as a reduction in his ownership of 0. Today individual capitalists have less legal discretion over their holdings than they once did. They have fewer rights over what they own, and may be said, in our usage, to own what they do to a lesser extent. 3. Rights over an object 0 may be distributed across a number of persons. X may have right R over 0, while Y has right S. The freeholder has the right to transfer the freehold of an 0 on the income from which the leaseholder may have sole claim. Or each of X and Y may have right R over 0, with the content of R reduced accordingly, as when persons jointly own a house. In such cases we may say of each person that he partly owns the object 0. In addition, the object 0 may be so divisible that x enjoys rights over one part of 0 while y enjoys rights over another part, as when persons share ownership of a house but do not jointly own all of it, if, for example, one person owns the top floor and another the bottom floor. Here we may say that each owns a part of 0. We thus distinguish partly owning something from owning a part of it. This generates four possibilities. 1.x wholly owns all of 0. 2.x partly owns all of 0. 3.x wholly owns part of 0. 4.x partly owns part of 0. The last three conditions are often difficult to discriminate in practice. If I have rights over the house during the day and you do at night, do we each to that extent own a temporal part of it, or do we each partly own it? If I have authority over the use of your labor power under certain conditions, do I partly own your labor power, or own, wholly or partly, a distinguishable part of it, that part capable of action in those conditions? It will often matter that ownership is partial in one of the ways 2 to 4, yet it will not matter in which one. We shall then say that x owns some of 0, meaning this to be ambiguous across the three alternatives. We shall, moreover, use x owns all of 0 as an abbreviation for 1, and we shall say of an x of whom, with respect to a given 0, none of 1 to 4 are true, that he owns none of 0. Unlike the slave holder, the lord of the manor has only some ownership of the labor power of the producer subordinate to him. He is entitled to tell the serf what to do with his labor power only some of the time. Unlike the proletarian, the serf has only some rights over his labor power, not all, but whereas the proletarian has no rights over the means of production he uses, the serf does have some. The lord may not expropriate his plot of land, while the proletarian has no means of production to lose, belonging as he does and in this sense to the expropriated class. We may tabulate the ownership positions of immediate producers as follows for Table 1. The table gives 3 subordinate producers 5 and 1 independent. Since one may own none, some, or all, of each of one's labor power and means of production, there is a total of 9 cases to consider. We turn to the remaining 5. 2. Possible and impossible ownership positions of producers. Here are the 5 combinations unnoticed in Table 1. Table 2. Which of these positions are tenable? Case 5 depicts an incoherent set of rights. For if X is the sole owner of all the means of production he uses, as 5 states, he is entitled to use them without the direction or interference of another person. Yet, 5 also states that X has no authority whatsoever over the disposition of his own labor power. Therefore what is said regarding his labor power is incompatible with what is said regarding his means of production. As will be seen when we consider case 7, a producer's not owning his own labor power is compatible with his retention of some ownership of his means of production. The impossibility of 5 may appear curious, since 5 is the mirror image of the proletarian, who owns all his labor power and no means of production, and the proletarian is not impossible but actual. But there is a genuine disparity between the roles of labor power and means of production in these schemata. The proletarian may do anything he wishes with his labor power, short of violating the general laws of society, and nothing may be done with it without his contractual consent. He may not, of course, work with whatever means of production he chooses, but this follows from the exclusion of illegal behavior in general. For parity, the person described in 5 should, in virtue of his supposed ownership of means of production, be able to do whatever he wishes with them within the law, yet this is excluded by his being forbidden to work with them as he wills, which is not a general law, but a legal feature of his particular situation. Given that he owns no labor power, he cannot wholly own all of his means of production. Case 6 is impossible for the same reason as 5 is. A man cannot have unrestricted enjoyment of means of production if his labor power is even partly owned by another. 6. Case 7, on the other hand, is not incoherent. That a man's labor power is entirely at another's disposal is compatible with his retaining some rights in the means of production he uses. He may, for example, be entitled to sell or lease them. This, then, is a possible case, but it is of limited interest. It will not effectively distinguish, 7, from a slave that he partly owns, some of, the means of production he uses. For consider, full ownership of another's labor power entails the right to direct its use without compensating the laborer for his exercise of it. Standardly, the alien owner will want the laborer to survive able to continue working, so he will indeed ensure that he receives indispensable means of subsistence. Now suppose the laborer is entitled to some compensation because the means of production he uses belong to him. Then the master can reduce his subsistence ration, which he gives him gratis, by whatever amount the laborer receives as owner of means of production. And so the laborer's position is not effectively superior to that of a slave. 7. To be sure, the master need not reduce the subsistence ration, but we are concerned with what producers obtain as of right, and producer, 7, has no right against the master reducing the ration. Masters of ordinary slaves could also give their slaves more than what they need to stay alive and able-bodied. In case 8, the producer owns some of his labor power and none of his means of production. We may say that he is partly enslaved and partly free in the manner of a proletarian. For example, for a certain stretch of the day or year he is bound to work for some particular person, but for the rest he may sell his labor power to whomever, if anyone, he pleases. 8. Is a possible transitional form between serf and proletarian, covering serfs who have lost their land, means of production, yet retain some of their traditional duties. Case 9 describes a proletarian who owns some of the means of production he uses, or an independent artisan or peasant who does not own all of them. We shall look at the first variant in section 4. The effective situation of such a producer is at some point, not excluding the extremes, along a continuum between independent and proletarian status. Table 1 exhibits the central cases only, and is, even then, highly idealized. Real history exhibits important shadings and significant intermediate cases. The idea of a slave who is wholly at the disposal of his master is rarely exemplified. In ancient times slaves could own property quite apart from the means of production they themselves used, as in case 7, engage in trade, and contrive their own manumission. 8 Developed Roman law defined the slave pretty well as he is presented in Table 1,9, but the legal picture of the slave was not wholly faithful to reality. 10 Perhaps the only true slaves have been galley slaves and similar imprisoned labor. For their parts, serfs lack full authority over their labor power in significantly different ways. The grip the lord has on it may take the form of labor service, dues in kind, money rent, dues for the use of monopolized facilities, such as the lord's mill, and or a whole panoply of occasional payments, heriot, merchet, etc. Some obligations rest on serfs individually, and others on the peasant community, which cooperatively sustains its lord. Proletarians merge into artisans, as we saw when discussing 9, and artisans enjoy many modes and degrees of independence. A craftsman who sells his entire product, year in and year out, to one merchant is unlikely to be as independent in fact as he is in law, and peasants, notoriously, can be independent in varying respects and degrees. Table 1 purports to distinguish slaves, serfs, and proletarians within the set of subordinate producers. In addition, the features it ascribes to slave and serf are respectively sufficient for occupancy of those statuses, but a person may own his labor power and none of the means of production he uses without being a proletarian. Top-salaried architects need not own the tools of their trade, but they are not proletarians. Table 1 says that if X is a subordinate producer, then if he owns his labor power but not his means of production, he is a proletarian. The segmentation is within the set of producers who are subordinated. But what is a subordinate producer? 3. Subordination. Subordinates have superiors, and in the case of slave, serf, and proletarian these are the master, lord, and capitalist, who enjoy the rights Table 1 withholds from producers by entry of none and some inappropriate slots. At least three facts warrant the ascription of subordinate status to our three types of immediate producer. I. They all produce for others who do not produce for them. The superior controls products they produce, as they do not control products of the superior, who commonly produces nothing. Master and capitalist are the immediate recipients of the entire product, while the lord receives the surplus part of. 2. Within the production process they are commonly subject to the authority of the superior, who is not subject to their authority. The authority may be exercised directly, or delegated to an overseer. 3. Insofar as their livelihoods depend on their relations with their superiors, they tend to be poorer than the latter. Each non-producer typically receives more of the fruits of production than does each producer. Some Marxists deny that differences of income and wealth play a fundamental role in the constitution of classes. But income and wealth may reflect, and may, more or less readily, be transformed into power over productive forces. It is consequently appropriate for them to figure in a Marxian distinction between ruling and ruled classes. Non-Marxists are wont to find reciprocity in the relations between the privileged and the subjected. It is said that the lord supplies protection in exchange for the provisions he receives, that the capitalist assumes risks in exchange for the profit he enjoys when they do not materialize. 11 These facts, if that is what they are, do not diminish subordination in the asserted sense, but tend rather to consolidate it. To the extent that there is reciprocity, there is some justice in the subordination, but not a lack of subordination. How are the three features of subordination connected with the ownership relations exhibited in Table 1? In the first two cases the answer is fairly obvious. The rights over their labor power lacking to slave and serf are vested in superiors who so exercise them as to ensure that the three features obtain. Of course, there could be a kind of minimal enserfment, restricted to, say, 1 day of corvée per year, on the basis of which the person to whom service is due could not subordinate the person owing it. But a person so lightly burdened qualifies as a serf only under a pedantic reading of Table 1. The proletarian's situation is different. No superior has rights over his labor power. His subordination ensues because, lacking means of production, he can ensure his survival only by contracting with a capitalist whose bargaining position enables him to impose terms which affect the worker's subordination. Through unionization, proletarians improve their bargaining position and their consequent lot in all three dimensions of subordination. When the reduction of subordination is substantial, we may also speak of a reduction of proletarian status. 12 Increasingly self-confident workers may use enhanced bargaining power to begin to wrest control of the means of production from capital, though this is not to say that the transition to a socialist economy is possible without political action outside the immediate economic relationship. 4. Redefining the proletarian. Table 1 not only omits variants and intermediate cases, but also idealizes the central cases, as was noted above, p. 68. The table says that the proletarian owns all his labor power and no means of production, but the second part of this description is not always true. Two counterexamples. I. Schwartz works as a cutter in a dress factory. His job is to cut bolts of cloth into segments in accordance with patterns. Some of the cutting is done by means of a machine which Schwartz could not afford to buy. Some of it is done with scissors which belong to Schwartz. So it is false that Schwartz owns none of the means of production he uses. 2. Schwartz's brother-in-law Weiss works in a coat factory as an operator. He sews coats on a machine, which belongs to him. Bringing one to the factory is a condition on employment of operators. 13 He uses no other instruments of production. What is more, cloth and thread are cheap, so that Weiss is able to buy his raw material and sew coats at home. Prima facie, Weiss constitutes not only a counterexample to, but a paradox for, the Marxian theorem that proletarians own no means of production. For an operator like Weiss is in general less well off than one whose boss supplies, maintains, etc., the sewing machine. Manifestly, Weiss is a proletarian, but he owns means of production, and is the worse off for it. He could wish not to have to own them. If he has nothing to lose but his chains, the sewing machine he owns is one of them. Schwartz and Weiss represent cases in which relations of legal ownership are a poor guide to relations of effective control. These counterexamples exploit the possibility of discrepancy between the de jure and the de facto situations. The connections between production relations and their legal expressions will be determined in detail in Chapter 8. In solving the present problem, we anticipate some of that discussion. There is a passage in which Marx describes the gradual subjection of a once independent weaver to a merchant. Initially the weaver sells cloth to the merchant, on mutually advantageous terms, and in no sense is he under the merchant's sway. But hard times supervene, and the weaver becomes dependent on the merchant's custom. Eventually the merchant supplies the weaver's raw material, and pays him what is in effect a wage, rather than buying his product. He purchases his labor and takes away, first, his property in the product, and soon also his ownership of the instrument unless he allows him the illusion of ownership in order to diminish his costs of production. Point 14. If the illusion of ownership is allowed, the weaver's situation is comparable to that of Schwartz and Weiss. The latter work alongside others in a factory, while the weaver works at home, but this important difference may be neglected here. Now it is easy to see how the capitalist may gain by letting the weaver or Schwartz or Weiss own some of the instruments of production. But why, nevertheless, is the ownership illusory? What is missing, de facto? First consider Schwartz, who owns the scissors. They are not enough for him to cut the material properly. He also needs a cutting machine, which he cannot buy. Thus the scissors, though means of production he owns and uses, are not means of production he can use productively outside subordination to a capitalist. Weiss meets the condition Schwartz just failed. He can do on his own what he does at the factory, sew coats. He need only take his machine home, buy properly cut material, and sew it up. But he cannot exploit his ownership of his machine to free himself from subjection to a capitalist. For he can produce domestically only on a paltry scale, and cannot enter trading connections which would enable him to compete with capitalist factories. He owns means of production, and can produce coats outside the capitalist relationship, but he cannot live by what he does with his means of production unless he does it under capitalist aegis. Contrast the serf who lives by what he produces for himself on his own plot of land. It is broadly true that the proletariat was formed when immediate producers were deprived of their means of production. But lack of means of production is not as essential to proletarian status as is traditionally maintained. It is better to say that a proletarian must sell his labor power in order to obtain his means of life. He may own means of production, but he cannot use them to support himself save by contracting with a capitalist. But now we need to consider whether the proletarian enjoys more than illusory ownership of his labor power. His ownership of means of production is illusory because they are of little value to him unless he places them in the capitalist's service. But he must sell his labor power too. Both Weiss's machine and Weiss's labor power must be put at the disposal of some or other capitalist. Why, then, is ownership of labor power not equally illusory? Because the worker's ownership of the machine is adventitious, whereas his ownership of labor power is not. The capitalist is able to supply the machine, and if it suited him, he would do so. If he abstains from owning it, that is because it benefits him not to. He has no such choice in the matter of labor power. He cannot own it instead of hiring it. He cannot acquire slaves or enslave proletarians. This confers on workers advantages they do not get from their occasional incidental ownership of means of production. It indicates the reality of their ownership of their labor power. 5. The structural definition of class. The discussion of the last section led to the suggestion that the proletarian is the subordinate producer who must sell his labor power in order to obtain his means of life. This definition retains defects, which we shall not in this work venture to repair. But we contend that it is a definition of the right type. It defines the class with reference to the position of its members in the economic structure, their effective rights and duties within it. A person's class is established by nothing but his objective place in the network of ownership relations, however difficult it may be to identify such places neatly. His consciousness, culture, and politics do not enter the definition of his class position. Point 15. Indeed, these exclusions are required to protect the substantive character of the Marxian thesis that class position strongly conditions consciousness, culture, and politics. The structural conception of class enables important distinctions between types of immediate producer. It was his perception of structure and its importance which led Marx to claim that he had discovered the anatomy of society. Edward Thompson has recommended against austerely structural definitions of the proletariat. In this section we reject his advice. But the error we shall impute to him has no bearing on his historical writings proper, whose magnificence is not in question. An important truth motivates his misconceived repudiation of the structural idea, and it is the truth, not the misconception, which shapes his work as an historian. Thompson's admonition may be found in several places. We quote from the preface to The Making of the English Working Class. Class happens when some men, as a result of common experiences, inherited or shared, feel and articulate the identity of their interests as between themselves, and as against those whose interests are different from, and usually opposed to, theirs. The class experience is largely determined by the productive relation into which men are born or enter involuntarily. Class consciousness is the way in which these experiences are handled in cultural terms. If the experience appears as determined, class consciousness does not. We can see a logic in the responses of similar occupational groups undergoing similar experiences, but we cannot predicate any law. Consciousness of class arises in the same way in different times and places, but never in just the same way. There is today an ever-present temptation to suppose that class is a thing. This was not Marx's meaning, in his own historical writing, yet the error vitiates much latter-day Marxist writing. It, the working class, is assumed to have a real existence, which can be defined almost mathematically: so many men who stand in a certain relation to the means of production. Once this is assumed, it becomes possible to deduce the class consciousness which it ought to have, but seldom does have, if it was properly aware of its own position and real interests. Point 16. Comments. There is an argument in this passage, which proceeds from a true premise to an unjustified conclusion. The true premise. The connection between production relations on the one hand and consciousness, politics, and culture on the other is not simple. There is logic in it but not law. Conclusion. Class is not a matter of production relations alone, but involves the culture and politics growing out of them. Class embraces 17 a process of self-creation on the part of production relations defined groups. A compressed statement of the argument. Production relations do not mechanically determine class consciousness, p. Therefore, class may not be defined purely in terms of production relations, q. P is true, but q does not follow from it. We are at liberty to define class, with more or less, if not, perhaps, mathematical precision, by reference to production relations, without inferring, as Thompson says we are then bound to do, that the culture and consciousness of a class may be readily deduced from its objective position within production relations. The opponent Thompson envisages commits the same fallacy as his critic. He too supposes that if P is true, then Q is true. That is why he bases a denial of P on a denial of Q, and erects a mechanical Marxism on a structuralist premise. Thompson's suggestion that he reasons validly from a false premise is unjustified. He is wrong that once it is assumed that class is constituted by production relations, there is no escape from a mechanical Marxism which ignores the open drama of historical process. The difficulty is not the opponent's premise, whose innocence Thompson fails to disprove, but the hasty reasoning with which he follows it. Thompson's motive is to insist on P, with which we have no quarrel. But he mistakenly supposes that one who accepts a structural definition of class, and so rejects Q, is thereby committed against P. There is no good reason to think that. 2. In the second paragraph on exhibit, Thompson employs the phrase "so many men who stand in a certain relation to the means of production." He must accept the coherence and serviceability of the concept it expresses, for in the first paragraph he acknowledges the powerful influence of such common relationship on the cultural and political development of the men grouped by it. There is, then, nothing wrong with the concept, and class, in the traditional structural proposal, is just an abbreviation of the longer phrase. So at most Thompson could say that it is the wrong word for a good concept. But he has given no good reason for this view. 3. We have not yet argued positively for the structural definition of class. We have only shown that Thompson's rejection of it is badly grounded. The argument becomes more positive when we proceed, as we now do, to consider the alternative definition he favors. It is in fact unclear what that is, but at least two proposals appear to be conveyed by his text. The second, which is more peculiar, is dealt with in comment, point 4. The first alternative is to regard community of production relationship as indeed necessary, but not sufficient, for class constitution. Class is formed only when the people who are thus grouped develop a consciousness of their common condition and interests. But what is the set of men bound by similar production relations when it is not, yet, conscious of itself? Marx called it a class in itself in just that historical writing which Thompson considers authoritative. Point 18. If Thompson were right, the French peasantry of the 18th Brumaire could not be considered a class. This is a curious result, and hardly in line with the Marx Thompson invokes, who described them as the most numerous class of French society, the class base of Louis Napoleon's power. 19. It is precisely because a class need not be conscious of itself that the phrase class in itself was introduced. Thompson asks, in effect, under what conditions may we identify the working class as an active historical subject? He supplies a sensitive answer and a book which is a brilliant illustration of it. But there is a distinct question, namely, in virtue of what do the members of the working class count as members of that class? The traditional answer is structural, and soundly so. Issues relevant to the first question have deformed Thompson's treatment of the second. 4. A different alternative conception of class relates to Thompson's denial that class is a thing. This is a puzzling claim. Does so many men who stand in a certain relation to the means of production denote a thing? The denial that X is a thing has meaning only if there is some category with which thinghood is, in the given context, contrasted. If Thompson offers a contrast, it is the category of happening or process. He suggests it is that, not a thing, which a class may be said to be. But this way of speaking is pointlessly paradoxical. Is it not better to say that a class undergoes a process of cultural and political formation? How could it be that process? V. The phrase making of the English working class may be taken in two ways. It can refer to the making of the English working class into what it once was not, a self-aware group with definite political dispositions. Or it can refer to the making of the English working class out of what was not a class but just so many men who stand in a certain relation to the means of production. Because he rejects the structural definition of class, Thompson intends his title in the second sense. But his opposition to structure is groundless, and his book loses nothing if we take its title in the first sense indicated. 6. The individuation of social forms. Socialism, capitalism, serfdom, slavery. These phrases denote stages in the economic development of society. 20. And because the economy is the center of society for Marx, he also describes them as social forms. But on what principle are social forms distinguished? Are different stages of capitalism, for example, several social forms or variations within one? The answer we favor correlates social forms with types of economic structure. We must therefore state how types of economic structure are to be differentiated. The economic structure of a society is the entire set of production relations obtaining in it. As far as the bare logic of the concept is concerned, an economic structure could consist of a quite heterogeneous collection of production relations. We have not excluded the idea of a society dividing neatly, equally, and stably into sets of slaves, serfs, proletarians, and cooperative laborers, with none of these kinds of relationship dominating the rest. Yet though we can imagine this, we shall never observe it. For it lacks socio-economic coherence. Because real economic structures possess coherence, the types of economic structure displayed in history are only a subset of the types it is possible to imagine. In real and stable economic structures, one kind of production relation binding immediate producers is dominant, a proposition presupposed by the following remarks. Whatever the social form of production, laborers and means of production always remain factors of it. But in a state of separation from each other, either of these factors can be such only potentially. For production to go on at all, they must unite. The specific manner in which this union is accomplished distinguishes the different economic epochs of the structure of society from one another. In the capitalist case, the separation of the free worker from his means of production is the starting point given. Point 21. The separation of the free worker from his means of production. The phrase encapsulates the structured characterization of the proletarian written into Table 1. His freedom is his ownership of his labor power, his separation is his non-ownership of his means of production. The text thus recommends individuation of social forms, and thereby economic epochs of the structure of society, in production relational terms, as attempted in Table 1. Note the unstated assumption, shown by reference to the specific manner, that the production relation binding immediate producers will be broadly invariant across a single social formation. There will be no unordered melange of slaves, serfs, and proletarians. Equally, however, we shall not find societies which are purely slave-holding, or all of whose producers are proletarian. Hence the need to speak of the dominant relation binding immediate producers. Point 22.2. We therefore say that there are as many types of economic structure as there are kinds of relation of immediate producers to productive forces. From the Marxian viewpoint, social forms are distinguished and unified by their types of economic structure, as individuated by the production relations dominant within them. 7. Modes of production. Up to now we have avoided the expression mode of production, which occurs so copiously in Marx's writings. We have preferred to discuss the economic structure instead. What are the differences and connections between the two? A mode of production cannot be identical with an economic structure, for a mode is a way or manner. 23. Not a set of relations. The economic structure is not a way of producing, but a framework of power in which producing occurs. Whatever correlations obtain between structure and mode, they are not one. A mode of production is a way of producing. But there are many ways of differentiating ways. My way of walking may differ from yours because I take another route, or swing my legs differently, or tend, as you do not, to stop, look, and listen. Way of cooking may refer to the ingredients used, to frying as opposed to boiling, to Greek rather than Italian, and so on. He who would identify social forms by their modes or ways of producing must indicate the dimension to which the relevant ways belong. What did Marx mean by mode of production? He used the term variously, relying on the reader to discern its import from its context of occurrence. Ambiguous use across distinct occasions is a fault only if interpretation is difficult on the individual occasion, and this is rarely true of mode of production in Marx. But since he handled the phrase freely, Marxists should not employ it unexplicated in the statement of central theses. There are, in fact, three senses of mode of production in Marx, relating to what may be called, I, the material mode, 2, the social mode 24 and, 3, the mixed mode. I, the material mode. This is the way men work with their productive forces, the kinds of material process they set in train, the forms of specialization and division of labor among them. There is a change in the material mode of production when enclosed fields replace strip farming, when power looms succeed hand looms, or when the quill is ousted by the typewriter. Here mode means nearly the same as technique, and Marx used it in this sense when he wrote as follows about the beginnings of capitalist production. With regard to the mode of production itself, manufacture, in its strict meaning, is hardly to be distinguished, in its earliest stages, from the handicraft trades of the guilds. 25. Capitalist relations replace guild relations, but the mode of production is unchanged because the physical character of the labor process has not, yet, been transformed. Proletarianization of labor is thus compatible with, and initially accompanied by, persistence of the pre-capitalist mode of production in this first sense of the phrase. The Soviet collective farm and the American agribusiness, despite their difference of social form, display the same material mode of production of grain, if they plow, sow, and reap using similar methods and instruments of production. 2. The social mode. In a second use of mode of production, Marx employs the phrase to denote social properties of the production process. 26. Three dimensions of production are relevant here: its purpose, the form of the producer's surplus labor, and the means of exploiting producers, or mode of exploitation. Regarding the purpose of production, we may distinguish between production for use and production for exchange. In production for use, the product, whether or not it is consumed by the producer himself, does not pass through a market on its route to consumption. A self-sufficient peasant who does not sell his produce is an obvious example, but there is also production for use when a lord or his retainers consume what a serf supplies. Another example is the production of medical services in a scheme under which they are not sold to the patient but are free at the point of consumption. In production for exchange, products are bartered or sold. Here we may distinguish further between production for exchange value, and production which is for exchange but not for exchange value. Regular barter, in which each side wants a specific use value in exchange for his product, where the idea of a substitute of equal value does not apply, illustrates production for exchange but not for exchange value. Within production for exchange value, we can contrast the case where the producer or his exploiting superior seeks as high a return as he can obtain, which will be called production for maximum exchange value, with the case where a limited exchange value is sought, any more than which would be superfluous. Finally, production for maximum exchange value divides into that which does and that which does not subserve the accumulation of capital. A self-employed commodity producer who aims only to sustain himself as such may seek maximum exchange value for his wares, yet devote to personal consumption whatever he receives in excess of what is needed to service and replace his means of production. He would not be engaged in accumulating capital. In a properly capitalist process, on the other hand, extra value is repeatedly used with a view to gaining still more extra value. A tabulation of the foregoing distinctions. Table 3. There are, of course, close connections between the purposes of production and the distribution of ownership rights over productive forces. The link between the capitalist mode of production, that is, production for the sake of capital accumulation, and the capitalist economic structure, defined in terms of production relations, is discussed in section 2 of chapter 7. Two further aspects of the social mode of production are the form taken by surplus labor, and the mode of exploitation. Marx thought the first so important that he sometimes recommended individuation of social forms by reference to it. 27. The essential difference between the various economic forms of society, between, for instance, a society based on slave labor, and one based on wage labor, lies only in the form in which surplus labor is in each case extracted from the actual producer, the laborer. 28. The form of surplus labor is the way it manifests itself in the society in question. Under slavery it appears in the portion of the slave's product retained by the master after he has provisioned the slave. Under capitalism it manifests itself as a quantity of exchange value. Surplus labor is revealed only in the disguised form of profit on investment of capital. With serfdom, the forms vary. 29. Of central importance is the form Marx called labor rent, where the producer works part of the time upon the estate of the feudal lord without any compensation. 30. This is the clearest form of manifestation of surplus labor, with no divide between its reality and its appearance. 31. We turn to the mode of exploitation, or means whereby the producer is made to perform surplus labor, whatever may be the form of the surplus. What enables the capitalist to exploit the proletarian? The latter's lack of means of production, which forces him to contract with the capitalist on terms which exact surplus labor from him. Here exploitation proceeds by means of the labor contract, and is therefore mediated by exchange. 32 In slavery and serfdom, on the other hand, there is no sale of labor power by producer to exploiter. Exploitation is achieved by other than economic pressure. 33 Its basis is the forcible domination of one section of society over another. 34 Assured by a combination of, threat of, violence and ideology. There is an evident connection between modes of exploitation and production relations as described in Table 1 on page 65. Because the wage worker owns his labor power, he cannot be threatened with violent reprisal if he withholds it, but because he lacks means of production, no such threat is needed. He must, on pain of starvation, enter the labor contract. The production relations of slavery and serfdom include the authority of the superior over the producer's labor power, and he exploits it by exercising that authority. Now either of the two basic modes of exploitation may be conceived to accompany any form of surplus labor. A producer could be coerced into working for a wage and producing surplus value. 35 A propertyless man with full bourgeois freedom could enter a contract which granted him use of means of production on condition that he regularly spend some hours producing entirely for their owner, on other means of production, or on condition that he deliver to their owner a stated portion of what he produces with them, as in sharecropping. The standard historical liaisons are, extra-economic mode of exploitation with surplus not in the form of value, and exploitation mediated by labor contract with surplus in value form. 36 But there are exceptions to these associations, and they should not be taken as obvious, as they are in even the best Marxist writing, where the distinct concepts of form of the surplus and mode of exploitation are regularly conflated. 37 Finally, a word about the mode of exploitation of the serf. Marx's most well-known remarks on the matter 6 are not free of ambiguity. Here is how they are usually interpreted. Given the effective possession of the subsistence-producing holding by the peasant family, the transfer of the surplus must be forced, since the peasant, as contrasted with the wage laborer, does not need to alienate his labor power in order to live. 38 But in what sense is the said effective possession given? The statement suggests that the serf is in secure control of his plot independently of his fulfillment of his obligations to his lord. This is, however, untrue, since the direct producer is not the owner, but only a possessor of his personal plot. 39 The rights he enjoys over it are tied to his performance of his duties. His enjoyments and obligations constitute a synthesis, neither part of which explains the other, contrary to what Hilton implies. The serf does not have burdens forcibly laid upon him because he controls his own little territory, they come with the territory. The transformation of previously independent peasants into serfs is another matter. 40 It is, of course, because the peasant was in secure control of his means of livelihood that he had to be forced to labor for the lord. He had no need to sell his labor power. But the process of enserfment does not leave the peasant's control over his own plot intact. The Hilton formulation, which is typical among Marxists, misattributes to the structure of serfdom a feature of its historical formation. 3. The mixed mode. The material mode is the way men work with productive forces, and the social mode covers the purpose of production, the form of surplus labor, and the mode of exploitation. Lastly, we note that Marx sometimes used mode of production in comprehensive fashion, to denote both material and social properties of the way production proceeds. 41 Its entire technical and social configuration. 42. 8. Varieties of economic change. Every society has an economy, an economic structure, and a social, or economic, form. The differences between these will be clarified by an exhibition of varieties of economic change. We deal with I. Changes in the economy which do not change its structure, 2. Changes in the economy which are also changes of its structure but not of its social form, and 3. Changes of social form. Recall the correlation stipulated in section 6 between social forms and types of economic structure, as individuated by dominant production relations. I. Structure-preserving changes in the economy. These were already mentioned on page 36. A full description of an economic structure specifies how many men fill each of its various ownership positions, but it names no names, particular persons and productive forces go unrecorded. It follows that persons or productive forces may change places without there being a change in the economic structure. Its full description is unaltered by economic changes of certain kinds. If Harry, who has worked for Tom, comes to work for Dick, while John, Dick's erstwhile employee, enters Tom's service, there is no change in economic structure. Such shuffling does not affect it. Nor does entry and exit of persons into and out of the economy on attainment of majority and retirement or decease, or a rather more significant example, numerically balanced movement of firms into and out of an industry. There is no difference of economic structure, despite movement within the economy, as long as there are the same relations in the same frequency bound into the same network. 2. Type-preserving changes in the economic structure. But in fact not only the economy but also its structure is constantly changing, even in undynamic pre-capitalist society. The structure changes when the set of production relations is altered, yet the same type of economic structure persists as long as the same production relations remains dominant. Two kinds of type-preserving economic structural changes may be distinguished. We shall find both kinds occurring over time periods of modest size. First kind, the economic structure changes because the frequency of the various relations changes. We might begin with a serf-based society, 3% of whose producers are not serfs but slaves. We have a change in economic structure if the proportion of slaves rises or falls, and it is type-preserving provided that the serf relationship remains dominant. Other examples: the petty bourgeoisie 43 swells by entry into the shopkeeper class of a number of proletarians. Or the number of owners of means of production in capitalist society declines. This means that capital is centralized, and if the numerical change is large, it may count as a transition from competitive to monopoly capitalism. This occurs within the history of one social form because the immediate producers remain proletarian, the type of the economic structure is therefore unaffected. The second kind of type-preserving change of structure concerns not the numbers occupying the various ownership positions but the detailed construction of those positions. The economic structure of serf society changes when money rent replaces labor rent, though serfdom remains the structure's type. Of similar import is legislation under capitalism which touches the right to strike, contracting, expanding, or otherwise modifying it. This alters the nature and scope of proletarian ownership of labor power. The schedule of workers' rights is changed. The change carries with it no alteration of social form as long as it does not render the proletariat effectively enserfed on the one hand or effectively endowed with means of production on the other. 3. Changes of social form. This is the revolutionary case in which the type of the economic structure does change, because one dominant production relation supplants another. The economic structure is, then, variously implicated in movement and process, but to represent the structure as itself a process is to violate both the concept of structure and the intent of historical materialism. Raymond Williams is mistaken when he claims that fidelity to the movement pervasive in history demands portrayal of the economic base as a process. 44 It is subject to process, but that does not make it one. In similar vein, though more consistently, Edward Thompson rejects the very concept of the economic base or structure. This metaphor from constructional engineering is inadequate to describe the flux of conflict, the dialectic of a changing social process. 45 This is better than saying that the base is a process, but it is still unjustified. The metaphor is, after all, explicitly defined by Marx. The base is the sum total of production relations, and elsewhere, cp 74 above, Thompson himself accepts the concept of a production relation. It is, moreover, obvious to a degree that the concept of structure is not intended to describe a process, but its use does not negate the existence of processes, and it is important to see that among what social processes change is the structure of society itself. Another reason why the concept of structure must be retained is that it is sometimes appropriate to explain phenomena by reference to the economic structure itself, in abstraction from the processes enveloping it. Perhaps the emergence and strength of the ideology of liberalism are in part due not to the dynamic of capitalism but to its persistent structural requirements. This was certainly Marx's viewpoint. 46. If we do away with structure, we are liable to confuse distinct sorts of explanation. Chapter 4. Material and Social Properties of Society. 1. Introducing the distinction. More than once we invoked without much explanation a distinction between material and social properties of society. We contrasted, p. 30, the material basis of society and its economic foundation, and denied the sociality of the former. We noted, p. 33, that it was social, not material, circumstances which would make military protection essential to agriculture. We claimed, p. 47, a sense in which scientific activity, though mental, is material, and promised a characterization of materiality which would sustain the claim. We indicated, p. 54, that the social difference between means of production and means of consumption established no material distinction between them. We contrasted, chapter 3, section 7, the material and the social modes of production. Marx is frequently concerned to distinguish sharply between what is and what is not an economic or social characteristic. 1. A Negro is a Negro. He only becomes a slave in certain relations. A cotton spinning jenny is a machine for spinning cotton. It becomes capital only in certain relations. Torn from these relationships, it is no more capital than gold in itself is money. 3. 2. Machinery is no more an economic category than the bullock that drags the plow. Machinery is merely a productive force. The modern workshop, which depends on the application of machinery, is a social production relation, an economic category. 4. 3. It is a mistake to say that from the standpoint of society there are neither slaves nor citizens, that both are men. Rather, they are so outside society. To be a slave or to be a citizen are social determinations, the relationships of man A and man B. Man A is not a slave as such. He is a slave within society and because of it. The difference between capitalists and workers exists in fact only from the point of view of society. 5. 4. Capital is not a thing, but rather a definite social production relation, belonging to a definite historical formation of society, which is manifested in a thing and which lends this thing a specific social character. Capital is not the sum of the material and produced means of production. Capital is rather the means of production transformed into capital, which in themselves are no more capital than gold or silver in itself is money. It is the means of production monopolized by a certain section of society. 6. These rulings rest on a distinction between the content and the form of a society. People and productive forces comprise its material content, a content endowed by production relations with social form. On entering production relations, persons and productive forces receive the imprint of the form those relations constitute. A Negro becomes a slave, a machine becomes a portion of constant capital. Those who favor dialectical language might say, a Negro is and is not a slave, a machine is and is not capital. But these are evasive declarations. The right course is to try to express Marx's distinction as clearly as possible. We shall criticize his formulations in order to clarify his idea. 1. Marx describes capital, slaves, etc., in two divergent ways. On the one hand, he insists that capital is a relation and not, like a machine, a thing. On the other hand, he allows that it may be a thing, for example a machine placed in certain relations, c. 1, 4.7. A slave is a man in certain relations, yet he also suggests that being a slave is a property not of him but of the relations themselves, 1, 3. Point 8 and the modern workshop, which is instruments of production in capitalist relationship 9 is said to be that relationship. 2. The two forms of speech are incompatible. X, a portion of constant capital, a slave, cannot be both. I, a relation between Y, means of production, a man, and Z, a capitalist, a slaveholder, and 2, what Y is in virtue of its relation to Z. Only the second formulation is correct. A husband is a man related by marriage to a woman, he is not also a relationship of marriage. Being a husband is a property of that man, one he has in virtue of that relationship, and commonly styled a relational property. Being capital and being a slave are, similarly, relational properties of means of production and men. More specifically, they are social relational properties, whereas being means of production and being a man are not. The latter are possessed independently of the social form. Remove the social form in thought experiment, and those properties persist. So, despite, 4, constant 10 capital is a thing, namely one which has assumed a certain social character. It is, despite, 4, a set of means of production. For if capital is, as, 4, also says, the means of production transformed into capital, then once they are transformed they, the means of production, these things, are capital. 2. Let us look at the matter more closely. In the dictions we prefer, Marx acknowledges that productive forces in capitalist control are capital, and that men subject to masters are slaves. But he also wants to indicate the in some respects non-social character of what thus takes on social form. To this end he uses a number of phrases. Let S stand for descriptions attaching in one virtue of the social form, and let M stand for other descriptions. Then here are some of the phrases Marx uses. M is only S in certain relations, 1, 3. M is not S torn from the S-making relationships, 1. M is not S as such, 3. M is not in itself S, 4. M is S only from the social point of view, 3, 11. The first pair of expressions are adequate, but the next two may mislead, for they suggest the consequence, which Marx tends to draw, that M is not S, that, example means of production are not, ever, capital. There is also some ambiguity in the fifth expression. An object to my right may be to your left, and it cannot be said to be on the left or on the right unless some point of view is implied. It cannot be simply to the right. So we might think that if M is S only from a social point of view, then M is not S simpliciter. But in the operative sense of point of view a thing is, tout court, whatever it is from any point of view. Suppose I chair a committee. Then I am chairman following a social process of appointment, not in virtue of my biological characteristics. One may say that chairman applies to me from the social point of view. But this cannot mean that the organism I am is not a chairman, for of course it is. The fact that we need the social point of view to discern the capitalist status of means of production or the slave status of a man does not mean that the means of production are not capital or the man not a slave. Each standpoint on a thing reveals a distinct set of properties, but the thing has all of them. If we consider a statue from the point of view of its matter we abstract from its form, and we describe it under that abstraction by stating what it is made of. Yet what it is made of does now have the form of the statue. It has both material and formal characteristics. So it is with men and productive forces. They have material and social characteristics, but no social characteristics may be deduced from their material characteristics, any more than the statue's shape may be deduced from its matter. Point 12 The point Marx labors at may be expressed as follows: M, or S, is not S in virtue of what is necessary and sufficient to make it M. A man or slave is not a slave in virtue of what is necessary and sufficient to make him a man. A set of means of production or portion of constant capital is not constant capital in virtue of what is necessary and sufficient to make it a set of means of production. For insertion in social relations, which may not be deduced from their descriptions as men or means of production, is required for the further designations to apply. Yet a given man may be a slave, and means of production may be capital. Thus a machine usually has social relational, economic properties, but it is important that we can recognize it is a machine even if we ignore them. So if we say, with Marx, that productive forces are not by nature or in themselves, 4, or as such, 3, social, we must not let it follow that they are not social, for standardly they are. Some properties of things are wholly social and others are wholly material, but the things which concern us have properties of both kinds. 3. In excerpt 3, Marx refers to social determinations, the relationships of man A and man B, suggesting that what a man is in virtue of his relations to other men is something he is from a social standpoint. But this is not always so. In the terms of the distinction we are developing, some relations between men are not social but material, and Marx recognized this. The following early statement prefigures the distinction he came to make between material and social relations of production. The production of life, both of one's own in labor and of fresh life in procreation, appears as a double relationship, on the one hand as a natural, on the other as a social relationship. Point 13. Fresh life is conceived when a woman has sexual intercourse with a man. A description of that intercourse in natural terms will feature only those properties which belong to them as natural organisms. Now this natural relationship occurs within the frame of a social relationship, of courtship, marriage, adultery, etc., but the physical properties do not reveal its social character. Nor is production of goods only a social process. It is also a natural or material process, man's interchange with nature. Point 14. And some relations between men in production are material in character. If you and I carry an object, positioned on either side of it, we set up material connections by virtue of which the carrying occurs. I exert force and move my body in coordination with you, and our physical interaction is separable from the authority structure informing our work. The material characteristics of our labor process do not disclose the social roles we occupy vis-a-vis one another, or anyone else. Section 6 provides a fuller account of the distinction between material and social relations of production, and of Marx's commitment to it. Because there are material relations between men, the appositional phrase closing this otherwise valuable sentence of Rosa Luxemburg's is misleading. At all stages of social development, the process of production is based on the continuation of two different, though closely connected factors, the technical and social conditions, on the precise relationship between man and nature and that between men and men. Point 15. This implies that the technical or material conditions relating men with nature do not, strictly conceived, include relations between men. But while material conditions do not include social relations, they do include some relations between men, for not all relations between men are social. Recall CP 35, note 1 that whenever we use relations of production without a modifying adjective, the reference, unless otherwise indicated, is to social relations of production. How may we demarcate the material from the social situation? Let us try this criterion. A description is social if and only if it entails an ascription to persons specified or unspecified of rights or powers. 16 vis-a-vis other men. This proposal is rather unrefined, but it does classify descriptions of productive forces, as productive forces, and of production relations, as production relations, in the desired way, for the latter do and the former do not possess the stated entailments. By this criterion, many facts which are fateful for society are natural or material, not social, facts. Examples: that large quantities of iron ore are available, that railways span the land, that electricity is in use, that half the labor force is engaged in agriculture. Marx calls it an extra economic fact about a developed society that the human being does not need his entire time for the production of necessities, that he has free time at his disposal above and beyond the labor time necessary for subsistence, and hence can also employ it for surplus labor. Point 17. That he can so employ it belongs to the material situation, but whether he is obliged to do so, for whom, and to what extent, are facts of the social situation. We may envisage a complete material description of a society, a socio-neutral description from which we cannot deduce its social form. It will provide extensive information, detailing the material abilities and needs of persons, the resources and facilities available to them, their scientific knowledge. But ownership patterns, distributions of rights and duties, social roles, will go unremarked. Let us compare this delineation of the social with Max Weber's. He begins by characterizing an action as, roughly, a piece of behavior informed by an intention. He then identifies a social action as one whose intention takes account of the behavior of others and is thereby oriented in its course. 18. Many actions which are social on Weber's definition will be considered material here, for we may deem other regarding intentional action to be social only if some reference to social rights or powers appears in the content of the intention. 19. Insofar as I carry an object with you, what I do is not social. Insofar as I do it pursuant to an agreement, or under your authority, it is. We are, however, concerned not only with actions, but with any characteristic of or fact about a society. And Weber himself extends his analysis beyond actions to statistical uniformities, which he deems social when they can be regarded as manifestations of intentions of the other regarding sort. He writes, there are statistics of processes devoid of meaning such as death rates, phenomena of fatigue, the production rates of machines, the amount of rainfall, in exactly the same sense as there are statistics of meaningful 20 phenomena. But only when the phenomena are meaningful is it convenient to speak of sociological statistics. Examples are such cases as crime rates, occupational distributions, price statistics, and statistics of crop acreages. Naturally, there are many cases where both components are involved, as in crop statistics. 21. The Weberianly non-social phenomena listed here are material in our conception. What of his social ones? Crime rates are social, because crimes violate rights. Occupational distribution is ambiguous, as is argued in the next paragraph. Price statistics are social, for prices are rates of exchange, and exchange presupposes ownership rights in goods. How much land is sown in barley and how much in rye is not social, but the pattern of ownership of barley and rye fields is. Though we cannot deduce social relationships from a material description, we can infer them more or less confidently, by dint of general or theoretical knowledge. To say that a man regularly makes shoes, which cover the feet of others, is to describe him only materially, but it will be extremely likely that he is a shoemaker, occupying a social role with established relations to suppliers and customers, and not, for example, a shoemaking leather thief the fruits of whose toil are regularly stolen. There are, then, both material and social occupational distributions, and they are nearly isomorphic with one another. The inference from the shoemaking man's material activity to his social role as shoemaker is an obvious one, resting on common knowledge. But Marxian theory, which is not common knowledge, is needed for more ambitious inferences, such as from the hand mill to feudal society and from the steam mill to capitalist. 22 Here the inference from material to social facts depends on the claim that feudal and capitalist relations suit the respective technologies. If productive forces are at the hand mill stage, they are relatively undeveloped. Most labor will be agricultural, in which case capitalist relations are unlikely. The material description captures a society's underlying nature. In this sense of nature, nature is of course a product of history, changing within and as a result of social forms. 23 Humanity in social organization thrusts itself against its environment, altering it and its own human nature, for it develops its own powers and needs in the course of the encounter. The development of the productive forces is expressed in the transformation of nature, and socio-economic structures are the forms in which this development proceeds, its forms of development. 24. Respecting geographical and climatic conditions, Marx and Engels wrote, the writing of history must always set out from these natural bases and their modification in the course of history through the action of men. 25. The modification of the natural basis does not, of course, Cancel its material character. Facts about a society's humanly unmodified geography are facts about its productive capabilities. The distribution of rivers conditions the possibilities of irrigation and transport. Potential agricultural output depends on the nature of the soil. On hilly ground some forms of animal husbandry are unsuitable, and windmills are not possible in every climate. 26. The external development of the productive forces as opposed to the development of labor power is the imposition of a new geography, a new material environment. If this assertion be resisted, consider the matter in stages. That there is a river here is not, on any reckoning, a social fact. Yet it may be of great social consequence, conditioning trade routes, for example. It is a material fact of social importance. Now suppose that in the course of nature the river's direction changes. That it has this, new, direction is still a physical fact. Suppose now that the change is brought about by intentional action of human beings. Does not the river's direction remain a physical matter? And if a canal is built, is this not merely a more drastic rearrangement of matter? And what is a machine, but a set of moving pieces of matter, an artificially contrived part of the environment? By easy steps we may come to see the entire productive plant of a sophisticated economy as a humanly imposed geography. Given a certain level of development of the productive forces, or expansion of human power and its material extensions, a certain set of production relations, or social form, is appropriate as framework for use and further development of that power. But we may always abstract from the social form and display the current state of the relation between man and nature, and the material relations between men underlying their social relations. The material development ensures continuity in history. Because of this simple fact that every succeeding generation finds itself in possession of the productive forces acquired by the previous generation, which serve it as the raw material for new production, a coherence arises in human history. A history of humanity takes shape, which is all the more a history of humanity as the productive forces of man and therefore his social relations have been developed. Their material relations are the basis of all their relations. 27. The relationship between man and nature is mediated 28 by the social form, it does not occur outside it. The development of nature, described in socio-neutral terms, is therefore an abstraction. But it is a theoretically important abstraction. Four central features of social institutions are explained by their contribution to the transformation of nature. Productive power is socially developed, but it is natural in character. Even scientific knowledge, though nurtured socially, is a natural power of the species man. 29. We are arguing that the familiar distinction between forces and relations of production is, in Marx, one of a set of contrasts between nature and society. Commentators have failed to remark how often he uses material as the antonym of social and of formal, how natural belongs with material against social, and how what is described as material also counts as the content of some form. Other terms of the material vocabulary are human, simple, and real, while historical and economic consort with social. The upshot of these oppositions and identifications is that the matter or content of society is nature, whose form is the social form. Marx's materialism is perhaps several things, but the explanation of social history as serving material development is certainly one of them. 30. Some critics of Marx who realize that he takes productive forces to be fundamental charge him with inconsistency when he proceeds to classify societies not materially but according to their social forms. Gellner asks why the United States is classified not by its tool, industrial production, but by its form of ownership, capitalism. 31 The question is misguided. It is often appropriate to classify entities by their form, not their content, and formal classification is correct in the present case, for individuation by productive forces would not yield social types. 2. Matter and form in the labor process. Viewed physically, production appears stripped of its social form, and that is how it is described in the chapter of Capital, whose task is to consider the labor process independently of the form it assumes under given social conditions. 32 Production in its asocial aspect is material production, this being the content of capitalist or any other form of production. 33 And that content may be described in illuminating abstraction from the form with which it is integrated. We then observe what Marx strikingly calls the process of production in general, occurring in all states of society, that is, without historical character, human, if you please. 34 So if we look through the social form we discern something conceptually separate from it, the human here opposed to social interaction with nature, which is material production. Having nothing to do with the social form, it is the productive activity of human beings in general, by which they promote their interchange with nature, divested not only of every social form and well-defined character, but even in its bare natural existence, independent of society, removed from all societies. An expression and confirmation of life which the still non-social man in general has in common with the one who is in any way social. 35 Social man has relations with nature and with other men which are not social but, if you please, human. Material production does not occur in history except enveloped in a social form, for non-social man, if he ever existed, disappeared when history began. Hence the purely material process is an abstract conception which does not define any of the actual historical stages of production. 36 The content cannot exist without form, but that does not diminish its importance. The content of the production process is unmysterious. It is what it appears to be, and no science is required to reveal its nature. This does not make it unworthy of study, but not all study is science. Science is appropriate only when reality is belied by appearance. 37 Indeed, Marx called for a study of the content, a history of industrial technology. 38 This would not belong to the science of economics, for political economy is not technology. 39 Political economy studies the social form, which is characteristically mystified and penetrable only by theory. So far from science being needed to understand the content, basic truths about it, which Marx calls natural laws, are, he says, known to every child. Children know that the mass of products corresponding to the different needs require different and quantitatively determined masses of the total labor of society. 40 That is not a social law or fact of economics. It is prior to political economy, which studies the way it expresses itself in a given social form. Under capitalism that way is the law of value. But no form of society can prevent the fact that, one way or another, the working time at the disposal of society regulates production. 41 The fact that labor must produce means of production, and not only its own means of subsistence, is, similarly, a natural requisite, not the result of a specific form. 42 These truths of the human situation lie outside the ambit of social science, for they are neither social nor scientific. Science is needed to dissolve the mystery of the form. Thus the mystical character of commodities discussed in chapter V below does not originate in their use value, which is their content. 43 The product of labor as a material process is a use value. The character of the product of labor as a social process varies with the social form. Under capitalism it is an exchange value. Tailoring, if one considers its physical aspect as a distinctive productive activity, produces a coat, not the exchange value of the coat. The exchange value is produced by it not as tailoring as such, but as abstract universal labor, and this belongs to a social framework not devised by the tailor. 44 Exchange value is a purely social and hence non-natural property of the product, whereas use value is natural and subsocial. 45 Use value expresses the natural relationship between things and men, while exchange value is the social existence of things. 46 Materially conceived, the labor process is human rather than social, see pages 98 to 9 above, and so is its product, so that whereas exchange value expresses the social form of value, use value expresses no economic form of it whatever, rather merely the being of the product etc. for mankind generally. 47 Labor productive of use value is concrete, or qualitatively differentiated, it is tailoring, weaving, mining, etc. Labor productive of exchange value is abstract, just a featureless proportion of the total labor of society. 48 The sum total of use values is the concrete or material wealth of society, whereas the ensemble of exchange values the same totality socially viewed is its abstract or social wealth. 49 It is a familiar Marxian idea that with the advent of capitalism the means of production, dead labor, come to dominate living labor, the workman himself. Less familiar is that Marx intended this in two senses, social and material, which he himself distinguished. The relevant texts describe the formal and real subjugations of production to capital. Capital seizes the means of production, and labor power becomes a commodity which can function productively only after it has been alienated to capital. But there are two dimensions to its inability to function independently. The first corresponds to the initial subordination of labor to capital, which Marx calls merely formal, a matter of the economic form alone. The means of production are transformed into capital, but the material labor process is as yet unaltered, the mode of working by the individual is for the most part unchanged. 50 That the subjugation is formal does not mean that the laborer is not really subjugated to capital, it means he is not subjugated really, in material fashion. But his activity now serves the expansion of capital. Dead labor dominates living, in a social sense. And the formal subjugation leads to the real subjugation, when the form so develops the content that the worker becomes materially unable to operate except in subjection to capital. His skills are so diminished that he can produce only at a capitalist's machine, and he must follow its movements, instead of wielding tools subject to his control. He becomes by nature unfit to make anything independently. 51 Yet, even from the standpoint of the purely formal relation, the general form of capitalist production, which is common both to its less developed stage and to its more developed stage, the means of production do not appear as subsumed to the laborer, but the laborer appears as subsumed to them. 52 Since his role is to promote their expansion. Thus at all stages of capitalism, it is not the workman that employs the instruments of labor but the instruments of labor that employ the workman, though it is only in the factory system that this inversion acquires for the first time technical and palpable reality. 53 We have specified the distinction between the material and social sides of production and its product for capitalist society only, the one case to which Marx applied it in detail. The distinction might be thought inapplicable to pre-capitalist production systems, which are often, and with reason, called natural economies. 54 Yet though capitalism sharpens the division between nature and society, it is not absent in earlier forms. The term tithe applies to a portion of the serf's product not as a natural use value but in virtue of its social character. In the pre-capitalist case, the form of the product is determined by the social role occupancy of which generates a claim on it. There is no single form, such as exchange value, exhibited by all goods and bringing them into systematic mutual relationship. The relation between matter and form may not be the same in pre-capitalist production, but the distinction must apply to it, and it does. 3. Use value and political economy. Economic science studies economic facts and laws, which manifest the social form. Accordingly, use value as such, since it is independent of the determinate economic form, lies outside the sphere of investigation of political economy. 55 The consumption of use value is of purely physical interest, expressing no more than the relation of the individual in his natural quality to an object of his individual need. 56 The statement covers, among others, needs which are socially engendered. 57 It may apply, for example, to a man's need for a deodorant, which arises only in a society committed to certain norms of smell. That need is, partly, social in origin, but it is for a liquid of a certain material kind. We may prescind from the social genesis and represent the result as a relation between man and nature. 58 Society continually alters human nature, and it may become part of a man's nature to want a deodorant. Use value is the substance of the commodity 59 and the body of capital. 60 Political economy examines not the content or substance or body, but exchange value and capital, the social forms they assume. The material aspect can be common to the most disparate epochs of production, and it falls outside of political economy, as far as that discipline is concerned. Commonplaces serve to characterize use value. 61. Now, while it is beyond political economy's brief to consider use value as such, material facts engage its concern when they bear on properly economic ones. So although Marx says that the substance of the commodity may be ignored by the economist, since it is important only in consumption and it is then outside the economic relation. 62 He qualifies this in the case of the use value of labor power, whose consumption enters into the economic process. 63 The physical productivity of labor power limits the rate of surplus value, an economic magnitude, since the time available for the surplus labor which creates surplus value depends on how fast the worker can reproduce himself. Obversely, the economically grounded drive for profit promotes material productivity. And economic constraints help determine what use values are produced. The economically inspired policy of planned obsolescence has material consequences. Marx was sensitive to the interlacing of use value and exchange value, and said that to me use value plays a far more important part than it has in economics hitherto. 64. The economist's attention to use value is consistent with its exclusion from the domain of political economy. He discerns the economic bearing of non-economic facts over which he lacks intellectual sovereignty. Compare the architect, who must appropriate what physicists and engineers discover about building materials, or the historian of plastic art, who must know something about the properties of paint, marble, etc. 65 The marble is the content of the statue, the stuff the sculptor forms. Marx often criticized Ricardo for announcing a programmatic exclusion of use value, which he could not and did not fulfill. 66 But in one case he accused Ricardo of introducing material considerations gratuitously. The accusation is unfair, and inconsistent with Marx's own views, both in detail and in principle. Ricardo explained the declining rate of profit, which was taken as a datum in his day, by reference to the supposed diminishing marginal fertility of land, and he predicted a continued fall in the profit rate on that basis. He reckoned without the further development of fertilizers, and Marx, writing later, was able to claim that advances in organic chemistry had refuted him. Now it is clear that organic chemistry was relevant to the question. Yet Marx criticized Ricardo not only for holding to an unjustified pessimism about what was physically possible, but also for introducing a physical premise into a discussion of the rate of profit. He complained that Ricardo escaped from economics to organic chemistry. 67. This last criticism is tenable only if explanations of economic processes must on principle abstract from the physical processes underlying them. But Marx himself acknowledged the economic relevance of differential fertility, and paid great attention to it in his discussion of rent. As for Ricardo's flight to organic chemistry, Marx himself referred to the new agricultural chemistry in Germany, especially Liebig and Schonbein, who are more important for this thing than all the economists put together. 68. In any case, Marx's more considered general statements on use value and economics rule out objections of principle to the introduction of material considerations in economic argument. Above all, one must demonstrate in each analysis to what extent use value, the presupposed substance, lies outside the economy and its categories, and to what extent it enters them. 69. 4. Revolutionary value of the distinction. The distinction between the matter and the form of society is fertile theoretically, but it also serves to sustain the revolutionary critique of capitalism. By inviting focus on the material process occurring within the capitalist economic form, it discredits capital's pretension to being an irreplaceable means of creating material wealth. Confusion of content and form supports the reactionary illusion that physical production and material growth can be achieved only by capitalist investment. When it is said, in defense of the role of the capitalist, that somebody has to supply the finance, somebody has to provide the jobs, then the material requisites of production are being confused with a specific social mode of satisfying them, which is thereby made proof against criticism. In the mind of the stupid economist, reproduction on an extended scale is inseparably connected with accumulation. The capitalist form of this reproduction. 70 Criticism requires a distinction between the accumulation of capital and its physical underlay, the simple formation of new means of production, which reveals itself once we leave aside the economic form. 71. Marx accused bourgeois political economy of mindlessly or cunningly conflating the capitalist form with its underlying matter. As useful material objects, productive forces belong to the set of use values, so that considered just as productive forces they do not belong to the social framework. 72 This truth is violated by the Trinity formula, which cites capital, land, and labor as the three factors of production. For whereas land and labor designate material factors which have nothing to do with the social form. 73 Capital is a social expression, designating means of production in virtue of the capitalist form they assume at one historical stage. In opposing the Trinity formula, Marx contrasts the real, i.e. material labor process with the social process of production, which the bourgeois economist cannot separate from it. 74 The economist's mistake is not, as is sometimes said, that he assumes capitalism is the only possible economic form. Of course he knows there have been others. It is, rather, his failure to discriminate content and form in capitalism itself, which nourishes the conclusion, one he cannot openly draw, that the form is as eternal as the content, that because production always requires means of production, it therefore always requires capital. 75 Nor does he err by engaging in historically unspecific discourse about production. Marx does that himself, and it is legitimate. But the economist imports into that discourse concepts specific to a social form, as when he uses capital synonymously with means of production. In more vulgar varieties of bourgeois apologetic, the capitalist is necessary not only to provide capital but also to manage the enterprise. One objection is that the managerial function may be delegated, and if anyone is needed, it is not the delegator but the delegate. 76 A further point is that within the manager's task one may distinguish between what is due to the matter and what is due to the form. Organizing production belongs to the first, policing workers, seeing to it that they work, belongs to the second. Disbursements on the latter service constitute faux phrase of production, costs generated not by material constraints but by antagonistic social relations. 77 One may also distinguish the true and false costs of circulation of articles, the first being costs of circulating them qua material goods, such as transport expenses, the second being costs of circulating them qua commodities, such as those of bank accounting and the remuneration received by merchants. 78 Social arrangements cannot alter physical necessities, but social arrangements can be altered. When they are confused with the necessities they arrange, they appear to partake of the immutability of the latter. The sophist's distinction between nature and convention is the foundation of all social criticism, and Marx's distinction is a development of it. It needs assertion because there is always an interest in hiding it, since, from the moment that the bourgeois mode of production and the conditions of production and distribution corresponding to it are recognized as historical, the delusion of regarding them as natural laws of production vanishes and the prospect opens of a new society, a new economic formation, to which capitalism is only a transition. 79 The contemporary problem of future supply of natural resources has a material side and an economic side. Partisans of capitalism reduce the difficulty to its material aspect, and leftists who cannot bear unpleasant realities attribute it entirely to the capitalist social form. Both sides of the issue need attention. That energy is in finite supply is a material fact even communism will have to confront. But the capitalist form of economy exacerbates the problem. It is prodigal with scarce resources in its monocular search for profit. Marx's theory of revolution makes essential use of the distinction between nature and society. At any time there is a material outcome, a sum of productive forces, a historically created relationship to nature. And revolution comes when this material ensemble, created by and within social forms, outgrows the society containing it. The matter pierces the form. To the extent that the labor process is solely a process between man and nature, its simple elements remain common to all social forms of development. But each specific historical form of this process further develops its material foundations and social forms. Whenever a certain stage of maturity has been reached, the specific historical form is discarded and makes way for a higher one. The moment of arrival of such a crisis is disclosed by the depth and breadth attained by the contradictions and antagonisms between the distribution relations, and thus the specific historical forms of their corresponding production relations, on the one hand, and the productive forces, the productive powers and the development of their agencies, on the other hand. A conflict then ensues between the material development of production and its social form. 81. In this conflict, the material development prevails, and the social form is discarded. 5. Against Marx on Mill. John Stuart Mill distinguished between production, whose character, he claimed, was independent of social structure, and distribution, which he saw as socially determined. Marx criticized him, insisting that production had social as well as material properties, and he accused Mill of the conservatism that comes of conflating them. We shall argue that Mill's distinction between production and distribution resembles Marx's distinction between subsocial and social dimensions of the economy. Marx and Mill use different nomenclature, but that does not justify Marx's invective. Marx cites Mill's contention that facts about production are physical, whereas distribution reflects human institutions. 82 Marx objects that production relations and distribution relations are sides of one coin. Who owns what productive forces settles who gets what products. But Mill plainly meant by conditions of production just those technical circumstances which Marx too saw as physical. And Mill's generous concept of distribution covers the pattern of ownership of productive forces, so that Marx's social relations of production are not suppressed. Marx could not have written the following sentence, but what Mill intends by it is substantially consonant with Marx's views. Unlike the laws of production, those of distribution are partly of human institution, since the manner in which wealth is distributed in any society, depends on the statutes or usages therein prevalent. 83. But does Mill, perhaps, while purporting to describe production physically, insinuate socially specific terms into the description? So Marx maintains. He says that in Mill, production is to be presented as governed by eternal natural laws which are independent of history, and at the same time bourgeois relations are clandestinely passed off as irrefutable natural laws of society in abstracto. 84. We find no basis for this indictment in the section of Mill to which Marx refers. 85 or, indeed, elsewhere. It is true that Mill uses capital as Marx does not, to refer to material requisites of production per se. But he makes it clear that capital needs not necessarily be furnished by a person called a capitalist. 86 This would be a contradiction in Marx's terminology, where capital is invested with social meaning. He implies that Mill played fast and loose with it, employing it now socially, now materially, but this is simply untrue. If capital was widely used with the vicious ambiguity Marx deplored, Mill was as much entitled to restrict it to a physical reference as was Marx to give it a purely social meaning. And the last quoted statement shows Mill's innocence of ideological purpose in his use of the term. Having criticized Mill, Marx proceeds to expose the fallacy of an inference from the permanent necessity of property in the sense of physical control over objects to the permanent necessity of capitalist property, the suggestion being that Mill is among those who committed. 87 Yet Mill himself forecasts the disappearance of capitalist private property. Referring to the working classes, he says that they will not be permanently contented with the condition of laboring for wages as their ultimate state. To work at the bidding and for the profit of another, without any interest in the work, the price of their labor being adjusted by hostile competition, one side demanding as much and the other paying as little as possible, is not, even when wages are high, a satisfactory state to human beings of educated intelligence, who have ceased to think themselves naturally inferior to those whom they serve. 88. Here Mill foresees the demise of wage labor. The section from which the excerpt comes is called Tendency of Society Towards the Disuse of the Relation of Hiring and Service. 89. True, he is not looking beyond commodity production. He envisages the persistence of a market economy, with capitalist firms replaced by cooperative enterprises, not a thorough socialization of the means of production. But this is not because he commits any such fallacy as the one Marx exposed. So far from being a suitable target of Marx's admonition against confusing the material with the social, Mill issues similar warnings himself. One must separate the physical constraints on production from its contemporary market framework, since the conditions and laws of production would be the same as they are, if the arrangements of society did not depend on exchange, or did not admit of it. He adds that to confound what depends on those arrangements with what is independent of them leads to two mistakes, the first being the one Marx emphasized. On the one hand, political economists class the merely temporary truths of their subject among its permanent and universal laws, and on the other, many persons mistake the permanent laws of production, such as those on which the necessity is grounded of restraining population, for temporary accidents arising from the existing constitution of society which those who would frame a new system of social arrangements, are at liberty to disregard. 90. Followers of Marx should not suppose that everyone he criticized was guilty as charged. 6. Work relations. We understand by work relations the material relations of production distinguished from social relations on pages 92-3 above. They are relations binding producers engaged in material production, conceived in abstraction from the rights and powers they enjoy vis-a-vis one another, and others. It is a material fact that Sven and Lars regularly saw logs together. That they are thus related is conceptually independent of the social roles they occupy. For all that they saw together, they might be slaves, serfs, proletarians, socialist producers, or independent firewood contractors. In addition to work relations within a producing unit, there are material relations between producing units. 91 Thus it is a material fact that shoes produced by A protect the feet of B who produces a shirt to be worn by C who produces wheat consumed when A eats a bun, whatever may be the social mechanism, market, plan, custom, etc., mediating these material connections. Now Marx says that 1. The economic structure is the sum total of relations of production. Hence, given that 2. Work relations are material relations of production, it would follow that 3. Work relations belong to the economic structure, and are consequently inherently social in character. But this consequence contradicts a chief contention of the present chapter, namely that properties and relations which are material are not social. So either 1, or 2, must be abandoned. Position 2, will be maintained. The conceptual similitude of work and production ensures that work relations are a species of production relations, and there is strong textual support for so designating them. It is therefore 1, which must be modified. Hence in our account of the economic structure ownership relations exhaust its constitution, see pages 34 ff, 63 ff. Upshot, work relations are production relations, but, despite Marx's preface of 1859, not all production relations belong to the economic structure. Proposition 1 is inconsistent with his own disjunction of material and economic characteristics. We call the production relations which form the economic structure social relations of production, and work relations are material relations of production. The theoretical motivation of the adjectives should now be clear. Here is further textual support for the identification of work relations as material relations of production. 1. Marx criticized economists who confused the material production relations with their historical and social determination. 92 He therefore recognized production relations which were not social, since otherwise there could have been no such confusion. And the only plausible candidate as reference of material relations of production here is the set of work relations, the connections between men as physical beings laboring in common or separately on nature and mutually providing for each other. 2. We saw that use value denotes the product from a material and not a social point of view, p. 100. In that light, the alignment between work relations, albeit not under that name, and the production of use value in the following sentence supports treatment of work relations as material. The division of labor as the aggregate of all the different types of productive activity constitutes the totality of the physical aspects of social labor as labor producing use values. Point 93. 3. Marx also aligns material relations with productive forces, which suggests that material relations are, as we claim, work relations, the immediate connection in which productive forces are used. He directs attention to how the productive forces of man and therefore his social relations have been developed. Their material relations are the basis of all their relations. These material relations are only the necessary forms. 94 in which their material and individual activity is realized. Point 95. The first sentence implies that productive forces are the basis of social relations, and the second says that material relations are the basis of all their relations. All their relations must cover relations which are not material, namely the social relations of the first sentence. Thus material work relations belong alongside the productive forces as substratum of the economic structure. Notwithstanding the last statement, we hold that work relations are not themselves productive forces. Others, recognizing that work relations are not included in the economic structure, for that reason classify them as productive forces. They cite in support of this policy texts in which Marx speaks of the heightening of productive power due to efficient division of labor. Point 96. We agree that something in this conceptual area is a productive force, but not the work relations themselves. On our account, knowledge of ways of organizing labor is a productive force, part of managerial labor power, but the relations established when that knowledge is implemented are not productive forces. It is necessary to distinguish the blueprint for the set of relations from the relations themselves, and it is the first which is a productive force. A principle for allocating tasks in a certain fashion is used in production, and it is owned by whomever owns the labor power, which includes knowledge of it. Relations obtaining when tasks are divided as it prescribes are neither used nor owned. Point 97. Our insistence that material relations of production are not productive forces will appear less pedantic when we put the point to theoretical use in Chapter 6, Section 6. Chapter V. Fetishism 1. 1. Fetishism in religion and in economics. To make a fetish of something, or fetishize it, is to invest it with powers it does not in itself have. The term fetish derives from discourse about religion. In religious fetishism, an activity of thought, a cultural process, vests an object with apparent power. Since thinking does not make things so, the religious fetish does not really acquire the power mentally referred to it. But if a culture makes a fetish of an object, its members come to perceive it as endowed with the power. What is mistakenly attributed to it is experienced as inhering in it. The fetish then manifests itself as endowed with a power which in truth it lacks. It has the power not in the real world but in the religious world, a world of illusion. Marx identified several fetishes in the sphere of the economy. The commodity fetish is most famous, but the fetishism of capital is at least as important. The economic fetish is partly analogous with the religious fetish. It is endowed with a power which in a sense too it lacks, whereas the religious fetish simply lacks the power. Point 3. And the appearance of power in the economic fetish does not result from a thought process, but from a process of production. It arises from the way production is organized in commodity society. It is inseparable from the production of commodities for and survives even when commodity production is clearly conceived. Understanding does not dissipate the mist 5 through which the market economy is perceived. The false appearance is, rather like a mirage, and unlike a hallucination, located in the external world. In economic fetishism there is a gulf between reality and its own appearance. The mind registers the fetish. It does not, as in the religious case, create it. 2. What is true and what is false in fetishism. Commodities possess exchange value, and capital is productive. But these powers belong to them only by grace of the material labor process. Yet they appear to inhere in them independently of it. That appearance is fetishism. The religious fetish does not have the power it appears to have. The economic fetish does. The illusion is that it has the power inherently, whereas it is in fact delegated by material production. The time taken to produce a commodity takes the form of the exchange value of the commodity. 6 The productivity of men working with means of production takes the form of the productivity of capital. The forms are visible, but their foundation in laboring activity is not. The social forms conceal the material content. That products have exchange value is a result, as we shall see, section 3, of the way labor is organized, and how much exchange value a product has depends on how much labor is spent on it. But exchange value appears to transcend its material basis in labor and to derive from the substance of the commodity itself. The commodity really has exchange value, but it seems to emanate from it, not from the labor which produces it. Exchange value is a social relational property of a thing, and fetishism veils its source in material relations between persons. We may summarize the doctrine of commodity fetishism as follows. 1. The labor of persons takes the form of the exchange value of things. 2. Things do have exchange value. 3. They do not have it autonomously. 4. They appear to have it autonomously. 7. 5. Exchange value, and the illusion accompanying it, are not permanent, but peculiar to a determinate form of society. To characterize capital fetishism, we need the distinction between physical production and value production. Physical production is the transformation of use values into use values by men employing means of production. Surplus physical production is physical production whose product exceeds what is required to sustain the producers and replace used-up means of production. Physical production is universal, and surplus physical production is near universal, missing only in primitive society. Value production is specific to market economies, where the product has not only use value but exchange value. It is the production of the product as a value. Surplus value production is the production of more value than the value of what is used up in the productive process. Now capital is doubly productive. First, it is value productive, because it yields a financial return, it is released, and it comes back with surplus value attached. But that surplus value reflects the creation of surplus physical product. Exchange value expands only because the productive process creates more use value than it consumes. Capital is also physically productive. For it is embodied in labor power, as variable capital, and means of production, as constant capital, and it is their action, hence the action of capital, which produces physical output. The physical productivity of capital depends on its being thus embodied. Yet capital's power to produce, in both senses, appears to be a faculty inherent in it, not one it owes to the labor process. 8. We found two phases in commodity fetishism: 1. Separation of exchange value from its material basis, 2. Attachment of exchange value to the substance of the commodity. The two phases of capital fetishism are more subtly distinguished. First, productivity is separated from its basis in material production, and attributed to exchange value itself, to capital. Then productivity is referred back to labor power and means of production as physical embodiments of capital. They appear productive in virtue of being embodiments of capital, whereas in fact capital is productive in virtue of its embodiment in them. 9. Summary of the doctrine of capital fetishism. 1. The productivity of men operating with physical facilities takes the form of the productivity of capital. 10. 2. Capital is productive. 3. It is not autonomously productive. 4. It appears to be autonomously productive. 5. Capital, and the illusion accompanying it, are not permanent, but peculiar to a determinate form of society. Capital fetishism is expounded above with special reference to industrial capital, capital embodied in labor power and means of production. In fetishized perception, industry produces because capital animates it, while in reality the life of capital is entirely due to physical production. Still, the fetishism of industrial capital does assign a role to material production, albeit the reverse of its true role. Capital fetishism reaches a higher stage in the fetishism of interest-bearing capital, which, by attracting interest, appears to expand of its own accord, without the intervention of production. The relationship of capital to labor is obliterated. 11 And surplus value, which is the result of the capitalist process of production divorced from the process, acquires an independent existence. 12 According to Marx, some vulgar economists suppose that interest would continue to accrue even if all capitalists only loaned their capital, and none used it productively. 13 The interest payment is in fact derived from the surplus value generated by production. Profit and interest are parts of it, redounding to distinct capitalists. But the route from physical production to interest is so indirect that here the production of surplus value appears purely as an occult property of capital. 14 It is, after all, possible for interest to accrue, for a limited time, without the mediation of production. 15 An industrial capitalist whose plant is idle may still meet interest payments. In developed capitalism it is almost always a sum of money, or some comparably use-valueless entity, whose loan attracts more than itself in return. Gain from money lending met with hostility in pre-capitalist times, and it seems that interest-bearing capital was first tolerated when the principal was a use value, such as a supply of seed, which could be seen to contribute materially to production. 16 Interest fetishism is limited when the principal is materially embodied. 3. Diagnosis of commodity fetishism. Commodity fetishism is the appearance that products have value in and of themselves, apart from the labor bestowed on them. Why are commodities fetishes? Why does the labor which constitutes their value fail to appear to do so? That commodities are fetishes does not derive from the fact that they are use values. All products are use values, but only when they are produced as commodities are they fetishes. No more does the fetish character result from the fact that commodities are products of a certain amount and a certain kind of labor. All products are. Nor, finally, is it grounded in the fact that commodity production is not only material production but production within a social form. All production proceeds within a social form. 17 Mystery arises not because there is a social form, but because of the particular social form it is. The enigma comes clearly from this form itself. 18 What matters is the specific manner in which the social character of labor is established. 19 Mystery arises because the social character of production is expressed only in exchange, not in production itself. The product lacks social form anterior to its manifestation as a commodity. The commodity form alone connects producing units in market society. In other economies their labors are integrated from the start, by custom, directive, or plan. As producers they already have claims on one another, or on society at large. In commodity production there is no such integration, producers connect only mediately, through exchange, not as producers but as marketeers. Commodities are immediately social and producers' relations are only indirectly so. The social form is thus alienated from the productive content, and it dominates it. Social relations between things assert themselves against material relations between persons who lack direct social relations. 20 It appears that men labor because their products have value, whereas in fact they have value because labor has been bestowed on them. 21 Men do not recognize their own authorship of the value through which alone they relate, and which therefore regulates their lives as producers. They are thus in a quite specific sense alienated from their own power, which has passed into things. Marx contrasts market society with social forms whose production is immediately social, and therefore as transparent as Robinson Crusoe's dealings with nature. He instances primitive communism, production in a patriarchal tribe, feudalism, and the future free association of producers. In patriarchal society the product bears the specific social imprint of the family relationship. 22 It is from the beginning destined, and known to be destined, and only produced because it is destined, to be consumed by some member of the family, or the family as a whole. And the same holds, mutatis mutandis, for all other non-commodity production, the social relations between individuals in the performance of their labor, appear as their own mutual personal relations, and are not disguised under the shape of social relations between the products of labor. 23 The product is socially impregnated before it circulates, in virtue of a nexus of duties or agreements between people. But under commodity production it shows a social character only insofar as it circulates, in commodity form. Mysterious exchange value alone integrates dispersed producers. When production is not ab initio social, an illusiogenic market is required to link men's labors behind their backs. The differences are depicted in the diagram. The M's are men, the P's products. Parallel lines represent bonds obtaining between men and in virtue of which products change hands. Arrows indicate the movement of products between them. First, feudal society is shown, with traditional claims of particular persons on one another. The figure at the top is the lord, to whom products are due, but who does not, in his turn, supply any to producers. Then we have communal production, in which each contributes to and takes from an aggregate product. 24 Finally, market society, whose purely atomic 25 members are in serial disconnection, linked only via exchange of products. The diagram portrays the duplication of worlds peculiar to commodity production. The explanation of commodity fetishism is that if elements, here producers, which must be united are initially severed, they come to be joined indirectly on an alienated plane, in illusory forms. Division in what needs to be unified leads to duplication, a second world arises to confer a surrogate coherence on the fragmented elements. Section 6 shows the incidence of this explanatory pattern in other parts of Marx's thought. 4. Diagnosis of capital fetishism. We found in Marx a unitary account of the cause of commodity fetishism. In a phrase, it is lack of social connection between producers as producers. His explanation of the source of capital fetishism has a more complex texture. Here are some of its strands. 1. Under capitalism, production is wholly dependent on capital, which advances its prerequisites, and regulates it from beginning to end. The means of production are available only as capital. 26 And it is only as variable capital that labor power can operate. The capitalist thus appears as the producer, or manufacturer. 27, and the laborers as his instruments, incorporated in capital. 28 Because capital is sovereign over the entire productive process, the power of that process appears as due to capital. This fetishism, incipient at the stage of formal subjugation. 29 becomes all the more real the more labor power itself becomes so modified that it is powerless as an independent force outside this capitalist relationship, and that its independent capacity to produce is destroyed. 30. Because the extra productive power that comes of combining many laborers together costs capital nothing, and because the laborer himself does not develop it before his labor belongs to capital, it appears as a power with which capital is endowed by nature, a productive power that is immanent in capital. 31. In his reduced condition, the worker cannot exert power without capital, so his power appears as the power of capital. 2. Capital's productivity is contingent on its command of the material element which is by nature productive, labor power. Yet although the amount of surplus value created in an enterprise depends entirely on the amount of capital it has invested in labor power, as opposed to machines, raw materials, etc., the amount of surplus value that redounds to the enterprise is directly proportional to the total capital invested in it, in all factors of production. 32 Labor-intensive industries have a higher rate of profit creation but the same rate of profit appropriation as other industries. Competition induces an equalizing flow of surplus value in the direction of industries with greater investment in means of production. But this theoretically validated distinction between the locus of profit generation and the locus of profit accrual is not exhibited on the surface of reality, to unreflective observation. It therefore appears that what determines the amount of profit the capitalist receives, namely his total capital, also creates that profit, so that capital as such, and not particularly as invested in labor power, appears productive. 33. 3. Commercial capital, the capital of the merchant who engages in trade as opposed to production, makes no contribution to the total fund of surplus value, but competition ensures that it is remunerated on the same terms as industrial capital. This fortifies the impression that it is capital as such which is productive, and that in the industrial case actual production is only a means for the exercise of its power. 34. It is natural to suppose that it cannot be because of material production that capital is productive, when it so forcibly appears to produce without material production, in commerce and in the hands of the recipient of interest payments. 35. 4. We noted that labor seems creative only as variable capital. It appears, moreover, that it only creates that part of the value of the product which is equal to the part of capital advanced as wages. In appearance the worker is rewarded for all of his labor, not merely for the part necessary to reproduce his own existence. Accordingly, the unpaid part seems necessarily to come not from labor but from capital, and not from the variable part of capital but from capital as a whole. 36. 5. Commodity fetishism and money. Capitalist society transforms quality into quantity. Every society embraces a set of interdependent producers, performing specific, qualitatively different material services for one another. But in a commodity economy this mutual provisioning takes place only in so far as the products achieve quantitative expression, as sums of exchange value. Money, which is exchange value divorced from use value, perfects the alienated mediation of producers. The fact that the exchange value of the commodity assumes an independent existence in money reflects their disconnection as producers. In order that they may be connected, the definite, particular labor of the private individual must manifest itself as its opposite, as equal, necessary, general labor and, in this form, social labor. 37. Sociality can appear only in this form, in the money value of labor's product, which represents just the quantity of labor bestowed upon it. Yet money can possess a social property only because individuals have alienated their own social relationships by embodying them in a thing. 38. In pre-commodity society men have claims on others in virtue of the roles they occupy vis-a-vis one another. The need for mediation through money varies inversely with the strength of direct social ties. The less social power the medium of exchange possesses, the greater must be the power of the community which binds the individuals together, the patriarchal relation, the community of antiquity, feudalism, and the guild system. In market society each individual possesses social power in the form of a thing. Rob the thing of this social power and you must give it to persons to exercise over persons. 39. The bourgeois revolution abolishes immediate subjection of man to man. Feudal constraints, enabling X to direct Y just in virtue of who X and Y are, come to an end, and no orders are valid except where the recipient has contracted to accept them. Bourgeois ideology celebrates the disappearance of the old bonds, but the new seeming mutual independence of the individuals is supplemented by a general and mutual dependence through or by means of the products. 40. The rule of things is the price of bourgeois freedom. Still, rob the thing of this social power and you must give it to persons to exercise over persons. The sentence seems to favor the bourgeois claim that the suppression of the market would lead to political tyranny, and not the equality socialists preoccupied with capitalist inequality promise. Marx is sympathetic to this claim for stages of productive development short of abundance. See Chapter 7, Section 6. But at very high levels of industry the power of the community will not be exercised by some persons over others. 6. Commodity fetishism, religion, and politics. The explanation of commodity fetishism was, when elements which need to be united are not united directly they are joined ab extra through a duplicate world of illusion. In tendering this account Marx was bringing to the economic domain a form of diagnosis he applied rather earlier to religion. His fourth thesis on Feuerbach. Feuerbach starts out from the fact of religious self-alienation, of the duplication of the world into a religious world and a secular one. His work consists in resolving the religious world into its secular basis. but that the secular basis detaches itself from itself and establishes itself as an independent realm in the clouds can only be explained by the cleavages and self-contradictions within this secular basis. 41. Schism in the primary world generates a second world, illusory in itself, and masking the first one. Feuerbach does root religion in life, but he fails to see that religion will erupt as long, and only as long, as there is conflict in real life. Division in the real world is necessary and sufficient for its reproduction as a religious one. Feuerbach merits praise and blame exactly analogous to what Marx later assigned to classical political economy. The classical economists, more or less, noticed the source of exchange value in labor time. But, in analogy with Feuerbach's error of omission, they failed to recognize that labor time takes the form of exchange value, this blinding halo. 42 only because producers are fragmented. They supposed instead that it is of the nature of labor time to take on this appearance. 43. Feuerbach and the classical economists are commended for not taking religion and exchange value, respectively, at face value. They know the phenomenon is not autonomous, and are therefore superior to believers. The believers in the economic instance are the vulgar economists who, like the religious, mistake illusion for independent reality. Recall the 5 statements of the summary on pages 116 to 17. Marx knows the truth of all of them. The classical economists fail to appreciate the 5th, and are unoccupied with the question to which the 4th is an answer. The vulgar economists are unaware of the 1st, are therefore ignorant of the 3rd, and taken in by the appearance mentioned in the 4th. The only truth they know is the 2nd. Vulgar economy alone makes value intrinsic to things. It is characteristic of labor based on private exchange that the social character of labor manifests itself in a perverted form as the property of things, that a social relation appears as a relation between things, between products, values in use, commodities. This appearance is accepted as something real by our fetish worshipper, and he actually believes that the exchange value of things is determined by their properties as things, and is altogether a natural property of things. 44. The vulgar economist accepts the concepts the capitalist uses in his business practice and systematizes them. Since the underlying reality is irrelevant to business practice, what concerns the capitalist is not the source of value but how he may obtain some. It goes unnoticed in vulgar economy. Classical political economy penetrates beneath surface categories, but it thinks that what lies beyond them is naturally and inevitably expressed in them. Thereby it prepares the ground for the vulgarian démarche, offering the vulgar economists a secure basis of operations for their shallowness, which on principle worships appearances only. 45. A relation between men, exchange of labors, manifests itself only as a relation between things, equivalence of value. In not recognizing the 2nd as but a transient form of the 1st, the classicals encouraged the vulgarians to drop the 1st altogether. Marx holds that exchange value necessarily dominates society when producers are divided from one another. The economists classical and vulgar do not see that exchange value achieves sway only because production is divided, and therefore cannot conceive an alternative economy in which exchange value, money, and capital cease to regulate the social order. Compare, finally, the petty bourgeois socialists, such as Proudhon in France and Gray in England. They wish to preserve privatized production, but to abolish the domination of exchange value and capital. Hence their crackpot schemes to eliminate money and substitute for it labor chits, which would in time acquire all the characteristics of money, as long as producers remain fragmented. Their futile proposals compose a program in which goods are to be produced as commodities but not exchanged as commodifies. They do not appreciate that escape from the rule of exchange value is possible only when production itself is revolutionized, and becomes the joint enterprise of associated men. 46. Our last illustration of the theme that division leads to duplication concerns the state. According to the Jewish question, it is because men are in conflict in their real life that they must solidarize in an ideal and false life as formally equal citizens. The state is a second and illusory society, which must be transcended. Human emancipation will only be complete when the real individual man has absorbed into himself the abstract citizen, when as an individual man, in his everyday life, in his work, and in his relationships, he has become a species beings, and when he has recognized and organized his own powers as social powers so that he no longer separates this social power from himself as political power. 47. The Jewish question is prehistorical materialist. A transitional text is the German ideology, in which the state as illusory community and the state as organ of class rule receive equal emphasis, sometimes side by side. 48. But even the mature idea of the political superstructure has some analogy with the doctrine of commodity fetishism. The 5 statements on pages 116 to 17 are matched by these. 1. Class antagonism takes the form of political conflict. 2. There is specifically political conflict. 3. Political conflict is not autonomous but derivative. 4. It appears, however, to be autonomous. 5. Political conflict, the state, and the associated illusions are not permanent, but peculiar to class-divided societies. In a much-quoted early letter, Marx credited bourgeois historians with discovery of the importance of class struggle, reserving for himself the honor of having determined that classes and their conflict are limited to a finite stretch of history. 49. This nicely parallels his conception of his advance beyond Ricardo, who did not understand how exchange value is only bound up with particular, historic phases in the development of production. 50. 7. Communism as the liberation of the content. Fetishism protects capitalism. When the social form arrogates to itself the energy of the content, it makes itself appear eternal, simply human. 51. Like the content itself. This is reflected in the discourse of the economists, which feigns a direct coalescence of the material relations of production with their historical and social determination. 52. The fruits of living labor are attributed to the capital form imprisoning it. 53. The stunting quality of labor under capitalism is conceived as belonging to laboring as such. 54. There is then no prospect of liberation from capital, for labor. The socialist revolution suppresses fetishism, and the condition of communism to which it leads may be described as the conquest of form by matter. For in negating exchange value, communism releases the content fetishized economy imprisoned in form. It subjects the social to the individual, thus exactly reversing fetishism. The following passage reminds us of the structure of commodity fetishism and supports the interpretation of communism advanced in this section. The very necessity of first transforming the products or activities of the individual into exchange value, into money, so that they hold and display their social power in the form of things, proves 2 things. 1. That individuals now produce only for society and in society. 2. That production is not directly social, is not the offspring of an association which distributes labor within itself. Individuals are subsumed under social production, which operates like destiny behind their backs, but social production is not subsumed under individuals, managed by them as their commonwealth. 55. In communism, individuals reclaim the power which is properly their own but which has congealed in social structure. Use value supplants exchange value, and the material process of production is stripped of its miserable and antagonistic form. 56. Nor is there, as in the regime before exchange value conquered, extra economic coercion binding men. There is just a free development of individualities. 57. Involuntary association. For communism makes it impossible that anything should exist independently of individuals. 58. Contemplated here is a conjoint liberation of people and their productive powers. Individuals in control of historically transformed nature take over, and the reign of form ends. Fetishism is part of the price paid for the development of production sponsored by capitalism. With fetishism, the form not only dominates the content but obscures it. When communism subdues the form and enfranchises matter, obscurity retreats, and science is no longer required for human self-understanding. 59. The form prevails because it develops the content. It is the function of society to transform nature. 60. Does it follow that, once nature is developed, society withers away? Does communism not only subject form to matter, but abolish it? Is communism formless? The answer is complicated. Certainly communism ends the constriction of matter by form. It frees the material side, use value, productive forces, individuals. But does it not have a social form? A social form is a structure, an ordering of relations between persons. The total disappearance of form, so understood, is a utopian notion. From the moment that men in any way work for one another, their labor assumes a social form. 61 And men work for one another under communism. But a reduction of the scope of form, and a change of relation between form and matter, these are not utopian notions. Since communism promises a decreasing working day, it contracts the sphere of the economy. The form of the economy, and its weight in men's lives, contract in step. As for activity outside the economic zone, it is described as the free development of human energy. 62 Which sounds like something so spontaneous as to be the opposite of anything which has a form. But perhaps the real point is this: activity under communism, both within and outside its economy, is not unstructured, but it is also not pre-structured. No social form is imposed upon it, but it does have a form. One might say, the form is now just the boundary created by matter itself. The structure displayed by communism is no more than the outline of the activities of its members, not something into which they must fit themselves. These obscure statements will now be clarified, through attention to a neglected aspect of the idea of the abolition of the division of labor. It is known that the state withers away under communism. But the state is not the only structure due for retirement. The social structure will also subside. The liberated association of individuals is less a new social structure than freedom from social structure. For the proletarians, the condition of their existence, labor, and with it all the conditions of existence governing modern society, have become something accidental, something over which they, as separate individuals, have no control, and over which no social organization can give them control. 63. Liberation entails release of the content, and the unfettered effusion of productive power. Previous revolutions within the framework of division of labor were bound to lead to new political institutions. The Communist Revolution, which removes the division of labor, ultimately abolishes political institutions, and finally, the Communist Revolution will be guided not by the social institutions of inventive socially gifted persons, but by the productive forces. 64. We need a reading of the division of labor which makes its abolition coincide with the suppression of social structure. This we now try to provide. Marx prophesied the disappearance of the division of labor in a celebrated passage of the German ideology. We do not know whether this early prophecy was already accompanied by the belief he later expressed in the withering away of labor itself, as activity geared to economic ends. 65. It is unclear whether the attractively varied activity sketched below was supposed to constitute production, or take place outside it. Whatever the answer to that question may be, the passage illuminates the idea of the suppression of form. As soon as the distribution of labor comes into being, each man has a particular, exclusive sphere of activity, which is forced upon him and from which he cannot escape. He is a hunter, a fisherman, a shepherd, or a critical critic, and must remain so if he does not want to lose his means of livelihood, while in communist society, where nobody has one exclusive sphere of activity but each can become accomplished in any branch he wishes, society regulates the general production and thus makes it possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner, just as I have a mind, without ever becoming hunter, fisherman, shepherd, or critic. 66. Marx here attributes three desirable features to activity, be it labor or not, in future society. First, a person does not give himself up to one activity only. Second, he does not relate to any of his several activities as to a role in a fixed social structure. And third, what he does is something he wishes to do. It is the second feature which demands examination here. Communist man hunts, fishes, herds sheep, and criticizes, without ever becoming hunter, fisherman, shepherd, or critic. we submit that the quoted phrase adds to the initial assertion of variation in activity. This man is not even successively a hunter, fisherman, and critic, though he does hunt, fish, and criticize. For he is in none of these activities entering a position in a structure of roles, in such a way that he could identify himself, if only for the time being, as a hunter, etc. The thought we are trying to elicit is perhaps more apparent here. With the communist organization of society, there disappears the subordination of the artist to local and national narrowness, which arises entirely from division of labor, and also the subordination of the artist to some definite art, thanks to which he is exclusively a painter, sculptor, etc., the very name of his activity adequately expressing the narrowness of his professional development and his dependence on division of labor. In a communist society there are no painters but at most people who engage in painting among other activities. 67. We deny that the last sentence says, in a communist society there are no full-time painters but at most part-time painters. People do paint, but the status painter is not assumed even from time to time. The abolition of roles is an exacting prescription, but Marx imposed it on future society. The reproach that he sought a complete absorption of the individual in society states the reverse of his aim. Having complained that in modern times a general or a banker plays a great part, but mere man. A very shabby part. 68. He would not be impressed by a jack of all roles, who is other than mere man, whatever he took that to be. He wanted individuals to face one another and themselves as such, without the mediation of institutions. 69. For institutions represent fixation of social activity, consolidation of what we ourselves produce into an objective power above us. 70. It is no great exaggeration to say that Marx's freely associated individuals constitute an alternative to, not a form of, society. Chapter 6. The primacy of the productive forces. 1. Introduction. In this chapter we show that Marx assigned explanatory primacy to the productive forces, and we provide some reasons for actually doing so. These tasks are prosecuted separately, in deference to an elementary distinction. The thesis that Marx vested primacy in the forces is distinct from the thesis that they are primary. This truism bears assertion, because Marxists have a habit of evaluating the first claim according to their conception of the merits of the second. That procedure is sound only if one may assume in advance that Marx's stand on the matter is correct. This may be so, as we shall ourselves argue, but it is unacceptable as an assumption. Still less acceptable is another principle sometimes implicit in Marxist thinking, that whatever Marx thought about the matter is obviously true. This principle is unacceptable not only as an assumption but absolutely. The primacy maintained in this chapter is of the productive forces over the production relations, or over the economic structure the relations constitute. The primacy thesis is that the nature of a set of production relations is explained by the level of development of the productive forces embraced by it, to a far greater extent than vice versa. Point 1. The exact structure of the explanatory tie is the topic of section 5. The primacy thesis, as we find it in Marx, is associated with a second thesis, which will be called the development thesis. We shall, accordingly, be concerned with the following pair of claims. A. The productive forces tend to develop throughout history, the development thesis. B. The nature of the production relations of a society is explained by the level of development of its productive forces, the primacy thesis proper. A. Says both more and less than. A. The productive forces have developed throughout history. A. Says more than. A. Because. A. Asserts a universal tendency to development. The forces might have developed for a miscellany of uncoordinated reasons, and that would suffice to establish, A. But not, A. Which requires that it is of the nature of the forces to develop. On the other hand, A. Does not entail that the forces always develop, nor even that they never decline. Circumstances may frustrate fulfillment of the tendency it imputes to them. The primacy thesis, B, implies that changes in productive forces bring about changes in production relations. Yet some changes in productive forces are too limited in scope to have that effect. Nor is it possible to provide a general statement of how much productive power must increase for a consequent change in production relations to occur. Instead, we may formulate the dynamic aspect of the dependence of production relations on productive forces as follows: for any set of production relations, there is an extent of further development of the productive forces they embrace which suffices for a change in those relations, and in virtue of a. that further development tends to occur. But how large the development must be will vary from case to case. The logical structure of the claim classifies it with such truths as that all liquids have boiling points, all sentient organisms have pain thresholds, etc. These do not specify the values of the critical levels whose universality they assert, and the same goes for our analogous formulation. There are both quantitative and qualitative differences between levels of development of productive power. If level L is higher than level M, then, on the criterion adopted in Chapter 2, Section 6, more surplus is producible at level L than at level M. But that quantitative difference will normally be due to incidence at the two stages of qualitatively different sorts of productive knowledge and resources. If, then, we say that production relations are explained by levels of development of productive power, it is necessary to add that it is sometimes the sheer quantity of power, sometimes its qualitative embodiment, and sometimes both, in which explanation resides. 2. Assertions of primacy by Marx, the preface. Some arguments for the development and primacy theses will be given in section 4. In this section and the next we provide conclusive evidence of Marx's allegiance to them. We begin with the preface of 1859, and for ease of reference we present some preface sentences with numbers attached. 1. Relations of production correspond to a definite stage of development of material productive forces. 2. At a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, within which they have been at work hitherto. 3. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. 4. Then begins an epoch of social revolution which brings about a change of economic structure. Point 2. 5. No social formation ever perishes before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed. 6. New, higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society itself. The sentences show commitment to the development thesis. It is not stated as such, but it is presupposed in Marx's recurrent reference to the development of the productive forces. No one could think that he is concerned with those cases in which they tend to develop as opposed to others in which, he would acknowledge, they do not. His subject is the trend of history as a whole, and he clearly supposes that throughout history the productive forces tend to develop and, indeed, do develop. As to the primacy thesis proper, we contend that it is already reflected in sentence 1. When Marx says production relations correspond to productive forces, he means the former are appropriate to the latter, and we may impute to him the further thought that the relations are as they are because they are appropriate to productive development. Yet many will say that it belongs to the meaning of the verb correspond, in sprechen, that if x corresponds to y, then y corresponds to x, so that if relations correspond to forces, forces must correspond to relations. If they are right, the asserted correspondence of relations to forces implies no priority either way, and our interpretation of Marx is incorrect. But they are not right. Correspondence is not always symmetrical. It is sometimes, as in goals in soccer correspond to runs in baseball, but sometimes it is not, as in nervous breakdowns correspond to increases in the pressures of life, where correspond means, roughly, are explained by. Our own interpretation is not established as correct by the refutation we have just given of one bad argument for a contrary view. We still need to show that the relation signified by correspond in sentence 1 is unidirectional rather than symmetrical. The symmetrical reading is perhaps feasible when sentence 1 is taken in isolation from the rest of the preface, but if we bring the latter to bear it fails, and our own reading is seen to be correct. The sentence following one it is not quoted above states that forms of social consciousness correspond to the economic structure. The proponent of the symmetry view of correspond in one must extend his interpretation of it to this further occurrence of the word, on pain of maintaining, most implausibly, that it is used with a fundamental difference of intent in two adjacent sentences. But the extension to which he is committed is unacceptable. For later preface sentences do assign a derivative role to social consciousness 3, and it is reasonable to take the sentence after 1 as a summary statement of that assignment. 2. Sentences 2, 3, and 4 entail that productive development eventuates in incompatibility between forces and relations, whereupon the tension is resolved in favor of the forces, by transformation of the relations. But why do the relations not prevail against the forces? Because it seems natural to reply the relations must correspond to the forces, but this is a good answer only if correspond is taken as we recommend. At this point someone might say that, while the correspondence of one is indeed unidirectional, Marx also held that there was as much influence in the opposite direction, by the relations on the forces, although sentence 1 does not say so. And we grant that I, even as we have interpreted it, is, taken alone, compatible with parallel opposite assertions to the effect that production relations develop, and, in developing, bring about changes in productive forces. Neither one nor passages similar to it in other works, see section 3, state that all changes in production relations are responses to movement of the productive forces. Moreover, they say little about the source of changes in the productive forces, which might, therefore, at least in some cases, be located in the production relations. Sentence 1 and its cognates, abstractly considered, leave room for that zigzag dialectic between forces and relations, with priority on neither side, which is widely favored. Yet no generalizations asserting the putative reverse movement are to be found in the corpus. If Marx thought the influence was bidirectional, with equal weight on both sides, why did he consistently draw attention, when generalizing, to one direction only? Why does he frequently refer to correspondence of relations to forces and never to the opposite in his theoretical summations? Marx recognizes many ways in which relations condition forces, and the bearing of this on the primacy thesis will be considered in section 5. Our present point is that his general statements always award priority to the forces. We conclude that sentence 1 of the preface may fairly be taken as manifesting commitment to the primacy thesis, thesis B, in a sense which is partly elaborated by sentences 2, 3, and 4. Further elaboration is provided by sentences 5 and 6. 2 through 6 convey a very strict form of the primacy thesis. An extremely precise governance of the production relations by the productive forces is asserted here, and when we come to defend the primacy thesis, in section 4, a laxer version of it than what the preface lays down will occupy us. But now we shall examine sentences 5 and 6, first in abstraction from 2 and 4, then together with them. The point of the abstraction is to distinguish distinct theses. 5 says, no social formation ever perishes before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed. Social formations permit, have room for, productive development according as their production relations do. Let us therefore rewrite 5 as follows. No economic structure, set of production relations, ever perishes before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed. Note that in 5's companion, 6, relations of production appears just where, given the wording of 5, we should expect to find social formation. Now all the productive forces for which there is room in an economic structure is, quite clearly, a reference to the maximum level of productivity compatible with that structure. It would be a mistake to take the quoted phrase in a literal way, as denoting a certain number of productive forces. Hence 5 says, if an economic structure perishes, its productivity potential was realized. At some point in its history a deceased form of economy was as productively powerful as it was possible for an economy of that form to be. 2 mistaken handlings of sentence 5 will now be noted. The first is to deflate it into a truism, the second is to make its claim out to be greater than it actually is. When something is perishing, it is poorly placed to achieve anything, and the weakest reading of 5 takes it as an instance of that trivially true generalization. On this view 5 says no more than that when it perished, the economic structure could develop the forces no further, because it was perishing. A somewhat stronger reading would have it that the economic structure was already incapable of sustaining further productive development before, perhaps just before it began to perish, it was sclerosed. But even this is too weak. If a man was unable to develop further on the eve of his death, it does not follow that all his abilities had by then unfolded, and, similarly, an economic structure might be imagined to suffer sclerosis and perish when its productivity had not reached the maximum height possible for it. Such a case, 5 says, is not actualized in history. Very trivial readings being set aside, 5 remains capable of both strong and weak construals. Thus suppose that in the productive heyday of French feudalism a yield of grain some 6 times greater than the amount of seed sown was normal. 4. Let grain productivity alone determine a pre-industrial society's productive power. On a strong construal of 5, 5 implies that something like that level of productivity is the highest possible for the feudal form as such, so that if some other feudalism shows an input/output ratio of, say, 1:10, then French feudalism did not reach its potential, and the French case falsifies 5. On a weaker and more plausible construal of 5,5 French feudal society's maximum possible productivity would be set not by the feudal form as such but by the feudal form in its specific French variation. In the terms of Chapter 3, Section 6, not the dominant production relation alone, which is common to all feudalisms, but more specific features of its economic structure, would figure in determining a particular feudal society's potential maximum. Then the fact that other feudalisms had outclassed the French would not falsify 5. Having rejected deflationary accounts of 5, we now indicate some respects in which it is less assertive than it might seem. First, notice that 5 does not say that whenever an economic structure goes it is replaced by one which represents an improvement on it. 5 permits regression, an economic structure which has reached its productive apex being replaced by an inferior one. Second, 5 does not entail its own converse, namely, if all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed, an economic structure perishes. A society which reaches its maximum but remains locked inside the economic form which brought it there does not falsify 5. 5 thus permits what may be called fossilization. Marx perhaps attributed fossilization to Indian civilization, and whatever difficulty the example as he describes it poses for him, it is quite consistent with sentence 5.6. Sentence 6 says, new higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society itself. We conjecture 7 that material is used here in the sense explained in Chapter 4. If so, 6 says that a higher economic structure cannot be introduced without a requisitely advanced level of productivity, a level to which the forces have been developed within the old economic structure. 6 is trivialized if material conditions is taken as a pleonasm, that is, as synonymous with conditions, for Marx would then be saying no more than that a new economic structure, like anything else, emerges only when it is possible for it to emerge. He would merely be banning miracles, not specifying substantive prerequisites of new relations of production. On the other hand, 6, like 5, does not entail its converse, and thus also says less than might at first appear. The converse of 6 is, if productive forces sufficient for a new and higher economic structure have developed, the latter emerges. For all 6 says, this need not be universally true. 6 allows historical miscarriages. There are, then, a number of important theses which 5 and 6 do not entail. But the position changes when we combine them with sentences 2, 3, and 4. The amalgam 2 to 6 is very strong doctrine indeed. 8. The stage referred to in 2, when production relations begin to inhibit the productive forces, is one which, 4 informs us, is followed by a revolution. But we know from 5 that if a revolution occurs, the productive forces reached the maximum level consistent with the old economic structure. This rules out fossilization of a fully developed economic form. Since we may suppose that the revolution installs a higher economic structure, regression is forbidden as well. It now also follows the reasoning is in section 8, that the miscarriages formally permitted by 6 are guaranteed not to occur. It might be objected that we have mishandled sentence 4, which refers to an epoch of social revolution. It is not a briefish transformation which ensues when forces and relations are in conflict, but a protracted period of transition, possibly lasting centuries. But this enforces only minor qualifications on the above remarks. It means that temporary fossilization and regression are possible. The arrival of the new society may be delayed, and there may be some backward steps on the way to it, but come it must in the end. We sought to indicate what sentences 5 and 6 do not per se entail as a device for revealing a large set of theses to which, it turns out, the preface is committed. The preface makes many claims. When we come to defend theses, A, and B, we shall not hope to support all the claims we distinguished. We shall not, for example, want to deny that feudal relations, had they peradventure lasted longer, might have yielded higher productivity than they ever did in fact. Their lesser productive potential partly explains their decline, but it need not follow that they must, as the preface asserts, actualize that potential before they disappear. 3. Assertions of primacy by Marx, outside the preface. So at least in the preface of 1859 Marx espouses theses, A, and B. The development of the productive forces proceeds systematically, and production relations conform to that development. But some think this version of historical materialism is found only in the preface. So we now exhibit passages from other works in evidence of the permanence of the preface perspective in Marx's mature thought. Allegiance to the primacy thesis dawns in the German ideology, 1846, though it is expressed in a vocabulary which is later dropped. A term notably peculiar to the German ideology is Verkehrsform, standardly translated as form, or mode, of intercourse or, misleadingly, as mode of, carrying on, commerce. Verkehrsform is a precursor of the later, better defined, relations of production. We are told that the multitude of productive forces accessible to men determines the nature of society 9, and this is spelled out in a diachronic dependence of the Verkehrsform on the forces which prefigures sentences 2 to 4 of the preface. In the place of an earlier form of intercourse, which has become a fetter, a new one is put, corresponding to the more developed productive forces and, hence, to the advanced mode of self-activity of individuals, a form which in its turn becomes a fetter and is then replaced by another. 10. The propensity of the production relations to adapt themselves to the productive forces entails a corollary about the aftermath of conquests. When there is nothing more to take, you have to set about producing. From this necessity of producing, it follows that the form of community adopted by the settling conquerors must correspond to the stage of development of the productive forces they find in existence, or, if this is not the case from the start, it must change according to the productive forces. 11. The theme continues in The Poverty of Philosophy, 1847. By now form of intercourse and form of community are giving way to production relations and social relations, and the dependence of both, if, indeed, they are fully distinct, on the productive forces is crisply stated. For example, the relations in which productive forces are developed correspond to a definite development of men and of their productive forces. We know that correspond is unidirectional here, for the sentence continues. And a change in men's productive forces necessarily brings about a change in their relations of production. 12. Then there is a passage with a notorious culmination. Social relations are closely bound up with productive forces. In 13, acquiring new productive forces, men change their mode of production, and in changing their mode of production, in changing their way of earning a living, they change all their social relations. 14. The hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord, The Steam Mill Society with the Industrial Capitalist. Point 15. Sidney Hook denies that the last sentence asserts the sovereignty of the productive forces. Marx often said that the development of technology could serve as an index of the development of society, but that is an altogether different thing from saying that we must look to the development of technology as the cause or independent variable of social change. Point 16. Hook is right when he claims that X gives you Y may be used to state a merely indexical connection. It does not always imply that Y is explained by X. He who says a psychology of acquisitiveness gives you capitalist society, a psychology of loyalty and honor gives you feudal society need not suppose that attitudes spawn economic systems. But the sentence, see above, preceding the contested remark about the mills falsifies the indexical interpretation of it. So does the sentence which follows it. Men establish their social relations in conformity with their material productivity. The same unambiguous commitment to the primacy of the forces is found in Marx's letter of 1846 to Pvnenkov. The social history of men is never anything but the history of their individual development, whether they are conscious of it or not. Their material relations are the basis of all their relations. Point 17. With the acquisition of new productive facilities, men change their mode of production, and with the mode of production all the economic relations, which are merely the relations appropriate to a particular mode of production. Point 18. As men develop their productive forces, that is, as they live, they develop certain relations with one another and the nature of these relations is bound to change with the change and growth of these productive forces. Point 19. The Communist Manifesto, 1848, offers no general statement about the relationship between productive forces and production relations, its focus being on the history of class conflict that relationship underlies. Still, the primacy doctrine is applied in the narrative. The feudal organization of agriculture and manufacturing industry, in one word, the feudal relations of property became no longer compatible with the already developed productive forces, they became so many fetters. They had to be burst asunder, they were burst asunder. Point 20. And the pattern is repeating itself. The productive forces at the disposal of society no longer tend to further the development of the relations of bourgeois property, on the contrary, they have become too powerful for these relations by which they are fettered. Point 21. It follows, as before, that the production relations can, should, and will be burst asunder. The proletarians have a world to win. Point 22. Also from the manifesto. The bourgeoisie cannot exist without continually revolutionizing the instruments of production, and thereby the relations of production and all the social relations. Point 23. What changes the productive forces thereby changes the production relations. This suggests the former's domination of the latter. Yet here what changes the productive forces is the bourgeoisie, and if they cannot exist without doing so, that can only be because of their emplacement in the relations of production. The text thus appears to support the dialectical view noticed and rejected on page 138 above. We shall come to terms with it in section 7. Wage Labor and Capital, 1849, proposes an analogy between the determination of production relations by productive forces and the determination of military relations by destructive forces. These social relations into which the producers enter with one another, the conditions under which they exchange their activities and participate in the whole act of production, will naturally vary according to the character of the means of production. With the invention of a new instrument of warfare, firearms, the whole internal organization of the army necessarily changed. The relationships within which individuals can constitute an army and act as an army were transformed, and the relations of different armies to one another also changed. Thus the social relations within which individuals produce, the social relations of production, change, are transformed, with the change and development of the material means of production, the productive forces. Point 24. We shall take a close look at this analogy in section 5. The passages given above come from the 1840s, but similar comment will be found in the principal later writings, as the following extracts prove. In the last instance, the community and the property resting upon it can be reduced to a specific stage in the development of the forces of production of the laboring subjects. Point 25. Beyond a certain point, the development of the productive forces becomes an obstacle for capital, and the capitalist relation itself becomes an obstacle to the development of the productive forces of labor. When it has reached this point, capital is necessarily stripped off as a fetter. Point 26. Technology discloses man's mode of dealing with nature, the process of production by which he sustains his life, and thereby also lays bare the mode of formation of his social relations. Point 27. The historical development of the antagonisms, immanent in a given form of production, is the only way in which that form of production can be dissolved and a new form established. Point 28. The direct relationship of the owners of the conditions of production to the direct producers always naturally corresponds to a definite stage in the methods of labor and thereby its social productivity. Point 29. The economic relations and consequently the social, moral, and political state of nations changes with the change in the material powers of production. Point 30. It is not ignorance of these texts which leads commentators to deny that Marx assigned primacy to the productive forces. What then explains the widespread reluctance to acknowledge his belief in their preeminence? One reason is a disposition to make assumptions like those we deplored on page 134, together with a conviction that the historical record does not support the primacy thesis. A second reason is awareness of apparently contrary texts we supplied one ourselves from the manifesto, according to which, so it seems, the production relations control the development of the productive forces. This reason for resisting the primacy thesis will be dealt with in section 5. A third reason is that the primacy thesis is considered demeaning to humanity, and therefore a view we cannot ascribe to Marx. Those who take this line stigmatize the thesis as technological determinism 31 and complain that it presents machinery and allied subhuman powers as the agencies of history. On the technological view, so it is felt, the inhuman prevails against men. This assessment displays a failure to appreciate the extensive coincidence in fact and in Marx's perception between the development of the productive forces and the growth of human faculties. Once we notice that the development of the forces is centrally an enrichment of human labor power 32, the emphasis on technology loses its dehumanizing appearance. A development of productive power is an advance in the mode of self-activity of individuals. It proceeds in tandem with the development of man. 33. The capacity to enslave men belongs primarily to social relationships, not material powers. It is the production relations which become fetters when they impede material development. To put the point hyperbolically, productive forces do not enslave men because men cannot be slaves to their own capacities. Now this is hyperbole, because there is a sense in which the productive forces may dominate the men whose forces they are, and Marx says so. The multiplied productive force, which arises through the cooperation of different individuals as it is determined by the division of labor, appears to these individuals, since their cooperation is not voluntary, but has come about naturally, not as their own united power, but as an alien force existing outside them, of the origin and goal of which they are ignorant, which they thus cannot control, which on the contrary passes through a peculiar series of phases and stages independent of the will and the action of men, nay, even being the prime governor of these. 34. History is the development of human power, but the course of its development is not subject to human will. This does not put something extra-human at the center of history. It certainly qualifies the sense in which men make their own history. 35. But it happens, for good or ill, to be true, until we reach the conscious organization of society that comes with communism. 36. Some Marxists turn away from the tangled question of the respective roles of productive forces and production relations in history and assert that the motor of history is the class struggle. Now it is true that for Marx the immediate explanation of major social transformations is often found in the battle between classes. But that is not the fundamental explanation of social change. Consider the partly analogous struggle between states, and how it explains what it explains. Warfare and its outcome have to a large extent determined where the borders between countries appear on the map of Europe. But no one who wants those borders explained will be content with an answer which terminates in a citation of the relative military strengths at various times of contending armies. He will want to know why the strong were strong and the weak weak. The explanatory power of the class struggle is similarly restricted. Capitalism develops when and because the bourgeoisie prevails against pre-bourgeois ruling classes, and socialism begins to be built when and because the proletariat defeats the bourgeoisie. But why does the successful class succeed? Marx finds the answer in the character of the productive forces. The conditions under which definite productive forces can be applied are the conditions of the rule of a definite class of society. 37 The class which rules through a period, or emerges triumphant after epochal conflict, is the class best suited, most able and disposed, to preside over the development of the productive forces at the given time. Hence Marx frequently allows that a dominant class promotes not only its own interests but, in so doing, those of humanity at large until its rule becomes outmoded, and it becomes reactionary, and he gives no explanation of class supremacy which is not founded on the productive needs of the relevant age. A characteristic statement. The interests of the species in the human kingdom, as in the animal and plant kingdoms, always assert themselves at the cost of the interest of individuals, because these interests of the species coincide only with the interests of certain individuals, and it is this coincidence which constitutes the strength of these privileged individuals. 38. Another familiar argument against the primacy of the productive forces in Marx is stated in a clear manner by Vernon Venable. If any further refutation of the technological interpretation of historical materialism were required, it need only be pointed out that the Marxian revolutionary injunction calls upon the workers of the world to direct their energies not against the present instruments of production but against the social relations in which they are currently encompassed. The transition from the capitalist to the socialist mode of production demands the scrupulous preservation of capitalist techniques. What goes overboard is the set of social relations whereby the fruits of these instruments of production are privately appropriated. The change is accomplished not by tampering with the techniques but by the substitution of public for the present private ownership of them, a social and not a technical matter. 1. But Marx enjoins the workers to bring about social change, not what explains social change. What explains it is already present, and gives him confidence his call will be heeded: the exhaustion of the productive creativity of the old order, the availability of enough productivity to install the new. 39 The revolution does not consist in an alteration of the productive forces but, as Venable says, in a transformation of social relations. But it takes place because the expansion of productive power has been blocked, and the revolution will enable it to proceed afresh. The function of the revolutionary social change is to unlock the productive forces. With focus on the development of the productive forces, history becomes a coherent story. Perhaps history is not really coherent, but Marx thought it was, and he said the development of material power made it so. 40. 4. The case for primacy. So much for Marx's commitment to the development and primacy theses. We now proceed to a more venturesome and perhaps foolhardy business, namely, to assemble some reasons for thinking the theses are true. Some reasons only, and they will impress different readers differently. We begin with thesis A, the development thesis. The productive forces tend to develop throughout history. A, will be defended as follows. First, we sketch an argument for it whose premises are two permanent facts of human nature, and one fact about the situation human beings face in history. The conclusion of the argument is that the productive forces have a systematic tendency to develop. But the argument has weaknesses, which are noted. We then, however, bring to bear a striking historical datum, that societies rarely replace superior productive forces by inferior ones. This datum is used, in a somewhat indirect manner, to refurbish an initially moot argument. The resulting defense of the development thesis is not conclusive, but it may have some substance. Many Marxists will be surprised by our reference to human nature, and appalled at our intention to use supposed facts of human nature as a source of argument in favor of historical materialism. Human nature, they will say, changes in the course of history. There is no single human nature on which to found reasoning about history's course. It is a Marxist tradition to deny that there exists an historically invariant human nature. Point 41. The point is made against conservatives who fix on some historically virulent behavior pattern, usually an unpleasant one, assign it to human nature, and conclude that the pattern will appear in every society, or be eliminated only by extreme tyranny. It is against human nature, for people not to be greedy, for them to be uncompetitive, for democracy to work, for real equality to prevail, etc. But it is not necessary to claim, in response, that there are no quite permanent facts of human nature. All that need be denied is that the particular feature the conservative emphasizes is one of them. It must be agreed that there are enduring facts of human nature. For man is a mammal, with a definite biological constitution, which evolves hardly at all in some central respects throughout millennia of history. To be sure, one fact of this mammal's nature is that its excellent brain enables it so to transform its environment and itself that there are limits to what may be inferred about society and history from biology. But some inferences are possible, and we performed one or two in the last sentence. The proposition that human nature changes in history is importantly true in some important sense of human nature, but it is also true that there are permanent attributes of human nature, in some equally important, perhaps the same, sense. Marxists who deny the existence of a general human nature declare that how people are depends on the structure of the society they live in. If society is so and so, personality and behavior will be such and such. Must they not, however, accept that human beings have a nature in virtue of which a given form of society shapes their behavior in a particular way? The reply might be that the underlying nature is itself transient, bequeathed by previous history. But at some place in what may need to be a complex picture of layers and strata the contribution of biology will have to be acknowledged. A distinct argument against the relevance of human nature to the explanation of historical development is that what is itself unchanging cannot explain alteration. Point 42. But the premise of the argument is worthless. A well-known way of cooking meat is by constant application of a heating element at constant temperature. The same exercise, day in and day out, may turn a weakling into an athlete. And so on. We conclude that whatever defects the argument for, a, we now begin to offer has, its reliance on claims about what people are like in all times and places is not one of them. A measure of acceptance of the development thesis may be motivated by reflection on three facts. C. Men are, in a respect to be specified, somewhat rational. D. The historical 43 situation of men is one of scarcity. E. Men possess intelligence of a kind and degree which enables them to improve their situation. Rational beings who know how to satisfy compelling wants they have will be disposed to seize and employ the means of satisfaction of those wants. Men are certainly rational to some extent in this respect, and it is the pertinent respect here. Here is what we understand by scarcity. Given men's wants and the character of external nature, they cannot satisfy their wants unless they spend the better part of their time and energy doing what they would rather not do, engaged in labor which is not experienced as an end in itself. Human need, whatever may be its historically various content, is rarely well catered for by unassisted nature. Some mammals get what they need easily, while for others life is an endless struggle for sustenance. Men would, apart from special cases, be among the unlucky ones, except that they, uniquely, can continually refashion their environments to suit themselves. This is because of e. Mammals with less intelligence are unable to effect cumulative improvements in their habitats, with each generation building on the achievements of its predecessor. E. tells us that men are disposed to reflect on what they are doing and to discern superior ways of doing it. Knowledge expands, and sometimes its extensions are open to productive use, and are seen to be so. Given their rationality, c. and their inclement situation, d. when knowledge provides the opportunity of expanding productive power they will tend to take it, for not to do so would be irrational. In short, We put it as a reason for affirming the development thesis that its falsehood would offend human rationality. Our argument sketch has two large gaps. The first is that, d. does not disclose the relative magnitude of man's material problem and consequent interest in its solution, by comparison with other human problems and interests. Perhaps certain cultural and social possessions are worth a great deal of material sacrifice, in the calculus of human welfare. Whether the falsehood of the development thesis would offend rationality demands a judgment of the comparative importance of potentially competing human interests. Suppose the correct judgment favors our case. The argument would remain seriously unfinished. For it is not evident that societies are disposed to bring about what rationality would lead men to choose. There is some shadow between what reason suggests and what society does. Further considerations are required to show that the shadow is not unduly long. Historical materialism fills the gulf between the demands of reason and the actual tendency of history by maintaining, see page 149, a rough correspondence of interests between ruling classes and humanity at large. But it would be question-begging to employ this claim as a means of repairing the present argument for the development thesis, A, since the claim is closely related to the primacy thesis, B, and it is our intention to use, A, as part of the argument for, B, see page 158 below. So our argument for the development thesis is incomplete. Yet it is a fact, and here we turn from general argument to the record of history which needs to be explained, that societies rarely replace a given set of productive forces by an inferior one. And certain exceptions to this broad generalization are of no theoretical consequence. Natural disasters may occasion decline in productive strength, but historical theory should not be expected to handle them. It cannot legislate for or against chance convulsions, even though they influence the course of history. An account of how crystals form ignores cases in which the containers of the process are violently shocked. Historical theory must, similarly, be content to grasp normal cases. We return to this point shortly. Our broad generalization is that good productive forces do not yield to less good ones, in the normal run of things. Part of the explanation is inertia. There is a strong, partly unreasoned attachment to the inherited productive forces, as to nearly everything in human life. People adapt themselves to what they are used to. Yet productive forces are frequently replaced by better ones. So inertia is too unselective to explain, by itself, lack of regression, in face of the fact that there is often conspicuous progress. At this point let us recall statements, c. 2e, of page 152, the premises of our original argument for the development thesis. Our faith in the explanatory reach of those statements was weakened when we noticed the two gaps in the argument we constructed around them. It was difficult to estimate the size of those gaps, and correspondingly difficult to assess the weight of premises, c. 2e. But note that if, c. 2e, are accepted as indeed weighty, they will provide us with a superior account of the marked lack of regression in productive power we have just been emphasizing. They would help to explain the mentioned discrepancy between the rarity of regression and the frequency of progress. And that is a reason for allowing that statements, c. 2e, have more weight than we came to fear. But once that is allowed, we are able to take a more sanguine view of the original argument than that to which we retreated. We are freshly entitled, once, c. 2e, are rehabilitated in the suggested manner, to say that they provide a good argument for the development thesis. In short, because the premises of the original argument would help to explain the notable lack of regression, there is reason to use them as an argument in favor of asserting the propensity to advance formulated in the development thesis. Point 44. We do not claim for history as a whole that unbroken development of the productive forces which is peculiar to capitalist society. Instead, we predicate a perennial tendency to productive progress, arising out of rationality and intelligence in the context of the inclemency of nature. The tendency has more and less dramatic results at different times. We have proceeded as though regression in productive power were in some sense always an option, yet one that is rarely selected because of the preponderance of reason against it. We may now add that reversion to more primitive productive forces is often technically unfeasible. Once agriculture is linked with town industry, which supplies machinery, fertilizers, and much of the animal feedstock to the farmer, it becomes impossible, or virtually impossible, to sustain human life under return to pre-industrial cultivation and husbandry. 45. A further point, enhanced productivity not only satisfies extant needs more easily, but also engenders new ones, which the old means could never fulfill. Before the discovery of the steam engine, people managed without it. Now this is no longer possible. 46. For example, once railways are in use, it is hard to go back to horse-drawn modes of transport, partly because after a time the population of horses dwindles and the crafts of coachmaking, grooming, etc., disappear, but also because it is hard to renounce the increased mobility the railways bring. There are, however, exceptions to the generalization that the productive forces, though indeed capable of stagnation, do not, barring natural disaster, actually go into reverse. There is little doubt, for example, that the decline of the Roman Empire was accompanied by an appreciable deterioration in the productive forces of Europe. For one thing, the collapse of the imperial order undermined the security essential to long-distance interchange of products, and this worked against the maintenance of the achieved division of labor, and hence against the transmission down the generations of the skills and techniques whose exercise could be rewarding only with that division of labor. We noted, p. 154, that a theory of history is not answerable to abnormal occurrences, but we did not specify criteria of normality. A destructive earthquake is manifestly abnormal, but many cases, such as that of Rome, will be much harder to decide, and criteria of normality will be needed to settle them. A glance at another domain will convey some idea of what is required. We have a concept of a healthy organism, one which functions normally. Physiology, the study of its proper functioning, contributes to but is distinct from the science of pathology, which investigates the causes of malfunctioning, and its course. Physiology says what the kidney does. Its statements have predictive content, but not in a straightforward way. Certainly their truth does not vary with the incidence of kidney disease in the population. Now if we could devise a concept of a normal society comparable to that of a normal organism, we could then distinguish between historical theory and historical pathology, and we could enter the development thesis as an hypothesis within the former. It should not be impossible to construct a suitable concept of social normality, but the attempt will not be made here. To be sure, we could not make it a defining property of a normal society that it tends to increase its productive power, for then a central hypothesis about our subject matter would be guaranteed true by the limitation we placed on its scope. Nor, for the same reason, could it be a defining feature of a normal society that its production relations are adjusted to its productive forces, apart from revolutionary periods, when maladjustment is normal, part of the birth pangs of the new society, in Marx's metaphor. We would seek a demarcation of our subject matter under guidance of our leading theses, but they could not in and of themselves supply it, without vicious circularity. Finally, we should expect any concept of a normal society to be less clear and less easy to apply than that of a healthy organism. We must remember that the matter of history resists very refined conceptualization. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels say that productive achievements are fragile when their incidence is only local, for then mere chances such as eruptions of barbaric peoples, even ordinary wars, are sufficient to cause a country with advanced productive forces and needs to have to start right over again from the beginning. 47. As would not be necessary were the country surrounded by others which shared its level of productive development. This passage, by virtue of what it denominates chance, suggests an idea of normality, since chance events, by definition, interrupt the normal course of things. The suggestion is that a society's condition is normal when it stands in a certain relationship of equilibrium with both nature, hence earthquakes as abnormal, and other societies. 48, hence the reference to wars in the above extract. but it would be a formidable undertaking to specify with satisfying precision the form of the relevant equilibrium. Returning to the case of Rome, we might judge that insofar as its productive decline was due to barbarian invasion, the example loses force as a challenge to historical materialism. But Rome's degeneration had internal causes too, and the real problem is to define the difficult notions of internal and external factor in a suitably rigorous way. Point 49. We turn to the primacy thesis proper, namely that b. The nature of the production relations of a society is explained by the level of development of its productive forces. The first point in favor of b. is that a given level of productive power is compatible only with a certain type, or certain types, of economic structure. Slavery, for example, could not be the general condition of producers in a society of computer technology, if only because the degree of culture needed in laborers who can work that technology would lead them to revolt, successfully, against slave status. How wide is the range of economic structures compatible with given productive forces? We shall not supply a complete answer to this question 50, but it is clear that with given productive forces not all economic structures are possible. Now some Marxists who accept the primacy of the forces are content to equate it with the constraint they impose on the production relations. But that is unsatisfactory. For the constraint is symmetrical. If high technology rules out slavery, then slavery rules out high technology. Something must be added to mutual constraint to establish the primacy of the forces. The development thesis, A, provides the needed supplementation. We may argue for B, on the joint basis of A, and the facts of constraint. A, says that the productive forces are disposed to develop. Given the constraints, with sufficient 51 development of the forces, the old relations are no longer compatible with them. Either they will have changed without lag along with productive development, or the theoretically prescribed alternative, there will now be contradiction between forces and relations. But if contradiction obtains, it will be resolved by alteration of the production relations. For otherwise they would impede further productive development, which is impossible to block indefinitely, according to A. It is not A, and the facts of constraint which establish that there is lag and contradiction instead of smoothly conjoint progress. This further claim depends on the interests which conspire to support the existing order, interests which, A, insists will not be strong enough to sustain it indefinitely. That completes our argument for the primacy of the productive forces. We hope it is persuasive, even though, as we predicted on page 11, it is not conclusive. Perhaps the most promising line of resistance to it would be to propose a development thesis for production relations, a claim, that is, that production relations tend to change in some particular direction throughout history, and not because of the growth of the productive forces within them. We submit, however, that it would be extremely difficult to substantiate any such claim. One might wonder whether the argument we have mounted for the primacy of the productive forces, based as it is on such generalities as human rationality and intelligence, and the fact of scarcity, has anything in common with how Marx would have argued for the primacy thesis, had he addressed the issue in frontal fashion. But while Marx does not explicitly set himself to account for the primacy of which, we saw, he is so convinced, he does betray an attitude on the subject, and it is consonant with the argument we sketched. That argument is really an attempt to render explicit the premises of such passages as these. As the main thing is not to be deprived of the fruits of civilization, of the acquired productive forces, the traditional forms in which they were produced must be smashed. Point 52. In order that they may not be deprived of the result attained, and forfeit the fruits of civilization, they are obliged from the moment when their mode of intercourse no longer corresponds to the productive forces acquired, to change all their traditional social forms. Point 53. These are moments when, as Marx so often says, the relations have become fetters. 54. And because they shackle the forces, they will be broken. But why should the fact that the relations restrict the forces foretell their doom, if not because it is irrational to persist with them given the price in lost opportunity of further inroads against scarcity? It is because the capitalist system forbids all rational improvement beyond a certain point 55 that it is destined to go under. Marx applies this doctrine to cases, not only, as is obvious, to the forthcoming transition to socialism, but also to less global phenomena, such as the English Revolution of the 17th century. That episode demands study at the level of class conflict. But, as we have seen, Marx holds that a class gains and possesses power because it marches in step with the productive forces. Of course he thinks the bourgeoisie made the English Revolution, but this is offered as its underlying explanation. The privileges, the institutions of guilds and corporations, the regulatory regime of the Middle Ages, were social relations that alone corresponded to the acquired productive forces and to the social condition which had previously existed and from which these institutions had arisen. Under the protection of the regime of corporations and regulations, capital was accumulated, overseas trade was developed, colonies were founded. But the fruits of this men would have forfeited if they had tried to retain the forms under whose shelter these fruits had ripened. 56. 5. The nature of the primacy of the forces. We shall not provide a complete taxonomy of the various ways forces and relations affect one another. Instead, we proceed to describe what we take to be the theoretically central connection between them, the connection which specifies the nature of the primacy of the forces. We begin with unqualified statement, and then take up some complications. We hold that the character of the forces functionally explains the character of the relations. Functional explanation is a contested procedure. It is defended in chapters 9 and X. The favored explanations take this form: the production relations are of kind R at time t because relations of kind R are suitable to the use and development of the productive forces at t, given the level of development of the latter at t. In some cases, noted below, a slightly different schema is appropriate. When relations endure stably, they do so because they promote the development of the forces. When relations are revolutionized, the old relations cease to exist because they no longer favor the forces, and the new relations come into being because they are apt to do so. Dysfunctional relations persist for a time before being replaced. During that time the character of the relations is explained by their suitability to a past stage in the development of the forces, and a different schema from that italicized above applies: change are suitable to were suitable, and change the second and third occurrences of t to t, and to obtain the required schema. Thus, if the relations suit the development of the forces, they obtain because they suit the development of the forces. And if the relations do not suit the development of the forces, they obtain because they recently did so. In subsequent remarks the second, or dysfunctional, case will frequently be ignored, for economy of exposition. The proposition that the production relations condition the development of the productive forces is, it should now be clear, not only compatible with, but entailed by, what we assert as the most important way in which the forces determine the relations. The effect of the relations on the forces is emphasized in our reading of the primacy thesis. It is that effect which explains the nature of the relations, why they are as they are. The forces would not develop as they do were the relations different, but that is why the relations are not different, because relations of the given kind suit the development of the forces. The property of a set of productive forces which explains the nature of the economic structure embracing them is their disposition to develop within a structure of that nature. A somewhat naive story will help to illuminate the proposed explanatory pattern. Imagine a productively weak society whose members live in equality at subsistence level, and who wish they were better off. One of them suspects that the introduction of treadmills on the bank of the river on which they rely for irrigation would increase the flow of water onto the land, raise its yield, and thus enhance their welfare. He puts his idea to the community, who are impressed, and a group is forthwith commissioned to design and construct the devices. These are then installed at suitable points on the river bank, and tested, all members of the community participating in the test. They correctly perceive the benefits regular use of the treadmills would bring, and there is a request for volunteers to man them. But none come forward. It is a task relished by no one in the society. Nor is it feasible, For reasons we allow the reader to conjecture, for everyone to contribute just some of his time to treadmilling. Many full-time treaders are needed. It is agreed to select them by lot, and this is done. So rebarbative is the job, however, that it becomes apparent it will not be efficiently performed without severe supervision. For that role there is no dearth of applicants, and a number are, by some means, selected for it. Gradually a class structure, supervisors, farmers, traders, rises in what was an egalitarian community. One may now say that the relations have changed because otherwise the forces would not have progressed, and that the forces do progress because the relations have changed. But it is clear, despite the second part of the last sentence, that the change in the forces is more basic than the change in relations. The relations change because the new relations facilitate productive progress. The story illustrates the type of primacy the forces have in the Marxian theory of history. The bare fact that economic structures develop the productive forces does not prejudice their primacy, for forces select structures according to their capacity to promote development. 57 In what sense is the development of the forces primary, if development depends on presence of the right sort of economic structure? In this sense, that the right economic structure comes to be in response to the needs of development of the forces. Suppose the forces are at level L at time t, and will develop to higher level m at time t plus n if and only if relations are prevail between t and t plus n. It does not follow that whether or not the forces develop from L to M is decided independently of the forces by the character of the economic structure. For it might be a result of the forces being L at T that a structure with relations R obtains from T to T plus N, and that is what the primacy thesis asserts. The forces develop only within suitable relations, but it is false that whether they develop is settled independently of the forces by the character of the relations, since the forces decide the character of the relations. The primacy thesis is compatible with the truth that a certain form of economy is required for productive progress. When Plekhanov claimed that for every given people, at every given period of its history, the further development of its productive forces is determined by their condition in the period under examination 58, he could not have supposed, and did not have to suppose, that further development would be assured no matter what the production relations were like. Now some complications. When we say, somewhat vaguely, that the forces explain the character of the relations, we mean that they explain some features of the relations, but not, of course, all. They might explain, for example, why the economy is serf-based, without explaining the precise distribution of rights between lord and peasant. All phenomena may be described more or less specifically, and an explanation of a phenomenon succeeds or fails relative to some finitely specific description of it, not irrespective of how it is described. 59 The genetic and environmental considerations which explain why a species developed camouflage may fail to explain why its camouflage was just that model of red and green. What explains the fact that the boiler exploded on Tuesday, the valve was broken on Tuesday, may not explain the more specific fact that the boiler exploded at 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday. The hand mill may explain why a certain society is feudal, and be incapable of explaining why tribute is mainly in labor dues rather than in kind, which might be explained by something other than facts about productive forces. Explanations of the relations by the forces will be more or less impressive, according to just what features of the relations the forces explain. But this variability in explanatory power does not detract from the primacy of the forces over the relations. It does not by itself show that the relations influence the forces in a way which subverts their primacy. A species with camouflage might have developed a different camouflage in the same environment, or an offensive smell instead of camouflage, but this does not show that the species influences the environment. So, similarly, the primacy of the forces is not immediately affected by the circumstance that the forces do not explain all the features of the relations. Yet the latter fact does, because of its further implications, modify the primacy of the forces. Let us look at the matter more closely, with the assistance of a suitable example. Suppose there are two types of capitalist economic structure, both of which are possible for a society at a particular level of development. Each would stimulate productive progress, but one would favor the construction of railways, while the other would promote manufacture of motor cars instead. This could be because railway development requires larger capital outlays, and there is greater centralization of wealth in the first structure. Call the first variety of economic structure the RF, rail favoring, structure, and the second the CF structure. The current level of development of the productive forces does not select between RF and CF. Both would facilitate further growth in productive power, at initially comparable rates, but in different directions, different patterns of research, exploitation of resources, etc., would ensue, according as RF or CF prevails. Suppose it is RF which obtains. Then, as we saw, it is compatible with the primacy thesis that a different structure here CF could have obtained at the same level of productive development. But suppose the structure which did not appear would have had different effects on the nature of further productive progress, as is true in our example. It would follow that the relations do render the forces different from what they otherwise might have been. But how much does this modify their supremacy? In so far as the difference of effect is qualitative, roads rather than railways, oil wells instead of coal mines, growth of petrochemical technology as against a lack of it, it does not touch those explanations of production relations by productive forces which rely on the level of the latter, in a purely quantitative sense, in abstraction from the particular ensemble in which that level is realized. Thus, for example, some aspects of the relationship between bourgeoisie and proletariat reflect the degree of development of the productive forces as such, independently of the way that degree of development is embodied. So while the production relations would here influence the productive forces, that would not as yet affect the explanation of the relations by the forces. But many explanations of production relations by productive forces do turn on the specific character of the forces, not just their quantitative level. Thus we can suppose that, since railways are embarked upon, there will be a trend to further centralization of capital which would not have been so strong if motor car production had been dominant. But the railway option was taken because of features of the economic structure which were not in turn explained by the productive forces. Here, then, slack in the determination of the economic structure by the productive forces eventuates in a modification on the extent to which the productive forces, just by themselves, explain pertinent features of the production relations. Finally, it must be conceded that which among the two possible structures becomes actual is likely to make a quantitative difference too. We cannot suppose that further productive progress would have occurred exactly as fast under CF as it did with RF. We may still say that the course of development of the forces, from lower to higher levels, cannot be disturbed by the economic structure, but the rate at which the course is traversed does depend, in part, on features of the economic structure over which the forces exercise incomplete control. It is not written into the forces how fast they will grow. The character of the economy contributes autonomously 60 to settling that. But the power over the forces here conceded to the production relations is limited. The pace of productive development cannot be indefinitely accelerated or retarded. Summarizing, we note several respects in which the relations condition the forces. First, they promote the development of the forces, but that is entailed by the primacy thesis as we presented it. Relations obtain when and because they promote development. Second, they help to determine the particular path development takes, and this restricts the independent explanatory power of the forces, to the extent that features of the path which explain features of production relations in turn reflect features of production relations not explained by the productive forces. Finally, the relations influence the rate of productivity development, and that too qualifies the primacy of the productive forces. Despite these qualifications, it is still possible to assert, though not to prove in short compass, that the productive forces on the whole dominate the production relations, just as one may say that on the whole the character of the environment dominates the character of an animal species, even though the species affects the environment too. 6. Productive forces, material relations, social relations. Marx's comment on weaponry and military organization in Wage Labor and Capital, quoted on p. 146 above, will improve our understanding of the way productive forces explain production relations. The passage presupposes that armies tend to maximize their destructive power, and to organize themselves to that end. That is why with the invention of a new instrument of warfare, firearms, the whole internal organization of the army necessarily changed. Now we may distinguish two dimensions of the internal organization of an army. Suppose the army moves from rifles to machine guns, and each machine gun needs to be manned by 3 soldiers. Then it will now be efficient for the artillery to be divided into groups of 3, each trio manning 1 gun, whereas before there was 1 man to each rifle, and no reason to group them in 3s. This is a change in technical organization. But it might bring about a change in authority structure. It might now be advisable to designate 1 man in each trio as a corporal, and to vest him with certain rights over the other 2 with rifles. There was no reason for hierarchical distinction to cut so low. If corporals are appointed, the authority relations change in response to a development in the means of destruction, whose influence on the authority structure is mediated by the new technical relations those means require. The forces of destruction determine the technical organization and thereby determine the authority structure. There are often 2 comparably related stages in the determination of the social relations of production by the productive forces. New productive forces may require new material relations of production 61, which in turn require new social relations of production, new forms of authority, and distributions of rights. The heavy plough, or karuka, introduced in the early Middle Ages provides an illustration. It was impossible to use it efficiently on the small plots of land typical before its advent. The old square shape of fields was inappropriate to the new plough. To use it effectively, all the lands of a village had to be reorganized into vast, fenceless open fields plowed in long narrow strips. 62 The altered means of production also necessitated cooperation in tilling the soil. Cooperation is a variety of material relations of production, but its institution carried social consequences. To establish open fields worked in common, the previous ownership rights in small blocks or strips of land had to be abolished. 63. Another case of 2-stage determination, from productive forces through material relations to social relations, concerns rights over the disposition of labor power. The law of settlement, which restricted the mobility of the immediate producers, was undermined by the irresistible pressure of the new conditions brought about by the Industrial Revolution. For large-scale production on modern lines, a free circulation of labor was absolutely necessary. The new industries had been able to develop only because the law of settlement had been constantly broken. 64. The productive forces demanded large-scale production on modern lines with larger aggregations of labor, and therefore new material relations of production. These in turn required free circulation of labor, the right to move, which was then denied. Since the law forbade movement, it was broken, ignored, and finally scrapped, new social production relations forming on its ruins. Specifically, social change consists of change in social relations of production. But its function is to promote changes in material relations and productive forces. In our examples, the outmoded ownership relations inhibit the productive forces by blocking the formation of material work relations appropriate to them. Both Acton and Playmenitz assert the impossibility of the first stage of the explanatory sequence just illustrated the determination of material work relations by the productive forces. They suppose that work relations are too closely linked with productive forces to change as a result of changes in the latter. They fail to see how new work relations may be adopted because they constitute a good setting in which to use new means of production. It is false, in the sense intended by Acton, that technological change necessitates changes in how men work. 65 For he means it is impossible that the first should occur without the second. This is obviously but relevantly false for the case of newly created means of production which have not as yet been used in a productive process. But it is also false if we confine technological change to cases where the new instruments are in use, simply because they might be operated with less than full efficiency. Acton reasons as follows. 66 Suppose a society's transportation was by singly manned rowboat, and the rowboats are now replaced by long canoes which are best operated by 2 men, one paddling at either end. According to Acton, since such a canoe demands two paddlers, to invent it is to invent something for two paddlers, and to substitute it for the rowboats is, therefore, to inaugurate double manning in navigation. As soon as the productive force is employed, the required form of work relationship appears with it. The following story refutes Acton. The canoe is invented in a rowboat society whose culture strongly supports one-man navigation. It does not matter how it does so, but for vividness suppose there is a strong ideology of nautical heroism, and cooperative sailing is regarded as sissified. The culture is tolerant of innovation in the shape and composition of boats, so it lets the canoes in. They are introduced because they are easier to build, or because the hardwood supply needed for rowboats is exhausted, or because they are very pretty. So powerful is the ideology that it successfully forbids more than one paddler per canoe. Accordingly, the canoes are used inefficiently, though we may suppose that they are superior to rowboats even when manned singly. Thus a change in technology does not necessitate a change in material relations in the intended sense. We should of course expect there to be a transition to double manning in the future, with graceful or awkward adjustments in the society's ideology. The supervenience of double manning would then be functionally explained. Acton's view makes it inexplicable, for it entails that a shift to double manning must occur immediately. Double manning is to be expected because it is the rational way to propel the canoe, and men are somewhat rational. The connection between productive forces and material work relations is quite intimate, but not as simple as Acton proposes. Playmenitz arrives at the same conclusion as Acton, by a different route. He denies that material work relations may fetter the productive forces, yet that is precisely what one-man paddling does to the canoes in our example. Playmenitz's mistake begins when he writes. Marx says that production, or, as he often puts it, the forces of production, determines the relations of production. It may seem harmless to treat production and productive forces as synonyms, and in some contexts it would be, but production is, after all, a process 67 in which forces, which are not a process, are employed, and it turns out that Playmenitz's argument is founded on the confusion of the two categories. For he goes on to say that relations involved in production, his phrase for material work relations, must change as production changes, and therefore can hardly become fetters on it. And however true that may be, it does not, as Playmenitz supposes, settle the question whether material work relations can fetter the productive forces. 68. 7. All earlier modes of production were essentially conservative. 69. Recall the manifesto sentence quoted on page 145, the bourgeoisie cannot exist without continually revolutionizing the instruments of production. The bourgeoisie is a set of men defined as such by their emplacement in the economic structure. It is that emplacement which makes them revolutionize the productive forces. A policy of innovation is imposed by competition. Capitalist production relations are, consequently, a prodigious stimulus to the development of the productive forces. But this is more than compatible with the thesis of the primacy of the productive forces as we have articulated it. It is congenial to the thesis, for we assert that the function of capitalist relations is to promote growth in productive power. They arise and persist when they are apt to do so. Now Marx holds that no previous ruling class and no previous set of production relations stimulate productivity in a similar manner. Earlier ruling classes are, as classes, wary of change, including improvements to the material mode of production, even if some members of those classes are otherwise disposed. Hence Marx calls non-capitalist ruling classes conservative, in contrast with the productively revolutionary bourgeoisie. 70. It follows that such growth in productivity as occurs in pre-capitalist ages is in at least one important sense not brought about by the then prevailing production relations. It seems, then, that pre-capitalist societies present a problem for the primacy thesis as we have stated it. Capitalism is the society most commonly cited in rebuttal of that thesis, yet capitalism seems to exemplify it best, when the thesis is functionally construed. To accommodate Marx's conception of pre-capitalist relations, we need to clarify the opening formulations of section 5. When properly understood, they are not embarrassed by what was said about non-bourgeois ruling classes. First, some analogies. If someone claims that constitutional monarchs promote democracy, it is likely he believes that, to put it in various ways. 71. Having a constitutional monarch in a society promotes democracy in that society. Democracy is promoted in a society when it has a constitutional monarch. The fact that there is a constitutional monarch in a society promotes democracy in that society. He need not believe that there is an activity, namely promoting democracy, in which constitutional monarchs engage. He could hold the subtle view that though, in the sense caught by our rough rephrasals, constitutional monarchs promote democracy, a constitutional monarch is likely to be an enemy of democracy, or the still subtler view which adds that it is because constitutional monarchs tend to be enemies of democracy that constitutional monarchs promote democracy. Again, someone who believes that a minimal state promotes economic development does not believe that it engages in the activity of promoting economic development. His view is that its abstention from such activity is good for economic development. We say that the relations which obtain at a given time are the relations most suitable for the forces to develop at that time, given the level they have reached by that time. This entails that the relations, and the class they empower, promote the development of the forces, but, we may now add, in a sense which is compatible with what Marx says about pre-capitalist relations and classes. Having the relations in question, having that class in power, may be best for the development of the forces, even though the relations and the class pose many obstacles to their development. Pre-capitalist relations are conservative not only in that they afford no direct stimulus to the productive forces, but also in that the progress which occurs within them is very slow, when compared with what happens under capitalism. Yet though capitalism encourages a faster development of the productive forces than feudalism does, it can remain true that it is best for the forces at the time when feudalism prevails that it, and not capitalism, should prevail. Sports cars are faster than jeeps, but jeeps are faster on boggy land. Associated with the contrast between capitalist and pre-capitalist relations is an ambiguity in the phrase forms of development, as it occurs in sentences like the production relations are the forms of development of the productive forces. The forms of development may be forms by means of which the productive forces are developed, or, differently, forms within which the productive forces are developed, even if not by means of those very forms. We may take it that not all relations are forms of development in the first sense. But even a set of relations which is not the means whereby the forces within it develop may be optimal for the development of the forces during the period when it obtains. Chapter 7. The productive forces and capitalism. An important application of the doctrine of the primacy of the productive forces is that the capitalist economic structure a. emerges when and because productive power reaches a level beyond which it cannot rise within existing structures, and b. persists because and as long as it is optimal for further development of productive power, and c. is optimal for further development of productive power. C. is a simple consequence of b. Section 1 demonstrates that Marx affirmed a. in his own account of the rise of capitalism. Following a discussion of the nature of capitalism in Section 2, Section 3 argues for the truth of c. A case for b. will not be made, save in so far as c. will be defended. Nor will the historical truth of a. as opposed to its Marxian pedigree, be demonstrated. Sections 4 and 5 locate capitalism in the perspective of world historical growth of productive power, and sections 6 and 7 concern the preconditions of establishing a classless society. 1. The emergence of capitalism. Part 8.1 of Volume I of Capital is devoted to the classical case of the genesis of capitalism, its inception in Great Britain. Marx asks how a capitalist class, owning means of production, came to face a proletariat, owning nothing but labor power. he finds the secret answer in the expropriation of a more or less independent peasantry from the soil. Expropriation was variously achieved, but notably by acts of enclosure, which were motivated in large part by new commercial opportunities, including the florescence of a wool trade which made sheep farming, with its low labor requirements, more profitable, in many cases, than agriculture. 2 Expropriation was also encouraged by improved techniques of cultivation. 3 Fewer tillers of the soil were now needed, and redundant peasants were dispossessed. The latter became paupers and vagabonds. They were hounded by bloody legislation, and eventually corralled into factories. It is often said that this important stretch of Marxian historical writing contradicts the primacy thesis. One version of the claim. A considerable part of the first volume of Capital is taken up with explaining how the decay of feudal relations of production made possible the development of new productive methods. There is no question there of the methods of production peculiar to capitalism being born in the womb of feudal society and then gradually transforming it into a capitalist society as feudal relations of property, now become fetters on these methods, give way to other relations more in harmony with them. As Marx describes the transformation, capitalist methods of production could emerge only because feudal relations of property were already giving way to others. There were no limbs to break the fetters until the fetters were broken. 4. We are expected to conclude that Marx's account of the transition to capitalism contradicts his thesis that production relations change in response to growth in productive power. Before answering Playmenitz, let us be clear that Part 8 is not concerned with the demise of serfdom proper. The narration begins in the last part of the 14th century, when serfdom had practically disappeared, and the immense majority of the population were free peasant proprietors, from whom a surplus was nevertheless extracted, by non-contractual means. 5 One may ask whether the transition from serfdom to widespread small holding was consonant with the general theses of historical materialism. But Part 8 is occupied with the next change, from petty proprietorship to capitalism. It recounts the transformation of post-serf pre-proletarian producers into a proletariat. If Playmenitz has a claim, it is that this description contradicts the sovereignty of the productive forces. We shall see that it does not. 1. Production relations are said to go when they fetter the use and development of the productive forces. But not all fettering is of forces which already exist. Existent forces are fettered when, for example, capitalist depression makes plant and labor power idle. But fettering also occurs when relations block the formation and/or entry into the productive sphere of new forces. Playmenitz's last sentence extends the fettering metaphor too far, for fettering of the second kind is not a matter of imprisoned limbs, of already existing forces bursting through relational bonds. Instead, the relations are fractured because they do not allow new forces to form, because they do not allow productive power to grow. As we read Part 8, pre-capitalist relations could not harness existing forces which Playmenitz fails to mention, but they also forbade the formation of new forces, and both types of restraint were relevant. Trapped by the fettering metaphor, Playmenitz did not consider blockages of the second kind. 2. We noted that the disfranchisement of the peasantry was expedited by the discovery of superior methods of tillage, hence by a growth of productive power in the countryside. As Marx describes the transformation and nothing else is in question here, peasant small holding did inhibit the exploitation and further development of the new agricultural techniques. The existing structure by its very nature excluded the development of the social productive forces of labor, social forms of labor, social concentration of capital, large-scale cattle raising, and the progressive application of science. 6. Then in its infancy, individual peasants could not seize and control the fresh productive powers, still less develop them further. The pre-capitalist relations also shackled industrial productivity. Parallel to petty proprietorship on the land was the guild structure of the town, an indispensable framework in the first phases of industrial development. 7 Here the arts of the craftsman had improved and flourished. But at a certain point the guild mode impeded further progress. It had achieved the maximum productivity of which it was capable. For craft labor, like petty agriculture, does not build up a stock of material wealth. Both allow of only a small surplus product and eat up most of it. 8 Forward movement now demanded mobility and collectivization of labor, which were antithetical to the rules of the guilds. Mobility was needed because labor must shift to new employment as techniques change, collectivization, because more advanced facilities demand producing units integrating large numbers of men. It was essential to guild organization that units be kept small, and the guilds tried to prevent by force the transformation of the master of a trade into a capitalist, by limiting the number of laborers that could be employed by one master within a very small maximum. 9. Thus, urban labor itself had created means of production for which the guilds became just as confining as were the old relations of land ownership to an improved agriculture. 10. The development of productive power was gravely inhibited in town and country alike. The result was conflict and struggle. New forces and new passions sprang up in the bosom of society, but the old social organization fettered them and kept them down. It had to be annihilated. It was annihilated. 11. And a capitalist social organization supplanted it? Marx may be forcing the facts of history. If so, the mold into which he is pressing them is, contra Playmenitz, supplied by the preface to the Critique of Political Economy. 3. The productive forces Playmenitz neglects were not, it is true, peculiar to capitalism. They are not the technology which comes to mind when we think of an achieved capitalist society. But the primacy thesis does not say that forces characteristic of capitalism preceded its arrival. It rather requires that nascent forces could not be used or developed within pre-capitalist relations, and that a capitalist structure was necessary for productive progress. A changed form of the mode of production and a particular stage in the development of the material forces of production are the basis and precondition 12 of the formation of capitalism, but that stage is of course not so high that capitalism is required to bring the forces up to it. The forces only need be developed enough so that the formal subjugation of labor to capital can occur. 13 If the forces of what Marx called gross industry 14 had attended the origin of capitalism, then, according to the 1859 preface, it would have begun to sink as soon as it had been launched. There would have been no period of its rise and consolidation, no historical tasks 15 for it to accomplish. It is just when the powers peculiar to capitalism are most actual that capitalism begins its decline. When the real subjugation, manifest in huge agglomerations of fixed capital, is complete, the tendency of the rate of profit to fall asserts itself most forcibly, and recovery from slump is most difficult and protracted. 16. We observed earlier 17 that the explanatory precedence of the productive forces allows that capitalist relations of production promote their development. Capitalism obtains because it stimulates growth in productive power. We may now add that the primacy of the forces allows that capitalist relations antedated the productive forces characteristic of capitalism. That the formal subjugation of labor to capital went before the real subjugation is consistent with the primacy doctrine. Primacy requires that improved forces backed the emergence of capitalist relations, and that the latter endured because they advanced productive power. The historical record may pose challenges to that statement, but we have derived it from Part 8 of Volume I of Capital, which is, accordingly, consistent with the primacy thesis. 2. The capitalist economic structure and the capitalist mode of production. A capitalist economic structure informs an economy whose immediate producers are free laborers, they constitute a proletariat. According to historical materialism, that structure arises when and because productive power attains a moderately high level, and persists because it is uniquely suited to raise that power to very high levels. Roughly speaking, productive power between the maximum possible under petty ownership on the one hand, and a level somewhere between the steam engine and generalized use of the computer on the other, is necessary and sufficient for capitalism, because capitalism alone is fit to develop productive power from moderately high to very high levels. 18 It cannot be sustained at lower levels, and it loses its utility at levels which are very high. The thesis that d. the capitalist structure arises and persists because it is suited to develop productive power at the stated levels. entails but is not entailed by the weaker thesis that e. the capitalist structure is suited to develop productive power at the stated levels, which is in turn distinct from f. no other economic structure is similarly suited. In section 3, we defend e. and f. in the interest of d. We defend e. because d. entails it. D. does not entail f. but f. needs defense, because d. is implausible unless f. is true. The disposition of capitalism to promote productive progress at the stated levels is unlikely to explain its existence at those levels if a rival economic form would promote productive progress equally well. Point 19. Section 3 argues that only production for the sake of accumulating capital will foster the development of the productive forces from moderate to very high levels. This establishes E and F on the assumption that production within a capitalist structure coincides with production oriented to the accumulation of capital, a proposition which is by no means self-evident, and which we now proceed to clarify and defend. There are two equally standard but logically distinct Marxian definitions of capitalist society. We need to show why what satisfies each definition also satisfies the other. The first definition features the structural property of capitalism we ourselves use to identify that form of society. It defines capitalism by reference to its dominant production relation. 20 It is the society whose immediate producers own their labor power and no other productive force. It is the economy of free labor, free from serf or slave-like burdens, free, bereft, of means of production. This is the structural definition. The alternative, or modal definition, refers to the purpose of capitalist production, not the structure in which it occurs. It defines capitalism as the society whose production serves the accumulation of capital. The point of production under capitalism is to use exchange value to produce more exchange value, and then to use the additional exchange value to produce still more, and so on. Point 21. Why should societies falling under the structural definition also satisfy the modal definition, and vice versa? What is the warrant for these claims? G. If the producers are free laborers, production is for the sake of accumulating capital. H. If production is for the sake of accumulating capital, the producers are free laborers. Now, G. and H. are true, as a matter of historical fact, when, as here, they are asserted of whole economies. Wherever the great mass of producers are free laborers, production by and large is for capital accumulation, and wherever the bulk of production has that purpose, most immediate producers are free. But the factual correlation between free labor and capital accumulation could be relatively accidental. We need to argue that it is more or less necessary, something to be expected. We begin with G. If the producers are free laborers, production serves the accumulation of capital. First, we cite historical examples in which G. is false for units smaller than an entire economy, and we depict an unhistorical but apparently possible case in which it is false for a whole, imagined, economy. We need to explain why the actual examples could not be typical of a whole society, and why the unhistorical case must be merely imaginary. The mercenaries of the Roman legions constitute our first case. Any mercenaries would do, but Marx adverted to them in particular, when he said that they represent wage labor equals free labor not employed as such. 22 Since they produced no exchange value for those who hired them. The remark evidences Marx's commitment to G. Free laborers are employed as free laborers only when their activity augments exchange value. We are asking why this should be their standard employment. In capitalist society itself, not all free labor is hired for the sake of capital accumulation. Marx cites the proletarian seamstress employed to produce clothing for the capitalist's wife. She is retained so that use value, not exchange value, will accrue. Point 23. Finally, imagine a society of free producers, all of whom work for landlords who pay them a portion of the product of their labor, say rations of grain and meat, with the use of a dwelling. Part of the product is consumed by the landlord and his household, part is set aside to meet the needs of reproduction, and the rest is distributed to the laborers. Nothing is marketed, so nothing is produced to be exchanged, nor, a fortiori, for the sake of increasing exchange value. Yet the workers are free. They are able to contract with whatever landlord they wish. Point 24. The cases will come under scrutiny in a moment. First, a sketch of an argument in favor of g. 1. The labor power of a free laborer is a commodity. 2. Hence, if labor is free, there is a labor market. 3. It cannot in general be true that there is a labor market, a practice of buying and selling of labor power, unless there are also markets for goods other than labor power. If labor is free, production of commodities is well established. 4. If labor is free and commodity production is well established, there is competition between producing units. 5. Competition between producing units imposes a policy of capital accumulation. A unit not disposed to increase the exchange value at its disposal will lack the resources to prevail in competition. Point 25. 6. Hence if labor is free, production serves the accumulation of capital. Thesis, g. 3 is the premise most likely to be challenged. Yet it is surely difficult to conceive men treating their own labor power, or that of others, as a commodity, when they do not also confer such treatment on use values in general. In historical fact, a developed labor market never precedes the institution of commodity production. And the case for 3 is further strengthened by the argument we shortly give for the unreality of the recently imagined agricultural economy. But first, the mercenary and the seamstress need to be disposed of. They are necessarily exceptional. The mercenary, because he does not produce, and a society's wage earners cannot in general be non-producers. The seamstress does produce, and she helps to increase no one's supply of capital, but the revenue dispersed on her is derived from capitalistic production proper, so she is an essentially parasitic case. We come to the fantasy example. Let us ask how the society would tend to develop. The immediate producers will want good working conditions with ample rations, and the landlords will seek good workers at minimum sacrifice to the consumption of their households. A tendency to compete for workers will arise. The rations consist of meat and wheat, and, at the outset, all farms produce both, for there is, ex hypothesi, no trade between them. But farms with a comparative advantage in wheat and meat production respectively will be disposed to swap products, if only in order to offer an enhanced basket of rations, and thus tempt good labor away from other farms. With enough development of such trade, production with a view to expanding the stock of exchange value would become the norm. So the imaginary society, as originally described, is unstable. A propensity to accumulation of capital would soon appear within it. Point 26. And we contend that in general, and for similar reasons in other kinds of case, free labor without capital accumulation will fail to endure. In an alternative scenario, the landlords might collude to restrict labor mobility, out of a preference for a traditional, settled life. So either capitalistic production will erupt, or the freedom of labor will be eroded. We come to H. If production is for capital accumulations, the producers are free laborers, that is, owners of labor power who lack means of production. An illustration of Marx's commitment to H. The concept of capital implies that the objective conditions of labor acquire a personality as against labor, or, what amounts to the same thing, that they are established as the property of a personality other than the workers. The concept of capital implies the capitalist. Point 27. Capital is self-expanding exchange value. Marx says it implies capitalist production relations, which bind capitalists and free laborers. He adds a remark which might suggest that he takes the implication, and hence thesis, H, to be true by definition. To speak of the existence of capital is merely another way of saying that labor is free. Point 28. Yet he knows that H is not true by definition, for he proceeds to acknowledge that unfree labor may serve the accumulation of capital in segments of an economy whose labor is for the most part free. American slaveholders did aim at expanding exchange value, and Marx is prepared to consider them capitalists, even though they did not engage proletarians. They were anomalies within a world market based on free labor. 29 The antebellum South was possible only because it was exceptional. It could only have been what it was, a malformation in an otherwise normal capitalist economic structure. Another affirmation of H, this time explicitly with respect to an entire economy. Wage labor on a national scale, and consequently the capitalist mode of production as well, is only possible where the workers are personally free. 30. Wage labor is usually also free labor, as Marx uses the terms, but this passage is an exception. 31 Here wage labor is labor, free or otherwise, which receives a monetary reward. If wage labor were free by definition here, the sentence, apart from the bracketed portion, would be trivially true, and the qualifying phrase, on a national scale, would be inexplicably redundant. Marx is agreeing that slaves could receive wages, but denying that the great mass of producers could be wage-receiving slaves. The sentence is syntactically complex, and what it says is easier to survey in this semantically equivalent rewrite. If wage labor prevails on a national scale, then so does free labor. Therefore, if the prevailing mode of production is capitalist, if production serves the accumulation of capital, the producers are, by and large, free laborers. What follows the semicolon is thesis, H. So much in evidence of Marx's espousal of H. We proceed to consider potential challenges to H. Cases of production for expansion of exchange value without free labor. We must show that they are necessarily imaginary, exceptional, or transitory. The first challenge comes from what seems, initially, to be a possible variant of simple commodity production. In simple commodity production, the producers are self-employed market exchangers. They are not free laborers, since they own their means of production. Yet could they not produce for the sake of accumulating capital? It is irrelevant here that simple commodity production has never in fact characterized an entire economy. 32 What does matter is that if it were general and, moreover, oriented to the expansion of exchange value, then it would rapidly transform itself into capitalist commodity production. In the competition between producers, some would prosper and others would fail, and be reduced to laboring for the successful ones. This is just what tends to happen where simple commodity production in fact obtains. A process of social differentiation. 33 Slices the set of simple commodity producers into a rudimentary bourgeoisie and a rudimentary proletariat. Simple commodity production, then, supplies no refutation of H, and we can restrict our attention to production for capital accumulation with class subordination. The question, is H true, is the question whether the class must be proletarian. So we now reckon with cases of production for capital accumulation where the producers are unfree. One such case has already appeared, production for exchange value by slaves. Marx deemed it essentially subsidiary, but according to John Hicks it was purely contingent that free labor rather than slavery accompanied early European capitalism. There were no slaves to be had, because the main potential source of slaves, to the south and east, was blocked by the military power of Islam. 34. The second serfdom in Eastern Europe of the 15th and 16th century is our next putative counterexample. Feudal burdens were imposed on the peasantry in response, so it has been claimed 35 to mounting commercial pressures and opportunities, associated with the export of grain westwards. On this account, labor became more unfree and because production became more oriented to exchange value. Thus Engels, writing with special reference to Germany, says that the capitalistic period announced itself in the country districts as the period of agricultural industry on a large scale, based upon the corvée labor of serfs. 36 A formulation in apparent conflict with the correlations maintained by historical materialism, in particular thesis, H, that capitalistic production requires wage labor. Finally, let us imagine a form of unfree labor attached to production for accumulation of capital in an industrial setting, and on a total social scale. The iron workers of early industrial South Wales can serve as a model here. They were tied to their employers for life, so that the costs of training them would be recouped. 37 Conceive this to be general across an industrial society. We shall now argue that, despite these examples, serfdom and slavery are in principle opposed to production for the accumulation of capital. Take agricultural serfdom first. The landed serf sustains himself on the fruits of his own labor, consuming what he produces with means of production he controls. He largely abstains from market exchange, as buyer or as seller. Accordingly, much of what is produced is not marketed, and production for exchange, and a fortiori for the expansion of exchange value, is possible only to a restricted extent. The lord may be more involved in market transactions, and hence in the pursuit of exchange value, but the serf's self-sufficiency erects a barrier to the extension of production for exchange value. A mass market simply is not there. What, then, of the second serfdom? On Perry Anderson's account of the matter, which we shall follow, there is no case to answer. He rebuts the view that the export market was fundamental to the imposition of serfdom east of the Elbe. 38 The second serfdom embarrasses thesis, H, only if it was largely due to a heightened pursuit of exchange value, as opposed, for example, to the relatively exposed position of the peasantry in the Eastern class struggle, which is Anderson's alternative emphasis. According to Anderson, the enserfment of the peasantry in the East depended on the weakness of the towns in that region. Western peasants threatened with impositions could flee to the city, but their Eastern counterparts had no such recourse. 39 The urban bourgeois class in the East had lost its muscle. 40 And the grain trade with the West was conducted by the feudal landowners themselves. 41 Insofar, then, as we do find serfdom accompanying a measure of production for exchange value, the commerce includes no local bourgeoisie and is with distant parts themselves following a more standardly capitalist path. Additional reason for rejecting the second serfdom as an argument against thesis, H. Industrial quasi-serfdom presents a different problem, since here the laborer does not produce what he consumes. The early Welsh iron workers did not live on iron. In some respects they were like slaves, for the whole of their output passed into the exploiter's hands, and to the extent that they resemble slaves they are indirectly dealt with in the discussion of slavery to follow. Their non-slave but serf-like quality lay in the fact that they had the right to remain for life as iron workers in the foundries to which they were committed. This reciprocity is absent in slavery. Industrial quasi-serfdom on a social scale would in short time prove incompatible with production for the accumulation of capital, partly for reasons listed in the treatment of slavery below, and partly because a developing capitalist economy becomes too fluid for entrepreneurs to profit by offering lifetime contracts to producers. The considerations thus far adduced do not tell against a union of capital accumulation and slavery. The whole of the slave's product belongs to a master who could market all of it and supply the slave with a wage he would cash in for means of subsistence. So it appears compatible with slavery that all products should pass through a market and, moreover, serve the accumulation of capital. We found Marx acknowledging the capitalist character of slavery in the southern United States, and countenancing slaves receiving wages on a local scale. Why could slavery not be general, in a context of production for expansion of exchange value? It might seem that a famous argument based on the labor theory of value supplies the answer. Having expounded the concept of capital as self-expanding exchange value, MCM, Marx asks how it is possible for exchange value to increase in the absence of force or fraud. He replies that a commodity must be found whose use creates more exchange value than it has. He then identifies the labor power of the proletarian as the requisite commodity. It is sold in temporal packets by the free laborer to the capitalist employer, who pays for it a sum corresponding to its costs of reproduction, hence to its value. Market justice is observed, but the value of the labor power is less than the value of what it produces, and thereby the capitalist expands his stock of exchange value. The trick has at last succeeded. 42. But even if the labor theory of value is true, This reasoning is unacceptable as a derivation of free labor from the definition of capital as self-expanding exchange value. Point 43 For two features of the sale of labor power as Marx describes it are extraneous to the argument, so conceived. First, there is no reason why the labor power must be leased for a limited period only, the capitalist could obtain a freehold on it. Second, there is no reason why the vendor of the labor power must be the person in whom it inheres. Instead of the producer himself, the seller could be someone who owns him. In short, the labor theory of value does not entail that the LP in the circuit of industrial capital 44 cannot be the labor power of a slave. Its value would still reflect the amount of labor time required to produce what sustains him, and this could still fall short of the amount he performed, thus enabling the accumulation of capital. No abstract proof will show that slavery and production for the expansion of exchange value are opposed in tendency. We nevertheless agree with Marx that plantation capitalism necessarily did not arise out of slavery, but was grafted onto it. Point 45 But Hicks thinks capitalism could have proceeded on a slave basis. Why is he wrong? Why is production for the expansion of exchange value antithetical to slave labor? One reason, of somewhat Marxist flavor, which Max Weber would have given in answer to the question, rests on the uncertainty which afflicts production for exchange value, the danger that what has been produced will not be sold. The human capital consumes more in the very moment when the market fails, and its upkeep is a very different matter from that of a fixed capital in machines. Point 46. But this seems inadequate. In slavery strictly so called, the exploiter is not obliged to maintain an idle slave. It might be said that he would have an interest in feeding him, pending a revival of the market, when he could again set him to work, but the ordinary capitalist has a similar, weak, interest in preserving the life of the free laborer, yet he lets him loose, hoping to hire fresh labor when the market revives, and the capitalistic slave owner could, analogously, buy new slaves when business improves, possibly with funds he acquires in bad times by selling surplus slaves to others whose sales are less depressed. To be sure, the slave might be a liability, the suggested shifts might be difficult to manage, it depends on circumstances. But nothing so circumstantial can provide a reason of principle against a union of slavery and capital accumulation. Similar reservations apply to Weber's further claim that the death of a slave would be an uncompensated loss, in contrast with conditions in which the risks of existence are shifted onto the free workers. Point 47 The point has no force if a normal rate of, literally, natural wastage is assumed, and anyway someone would be quick to establish an appropriate insurance business, if the matter did present a problem. Our own case for the contradiction between slavery and production for expansion of exchange value does not depend on the vagaries of the market. Instead, we take as cardinal the fact that capitalistic production presupposes a considerable development of productive power, and leads to further enhancement of it. Point 48 Accordingly, if slavery is hard to put together with high and rising levels of productive power, it will not readily consort with capital accumulation, which is what we need to show. And there are several reasons for thinking that slavery and sophisticated, improving productive forces exclude one another. First, it is difficult to conceive the provident habits and skilled craftsmanship which capitalism needed in the labor force it took over as faculties of slaves. The education presupposed by these abilities, and the sense of personal worth associated with them, cannot be united with slave status. In this connection, Marx avers that slavery is compatible with the use of only the rudest and heaviest implements and such as are difficult to damage owing to their sheer clumsiness. Point 49 This is not the technology appropriate to the artisanship which was a necessary prelude to capitalism, nor, of course, does it permit the rapid development of the productive forces which issues from the universal pursuit of exchange value once capitalism is established. Secondly, slaves must not only be fed and housed, but strictly policed, they require more extensive supervision than do free workers. This prompted Adam Smith to judge that slave labor, though apparently cheap, was in the end the dearest of any. Point 50 The point can no doubt be exaggerated, but it does mean that there is an unwelcome drain on the surplus slaves' produce. Third, rising productivity leads sooner or later to a rising standard of consumption among the producers, and that stimulates an enlarged self-awareness and a self-assertion which are difficult to reconcile with persistence of enslavement. 51. In the last argument, the relevant aspect of rising productivity was its sheer volume, or quantitative level. But that level, and here we reach our fourth consideration, is achieved as a result of material relations of production comprising increasing interconnection of laborers both within producing units and across the labor force. The unionization of the working class, so characteristic of capitalist economies, reflects the pressures and opportunities associated with the said material relations. Those pressures and opportunities would not all be absent in a hypothetical slave capitalism, where, however, unionization would by definition be excluded. They would instead lead, in all probability, to successful rebellion against the slave condition. Weber-like arguments turn on the supposed disutility to the capitalist of enslaved producers. Our own emphasis is on the consciousness and will of the producers themselves. There would be no incompatibility between capitalism and docile slaves at work on advanced productive forces. 20th century dystopian fantasies are internally consistent. But a combination of advanced productive forces and slavish docility is difficult to accomplish. We may now endorse Marx's judgment, which was also, in a sense, the judgment of history, that plantation capitalism in the South was necessarily a secondary phenomenon. It throve on a vastly increased and growing market for textile goods, reflecting just that burgeoning of the productive forces which makes production for expansion of exchange value antithetical to generalized slavery. 3. Capitalism and the development of the productive forces. The general presence of wage labor presupposes a higher development of the productive forces than in the stages preceding wage labor. 52. For wage labor as such enters only where the development of the productive forces has already advanced so far that a significant amount of time has become free. 53. Wage labor is Marx's metonymy for the capitalist economic structure. 54. He is therefore asserting that the capitalist economic structure can appear only once productive power is already fairly advanced. We saw in section 1 that he thinks it is brought to that modestly high level by the exertions of individual producers in urban guilds and petty agriculture. But why should the capitalist structure require this prior growth of productive power? With the results of section 2 in hand, we can explain. Until it has already reached a moderately high stage of development, productive power can increase only slowly and sporadically. For continuous rapid advance, productivity must be great enough to ensure a surplus whose amplitude allows regular formation of new means of production. Only when a certain degree of productivity has already been reached can an increasingly large part of what has been produced be applied to the production of new means of production. 55. Now to speak of an increasingly large part being applied to the production of new means of production is to use purely material language. The phrase is a material description, but what it denotes is the material side of the social process of capital accumulation. The use of exchange value to increase exchange value is possible only by virtue of the denoted material process. But that material process can occur only when a certain degree of productivity has been reached. Hence production for capital accumulation must await attainment of that degree of productivity. Now we saw in section 2, that production within a capitalist economic structure will subserve the accumulation of capital. That was thesis G. The capitalist structure cannot therefore arise until productive power is of decently large dimensions. The investment requirements of the capitalist process exclude the full appearance of capitalist relations of production before that stage is reached. Now the fact that capitalism presupposes a technology which permits take-off into sustained growth of productive power does not prove that it is the economic structure which best fosters that growth. This needs to be shown in defense of the thesis C. D. p. 180 that the capitalist structure prevails when it does because it suits the development of the productive forces at that time. We must argue that 56. If the productive forces progress systematically, the economic structure is capitalist. 57. J. If the economic structure is capitalist, the productive forces progress systematically. 58. Section 2. Established that a society has a capitalist economic structure if and only if its production aims at the expansion of exchange value. Immediate producers are free laborers when and only when production is geared to the maximization of abstract wealth. So although I and J concern the capitalist economic structure, we shall be entitled, in arguing for them, to make use of the modal properties of capitalism as well as its structural ones. The modal and structural definitions, CP 181, will be variously relevant in the ensuing arguments. Starting with I, we note that it is equivalent to the proposition that non-capitalist economic structures do not promote systematic productive development. Two arguments for I will be offered. First, non-capitalist ruling classes are not disposed to promote a prodigious development of the productive forces. Secondly, a great development of the productive forces is incompatible with unfreedom among the immediate producers. The first argument. 1. In non-capitalist economic structures, labor is not free. Instead it is immediate forced labor. 59. The producers are tied to their exploiters by involuntary bonds, not as a result of contracting with them on a labor market. 2. In that case, if, that is, the producers are not free laborers, production will not be for the accumulation of value. This is thesis H of section 2, and the only point of wealth will be enjoyment. 60. The exploiter will want the producer's surplus for the sake of its use value. 3. He will, accordingly, be content to extract a limited surplus only, since there is a ceiling to the amount of use value he may sanely desire and feasibly dispose of. It is clear that in any given economic formation of society, where not the exchange value but the use value of the product predominates, surplus labor will be limited by a given set of wants which may be greater or less, and that here no boundless thirst for surplus labor arises from the nature of the production system itself. 61. For wanting as he does only a certain quantity of useful products. 62. The exploiter has no interest in promoting the means of producing greater and greater output, namely highly developed and improving productive forces. 5. Hence universal industry cannot unfold on the basis of immediate domination. 63. In a non-capitalist economic structure the productive forces do not progress systematically. 6. And so capital is an essential relation for the development of the productive forces of society. 64. Which is Marx's way of asserting I. Step 3 appears to be the most vulnerable. Might not the exploiter want, for example, a vast number of pyramids, a desire which would engender a thirst for surplus labor on a massive scale? Perhaps Marx would reply, that would make the given set of wants extravagant, but they would remain finite. The reply is weak, since, a. he might be so self-glorifying that he puts no limit on the number of pyramids he wants, and, b. he is mortal, and on his death the laborers subject to him will pass into the control of an heir for whom they might as yet have built nothing, and who might also want very many pyramids. An indefinite succession of large but bounded thirsts will have the same effect as a boundless thirst. These are coherent possibilities, but they do not erase the main line of the argument. For, first, the thesis being propounded is that non-capitalist forms do not in systematic fashion promote productive growth, and that is true if, outside capitalism, no boundless thirst for surplus labor arises from the nature of the production system itself. In the cases we depicted, the drive to produce more is not imposed by the economic system, it comes, instead, from the motivation of particular people. Second, pre-capitalist rulers who have the imagined extravagant desires are unlikely to combine them with a prudent disposition to set aside resources for the sake of improving productivity. 65. They want to be lavish, not sparing, with the available labor supply. It was part of the magnificence of the pyramids that great numbers of people were required to build them. They would have lost much of their point if immense effort had not been necessary for their construction. A further basis for affirming I is constituted by our earlier arguments, pages 191-3, against a union of high productive development and unfree labor. If they were sound, the productive forces can progress in non-capitalist class society only to a limited extent. I.'s converse, J, is amenable to more straightforward demonstration. J says that capitalism does engender a prodigious expansion of productive power. The usual Marxist argument for J relies on the labor theory of value 66, but it is not essential to the conclusion. Whatever explains comparative exchange value magnitudes, and whatever may be the source of profit on capital, exchange value is what the capitalist firm must seek, on pain of ruin in competition. But exchange value will not be accumulated unless use value is produced efficiently. Opportunities to improve productivity must be found and seized, and so the productive forces move forward systematically. The imperative laid on the firm is to make money, but it can do that only by selling things, which must therefore be produced, and, because of competition, produced as competently as possible. The goal of all capitalist production is not use value but exchange value. If one sets aside swindling, there is no way of increasing exchange value except by increasing production. In order to increase production, it is necessary to develop the productive forces. To produce more goods is never the aim of bourgeois production. Its aim, rather, is to produce more exchange value. It brings about the real expansion of the productive forces and of goods in spite of itself. 67. So the very economy whose rulers are relatively uninterested in use value produces more use value, and more capacity to produce use value, than any other class society. 68. We conclude that the capitalist economic structure, and, among class structures, the capitalist alone, stimulates a continuous development of productive power. 69. 4. Epochs. Disregarding substages and transitional forms, we may distinguish 4 progressive epochs in the economic formation of society, corresponding to distinct levels of development of productive power. Table 4. The first correlation is obvious. A class society is by Marxian definition divided into a group which produces and a group which does not. For the latter to survive, the former must create use value in excess of what they need themselves. There must be a surplus to sustain the non-toiling class. Accordingly, classes are excluded when productive power is so low that no surplus is available. As long as there is some surplus, class society is possible, but if the surplus is small, it cannot yet be a capitalist class society, CP 194. Hence the second correlation. But why should there be classes of any kind in the second stage of productive development? The question is explored in section 7. Next comes moderately high surplus, which is necessary for repeated introduction of new productive forces, and thus for regular capitalist investment. Like any other mode of production, capitalism presupposes a given level of the social productive forces and their forms of development as its historical precondition. 70. And this, we saw, is the level to which they are brought by small-scale industry and agriculture in dissolving feudalism and transitional post-feudal society, see pages 178-9. Petty production generates the conditions of a further productive progress it is itself impotent to promote. Capitalism is then necessary, if development is to continue, and that, Marx says, is why it arises, see pages 175-180-1. If capitalism alone can promote development within productive level 3, it follows that socialism cannot do so. Its productivity precondition is massive surplus, large enough to make it no longer true that most of life and time and energy must be spent joylessly producing means to imperative ends. The mission of capitalism is to carry humanity to that stage of abundance, whereupon it subverts itself and gives way to a classless society. Marx would certainly have accepted the quadripartite division of social forms constructed above, and the stipulated alignment between them and distinct levels of productive power. But he did, of course, make finer structural differentiations than those given in Table 4, particularly within pre-capitalist class society, which covers a great variety of forms, of which slavery and serfdom are but the most salient. Yet did Marx suppose that which pre-capitalist class structure obtains may be explained in terms of the prevailing level of productive power? And if variations in productive power do not explain structural differences within pre-capitalist class society, how seriously does this embarrass historical materialism as we have presented it? The exegetical question is not easy to answer. Marx's position on the matter is unclear, for the evidence points in opposite directions. On the one hand, there is the ambitious preface to the Critique of Political Economy, which certainly commits him to explanation by reference to growth of productive power of social changes beyond those canvassed in Table 4. Ancient and feudal society, characterized, speaking very grossly, by slavery and serfdom respectively, are among his illustrations of the theory set forth in the preface of 1859.71. Given that theory, and the separate billing of the ancient and feudal modes, Marx is committed to the questionable thesis that serfdom requires higher productive power than slavery, that the ancient world developed productive power to a point where only serfdom could take it further, and that this explains why serfdom supervenade. Marx's numerous remarks on slavery and serfdom elsewhere, on the other hand, reveal no attempt to meet the preface commitment. He notes the quite unpreface-like contribution to the genesis of serfdom of military factors 72, and though there is also a reference to productive forces as part of its background, he does not claim that they were of a more developed character than what was known under slavery. 73. In one place he assimilates the origins of slavery and serfdom. Both arise when producers are captured along with their means of production. 74. He also brings them together structurally, as societies where the immediate producer is extra-economically coerced. When he says that between the full development of the foundation of industrial society and the patriarchal condition, many intermediate stages, endless nuances occur. 75. He cannot think each nuance corresponds, in the full preface sense, to a different level of productive power. Finally, in the Grundriss he essays a periodization of history more similar to Table 4 than to the divisions listed in the preface. Relations of personal dependence are the first social forms. Personal independence founded on dependence on objects is the second great form. Free individuality, based on the universal development of individuals and on their subordination to their communal, social productivity as their social wealth, is the third stage. The second stage creates the conditions for the third. 76. Here pre-class society is either omitted or comprehended in relations of personal dependence, this initially taking the unhierarchical form of unfree mutual connections. 77. The endless nuances of pre-capitalist class history resist theorization as sets of production relations whose succession reflects a series of rises in the level of productive power. But the resulting damage to historical materialism, on our strongly technological construal of it, is smaller than might at first appear. 1. Table 4, taken by itself, and unsupplemented by explanations of variance within Stage 2, embodies substantial theses about the course of social development. It is, for example, no small claim to say of each pre-capitalist class society that it was one because the surplus possible at the given time was limited, and that capitalism arose when and because the surplus became moderately high. 2. In Table 4, types of economic structure are associated with quantitative levels of productive power. Quantitative levels within Stage 2 do not explain the variations it shows in economic structure. The transitions do not obey the principle that a structure persists as long as it develops the productive forces, and goes when it has brought them to a level so high that it can no longer promote their progress. But explanations of economic structures in terms of the qualitative characteristics of productive forces are not therefore excluded. The kinds of productive facilities available might control the relations, even if their quantitative level of development does not. Distinct agricultural societies, for example, at much the same level of productive power, could have needs of different kinds for irrigation, and this might help to explain differences in economic structure they displayed. 5. Capitalism's mission, and its fate. Capitalism arises and persists because it, uniquely, is able to take productive power from the top of level 2 to the bottom of level 4. In effecting this progress, it lays up the material requisites of a classless society. Development of the productive forces of social labor is the historical task and justification of capital. This is the way it unconsciously creates the requirements of a higher mode of production. 78. When these requirements are in store, capitalism is no longer justified, and no longer stable. It loses its rationale, and it becomes a barrier to further human development. It enters into the same relation toward the development of social wealth and of the forces of production as the guild system, serfdom, and slavery, and is necessarily stripped off as a fetter. 79 Having made liberty for the mass of mankind compatible with the material reproduction of the species, its historic destiny is fulfilled. 80 It then reveals itself as merely a historical necessity, a necessity for the development of productive power from a definite historical starting point or basis, but in no way an absolute necessity of production. 81 As bourgeois ideology would declare, even in its period of health, capitalism does not, of course, preside over a progress which is free of friction and convulsion. The coincidence between capitalist rationality and productive rationality is imperfect. Labor-saving devices are not introduced unless they are profitable. 82 The general forward movement is punctuated by periods of recession and waste. But the distortions and lurches do not nullify the fact that capitalism is, in its day, the best prescription for productive advancement. There is some divergence between the tendency of capitalism and material progress, because the development of the productive forces is not the end of the capitalist, but just his means of accumulating value, and this means comes continually into conflict with the limited purpose, the self-expansion of the existing capital. The structure of capitalism sometimes frustrates fulfillment of its historical task. 83 It goes back on its mission whenever it checks the development of productivity, and as that betrayal grows in magnitude, it demonstrates that it is becoming senile and that it is more and more outmoded. 84 At a certain point, productivity ample enough to install a socialist society is reached, and capitalist depression tends to become more severe. There is then a growing incompatibility between the productive development of society and its relations of production, which expresses itself in bitter contradictions, crises, spasms. The violent destruction of capital not by relations external to it, but rather as a condition of its self-preservation. 85 is the most striking form in which advice is given it to be gone and to make way for a higher state of social production. Naturally, it does not take the advice, and needs instead to be disposed of by proletarian revolution. Then the last form of servitude assumed by human activity, that of wage labor on one side, capital on the other, is cast off like a skin. 86 We said that once socialism is possible, capitalism is no longer justified and no longer stable. It is clear why the possibility of socialism removes its justification. But why should the time when it has raised it